rank where the view is nothing less than phenomenal. For how I express and project from my abdominal. The only view better, both my daddy and my mama know. No living parents, my sons give me balance. My wife is my serenity, this mic is my identity. The world is foul enough, that's why I write without obscenities. Provoking danger with broken language and spoken anguish. Begging to get hurt, why would you ask to go through changes? Yes, Lord, life's a chessboard, master the angles. Control the tempo, be the one who holds the info. Acknowledged knowledge is just as deadly as machete swings. When spoken, the truth is as potent as that Medellin. While others swear the style is free, I just let it ring. Our time is undervalued, soldiers make us better kings. My fans on my shoulder, reaching after better things. Today I take the shot, for them I'd rather set the screen.
My mama told me follow my dreams. My daddy told me get it by any means. Stand tall, make him bow to a king. But I've evolved, you can see the result. Look in my eyes when you speaking to God.
Life and for those who be caught up in using what I was called with the muse. I guess they call it proving I'm more than an artist. Penciling out my darkest while stenciling out a harvest. And storing what gets me from A to B, just like garages. Instrumental with collages. Envision what I've been drawing. Broadway to give you rhythm like the great Lena Horne. So bent on, found comfort in the storm. Find peace and on when you see them others perform. Organized chaos, outcast it like hey ya.
Yo, party people in the place to be. What's good? It's the #1 Chief Rockin' Knicks Universe, your main man, Uncle Freezie. Welcome to the premier Knicks in the Nighttime show. Y'all want this party started right. Y'all want this party started quickly, right? What's good, everybody? What's good? What's good? What's good? Salute to the chat. Shout out to Daniel Berry Sports Highlights in the building. Salute to Project Nerd HQ. You gonna be on the camera? No. Okay, all right. Salute, 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 salute. The Knicks lose a bad one, a very disappointing one. I'm not gonna lie to you, man. I honestly just don't have the energy to talk about the Knicks right now. Now my energy is up. I feel good. This topic right here, though, I don't know, man. I don't know, y'all. I don't know, man. I don't know. This game was frustrating, man. Jalen Brunson did his thing despite Julius Randle. Oh my gosh. Jalen Brunson did his thing despite Julius Randle dragging everything down. This, I'm not even going to lie to you. I'm not even going to hold you. Just looking at Julius Randle, clearly something's not right with him. I don't know if it's physically, emotionally. I don't know, man. And it's frustrating from a Randle fan watching it. I'm a Randle fan. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm a Knicks fan. I'm a Randle fan. I'm a Brunson fan. I'm very disturbed by what I saw tonight. Mets is in the building. I'm very frustrated by what I saw. This Milwaukee Bucks team should not have even been on the floor with us. We gave up 20 3-pointers to the Bucks. 20. The Knicks took 96 shots. I can't even believe I can't believe what I saw. I'm so frustrated by what I saw that I'm frustrated, man. I'm frustrated. Mega is in the building. Mega says, "What's good, Blorange Tears family? Salute, 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 salute." Melvin Amerson says, "What's up? What's good, man? What's good? What's good?" I just can't believe what I'm looking at. At this point, I'm beyond frustrated. And I told a few people in Knicks Universe before this game actually started that if we lost this game, I would have a meltdown. Right? And meltdowns don't normally occur on schedule. Meltdowns are not usually scheduled events. But this one here, I I I don't know what to say to you guys, man. I legit don't know what to say to you guys. You feel me? I legit don't know what to say to you guys. Because I can analyze what has happened. I know what happened. I saw it. I can recap it, right? I may have seen some things that you guys saw because I am what you call a habitual over analyzer. I know this. When you guys see a slam dunk, I see the pass, the screen that was set, the motion that led to the launch pad. I see all of that stuff, right? Pastor J is in the building. Salute to Pastor J, man. Pastor J in the building. Much love to Pastor J, man. Hey, keep doing your thing. I see your stuff out there, man. Keep doing God's work, brother. Classic Man is in the building. Pastor J says, fire Tom Thibodeau. Classic Man says, there's only one answer. The answer is stubborn Tibbs. I think the answer is Julius Randle sucks. In this moment, right now, to me, right now, okay, I'm going to say this. It's going to sound strange. I think the Knicks would be 6-0 if Julius Randle played like he was playing last season. I think Julius Randle is the secret agent. My personal belief, Tom Thibodeau could be fired. Okay. But if Randle is still here, you know what we're going to say about the next coach? Randle is playing like a G Leaguer. Nick Yak is in the building. Nick Yak says, no RJ, fire the coach. I think the Knicks could easily be 6-0, 5-1 at a minimum. If you go back to the game before this one that we lost, we probably could have won. We had the Celtics on the ropes in game 1. The New York Knicks have me frustrated. Can y'all see that? I'm gonna show you what I'm talking about. I'm gonna show you the schedule so that y'all won't think I've lost my mind. The loss to Boston. Melvin Emerson says, I'm a Heat fan. Yeah, man. Salute to Miami. Salute to them too. Not a hater. I'm not a hater like that, man. Salute the Big Tone too, by the way. But if you look at this schedule, we should have beat Boston game 1. We let Boston off the rope. We dominated Atlanta, right? Let them back in. The New Orleans game on the night that the back-to-back game, nobody showed up. That's the loss that I feel like is the only loss of the season where a team just jumped out on us. You play Cleveland and win, look dominant. You lose to Cleveland and Randall looks lost. And then you lose to Milwaukee and Randall looks lost. Nick Yak says size matters. It does. I'm saying that Randall has been playing the worst basketball that I've ever seen from him. And mind you, I'm a Randall fan. I'm a Randall fan. The good news is we have the weekend off from this mess. The bad news is we have 3 days to think about what we just saw a couple of hours ago. Zansky Gaming is in the building. Says Randall shows up every other season. Head case. Nick Yak says, we passed the ball. I watched. Who didn't want Brunson taking the next shot while he was smoking? Right. Yeah. Yeah. I'm with you. I'm with you. I'm not Nick Yak, I'm absolutely with you. I'm not a wild OD Knicks fan that's just gonna blame everybody in a loss. That's not me. I saw how horrific the offense looked without Brunson and Quickly. I saw that. I saw it with my own eyes, man. Replace Randall with Knicks Mello. We 6-0. Right? Yep. Randall, clearly something is awry with Julius Randall. Dante had 2 3-point shots that rattled out. He would have had one nice game if they fell. Right. Yep. Yep. Nick Yak, here is where things start to look kind of crazy. Right? Say we put everything in the rearview mirror. Say we put everything in the rearview mirror and just look ahead. Say we put everything in the rearview mirror and just look forward, right? Say we do that. The schedule looks crazy going forward. Right? The schedule looks crazy. So we have the Clippers and the Spurs, right? Then we get a break with Charlotte, but that's a Sunday afternoon early tip off. You know that's a trap game. You know that's a trap game, right? Sunday at 12 o'clock. You know that's a trap. You know we're going to lose that game versus Charlotte, right? Because it's a Sunday matinee game, and we generally lose Sunday matinee games, right? Then there's Boston, Atlanta, Washington. I mean, yeah, and so Washington, that stretch of Washington and Charlotte look kind of good, but then there's Minnesota and Miami. Say we just want to look forward. The future is not bright based on the way we're playing. Paris Douglas in the building. And Paris Douglas says, only thing wrong with Randall is if he's not the man, he plays uninspired. He's that way because Tibbs never coaches him. Okay. Okay. I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm shaky right now. I'm not. I don't know. I don't know, man. Nick Yak says good points tonight. We got Brunson and Grimes cooking. Another 15 pounds from Mitchell Robinson. Hart didn't shoot good, but he had okay. I don't know if Josh Hart had a good game or not. I'm confused on that one. Maybe he did, maybe he didn't. And Nick Yak, the reason why I say that is because I saw Josh Hart in a bunch of mismatches that he shouldn't have been in. He was in a bunch of mismatches. Josh Hart should not be grabbing Giannis in transition to guard him. Virtuoso is in the building. All right, all right, all right, all right. Right. The fact that Josh Hart was assigned to Giannis frustrates me. That frustrates me. The fact that the team's opposing center shot 10 3-pointers frustrates me. Nicky X says, how many boys did Hart have outsized? How is playing power forward Hart's fault when not playing undersized 3? No, that's none of that stuff. Nope. None of that stuff relates to what I said. Nick Yak might be talking to somebody else, but none of this stuff relates to what I'm saying. Right? How many boards did Josh Hart have in an outsized matchup? How is playing power forward Hart's fault when not playing undersized 3? Nope, none of that stuff has anything to do with what I said. Right? I'm saying I'm frustrated by Josh Hart being assigned to Giannis. I'm pointing out a particular thing. I don't care about that other stuff. I don't want to make chocolate milk here. I just want to keep one pure point. Right? I don't want to make chocolate milk. What I'm saying is I don't want to mix things up. Right? What I'm saying is that Josh Hart being assigned to Giannis is ridiculous. That can't be a strategy. If that's a Tom Thibodeau strategy, then we have to go back to the Tom Thibodeau conversation.
Yo, salute, Freezie. Salute to the chat.
What's good, boss? Hey,
Yo.
I got the soursop stuff coming.
Oh,
Remember you
good,
said
good, good.
me and Bully? Yes, we got that coming, man. I don't know why it only took me 9 months.
Well, I know it's
to
gonna do
reply.
wonders for you. It's
Well,
gonna do
appreciate
wonders
it.
for you.
Will it clear the congestion I'm having? That is a byproduct of bad Knicks basketball.
um, you might have to mail some to Julius Randle. Maybe that'll improve. Like
Oh, okay,
he
okay,
needs it. He might
okay,
need it more than you might need it.
okay, okay, okay.
That might help his vision with his jumper. I well when Julius Randle said like I'm out of rhythm and stuff, I could tell like yo his I don't think it's rhythm. His jumper is just broken right now.
It's broken, bro.
When Julius Randle's around 80% from the free throw line, that means his jumper is going. That
Right,
man is shooting like 60 something from the free throw line.
right,
So it ain't rhythm. His shot is just broken straight up.
right, right,
Maybe it's rhythm, but from everywhere on the if you're taking free shots, free throws, and you're missing them, that means there's something fundamentally wrong with your jumper at that moment.
I think it's shot base.
Yeah. It might be an inconsistent shot base where
That's what I
he
think it is.
squares up sometimes and he doesn't square up. And that's probably partially some of the reason why he has to take dribbles before he even gets to his shot. He doesn't like to take a regular catch and shoot because his shot base is so inconsistent. He can only get to his consistent shot base after he takes multiple dribbles, which is not a good sign of a consistent shooter
Right,
because you need to be able to shoot from the same base, whether you're dribbling or flat footed.
right, right.
And yeah, but to be absolutely honest, there's I put this game on.
Tibbs.
I put it on Tibbs.
Yeah,
Yeah, Tibbs and his leash for guys that don't really work around Randall. Like if you
right.
know that you're gonna run Randall, there's no reason that you're like there's like we saw it again. Josh Hart should not be playing more minutes than quickly under any
No,
circumstance.
no.
None. Half the team could be hurt. I don't need to see that.
Right,
Like you're talking about quickly as if he's like a defensive liability.
right.
The only thing Chris Middleton is gonna do is take jumpers over him, which is what he does over Josh Hart anyway.
Anyway, right. But let me ask you this though, because I gotta put you on the spot. I
Yeah,
know you're a basketball genius. You don't have to brag, bro. I know this already. Right.
appreciate that.
When I said back during the early summer that I wasn't afraid of Milwaukee, do you now see what I'm talking about?
I see what you're talking about right now, Freezy, but we also have to acknowledge it's like two superstars coming together and they need to make their games mesh. Like there were multiple instances where they were running pick and roll and they just lost communication or he
Right.
wasn't looking for him on the short roll. Like who they are right now is not going to be what they are in January.
Right. And I'm
And
gonna say the same thing about us too, though.
yeah, yeah. Well, of course we're going to improve, but this is the caveat for those Freezy. They were playing mediocre basketball. We outplayed them for the most part outside of Randall.
Yep.
We dominated on the glass. We did whatever we had to do, right? And they have a switch that they can get to that we don't.
Yep.
Just they literally they ran a dribble handoff with Giannis and Dave, and they got a bucket and got ahead, and there was nothing we could do after that. That is a switch in talent, a high end talent that puts teams in conundrums and confusion where you can't do anything, even if you defend it correctly. We don't have that type of trump card. So where
Right.
they can play terribly all night, they can switch to another level. We
Right.
only have one guy that can do it sporadically, which is Brunson, right?
Right.
But outside of that, you just don't have that high end talent, and that's those things are the differences between wins and losses. When we look at the Celtics game, their
Right.
high end talent eventually took over, and there was nothing we could do. While our guys were kind of like floundering, even though we were playing decent basketball outside of Randall. Like we're not set up for we're like put it this way. They have high end talent where it's set up where one of their big three could be down in Jalen Brown, because Jalen Brown played just as bad as Randall in that game,
Right.
and they can still win basketball games. Our big three, if we have one of them down and they're not playing well, if we're playing
Or
against
one of them out.
or one of them out and we're playing against top tier teams, you're not going to win.
But
It's
that's not. But
very
that's not the
difficult.
point that I'm making.
I get.
Right.
I'm saying like they're
But
very
no, no.
beatable.
I'm just saying. Just let me clarify just real quick.
Yeah,
So I'm not speaking to that.
yeah,
Nobody's gonna stop Giannis. Dame
of
is a Hall
course.
of Famer.
But
Right.
their
Tatum is a
defense
Hall of
is.
Famer. Right. Most nights nobody's gonna stop Jalen Brown.
Mhm.
Right. But what I'm talking about is 3 through 15.
The rest of
Right.
them.
Right. When you saw 3 through 15 tonight for Milwaukee, you were like, as a matter of fact, do you remember Chris Middleton having an impact on this game? That's
No,
rhetorical, right?
no,
Right?
none.
You don't
He's not right. He's not healthy.
right. I don't think Randall is either. Right. But
Mm,
my point is this Milwaukee team has chinks in the armor, right? If Julius Randle, instead of going 5 for 20 or whatever he went, if he goes 7 for 20, we win going away. Right. And I'm not saying it's as easy as two made baskets. Oh, if he makes two made baskets, the point differential. No. I'm talking about the flow of the game. Right?
yeah, momentum stops
Right.
and breaks.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like Randall going to the rim when we were down by 3. If he makes that, we're down by 1. Brunson comes down, hits a 3, right? In the scenario where Milwaukee added 1 point, then we're up by 3 instead of up by 2. Now they're forced to shoot threes. You know what I'm saying? Instead of if we get a 2, we're good. If we get a 3, we get the lead. What I'm saying, basically, what I'm saying, I'm gonna put the schedule back up just so that you can see it, because it's gonna make you laugh, bro. I swear it will. Right? When you look at our wins and losses this year, is there a game where if we play decent Knicks basketball, is there any game out of the 6 that we played where another team played us off the floor?
I'm gonna keep it real with you, Freezer. There was a couple blowouts that happened that we just like dominated garbage time and made it look nice.
New
Like,
Orleans was one,
yeah, New Orleans was one of them, and I
right?
I, I think it was it or was it? It was another game that I believe we just chopped away, and it made it look nicer at the end.
The
But
Cleveland game, I think their largest lead was 8.
but
Yeah. Yeah, I think their largest lead was 8 in the Cleveland loss. It
maybe I'm
was
missing
8.
something. But I feel like it was two games like that. But
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
digress.
Well, we
I
only
don't think
lost
I don't.
4, so I mean,
Yeah, but it's not like we're not far away from competing or winning these games. It's just how can you rely on someone as volatile as Randall at this point?
you
So
can't. You can't.
it's tough to. I'm saying like we're not far, but it's also like it's like a box of chocolates. What you gonna get out of
You
Randall?
just don't know.
You,
You just don't know.
you legitimately don't know because good Randall, we're winning 10. We're winning by double digits in a lot of these games. But that's the difference between top 10 players and top 20 and top 30 and top 40. You know what you're going to get out of those guys every night. I'm
Right.
not sure what I don't know what I'm going to get out of Randall right now.
Right.
And to be absolutely honest, a lot of that goes on coaching and putting guys in position to succeed. Randall cannot play on the court with Josh Hart. I'm gonna just
Absolutely.
I'm gonna just say it right there. The initial thing, like, remember we thought like maybe last year in the playoffs that RJ couldn't play with Josh Hart, but it
Right.
was really Randall that can't play with Josh Hart.
I, okay. I know you love Josh Hart, right? I just don't think Josh Hart is a fit with those two guys. Period.
Yeah, they're not. He's not a fit with the starting lineup guys, which is okay. That's fine. There's a reason why there's a second unit. But Josh Hart should not be playing 30 minutes. He should be playing 22 to 25. and the vast majority of it is with the bench unit, and he's playing with like one of those two, but not the both of them,
And
or either to be absolute. You got to limit those minutes because the things that Josh Hart is good at, Randall already provides. And if Randall's on the court, chances are Mitch is already on the court. And if Mitch is on the court, he's already providing the rebounding, like the hustle part. So what, like, you need hustle off your bench. You don't need it
bro,
from your starters. So when you're like implanting this guy, when the starting lineup is in dire need of spacing, you're
right,
just putting us behind the eight ball at the start of halves every game.
bro. I saw, and this will make you laugh, bro. I was so frustrated when I saw it. I started to just shut down the channel and just go smoke some Newports on the planet Venus, bro. When I saw it, I was so frustrated. Chat, listen. When I saw it, I swear I started to just, I didn't know what to do. I saw Josh Hart with 1 foot on the box send Julius Randle all the way out to the top of the key to contest a three so that he can be the baseline defender, the weak side defender.
There is no one afraid of Josh Hart attacking the rim.
No,
If you're
no,
above 6'5",
I-
as far as like being a weak side help.
when I saw it, I pointed it out to Greeny. I cut Greeny off. I was like, Greeny, did you
Shout out
just
to
see
Green.
that? Yeah, shout out to Greeny. I was like, Greeny, did you just see that? This man sent a 255-pound power forward on one wheel out to the perimeter, 25 feet away, so that he can stay on the block and be the weak side rim protector. I can't, bro. Man, I just can't. Little things like that frustrate me, man. How are you sending Randall all the way out there? And even at 6'5", you're not PJ Tucker.
That's a generous 6'5".
I just
That's a
can't, bro. I
that's a
swear,
real
bro.
generous 6'5".
And then I watched this man in transition push the ball, look at Grimes in the corner, wide open, jump in the air, spin in the air, and kick it out for Brunson to drive to the rim. And Grimes was already cooking. Oh
like
my God, bro. How do you Grimes is already cooking, right? Remember how much we was begging Grimes to cook?
to be assertive.
Yes. Grimes already cooking. This man in transition comes down. He sees DiVincenzo is about 8 feet away from him. He jumps in the air and pirouettes and kicks it out to Brunson.
You know what drove me crazy, Freezie?
Did that drive you crazy?
Yeah, one last thing.
Oh,
Quickly
okay,
was
okay, okay.
cooking. Quickly was cooking at the beginning of the fourth quarter. Got us back into the game, and Tibbs decides to put him on the bench for Josh Hart. And then after that, the game slowed down and it became just a straight half court isolation game.
Right.
And it was just Brunson trying his hardest to carry us home. And he damn near did. But eventually, if you keep going to the well, you're gonna have turnovers, gonna have
Right.
missed shots. It's just like no player is infallible, especially when you're relying on like a 5'11" player to scratch and claw his way to get to these points. Like it 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 just doesn't make sense. It doesn't compute to me. Like the things like the rotations, the trust that Tibbs has. The funny part about it, Freezy, when RJ is not in the game, I mean when RJ's playing, he will put quickly in for RJ, but
Right.
he won't sub Josh Hart for RJ. For Josh Hart for IQ. Like he'll yank him. I I don't. Oh man, it's just so much frustrating things that I saw tonight. It's just like we're right there, we're close, but we're not too far off. But then we're relying on people that don't really change what they do. So
Right.
it's just like, what can you expect?
What can you expect, bro? I
I,
don't know.
I don't like Freezy. The last four halves we played, we've come out to a slow start in every single half, and the only thing that's in common with all those halves is that Josh Hart is a starter in all those halves. As soon as we ease our way into the half and we get to our substitutions, we inch our way back into games. Not that Josh Hart is a bad player; he is a bad fit for the starting lineup. He cannot play alongside Randall as long as Randall is not hitting his shot. If Randall's on fire from three, have at it. But at that point, if Randall's struggling with a shot and he's trying to focus on being close to the rim, Josh Hart does not provide anything that's helpful for Randall at this point.
Right.
And at that point, you gotta go with shooters. I'd rather see Dante start the game over Hart, as long as Dante decides to never attack them. This man tried to do a reverse dunk on Brooke Lopez, Reezy.
Yeah, he took off from too far. Yeah, he took off from too
Even if
far.
he was close, he would have got bodied up because
He would have
he's
just
a
got
small
fouled
guard.
harder. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
He tried, you remember Freezer? You remember that dunk Vince Carter did on Alonzo Mourning,
Alonzo
where
Mourning. Yeah,
where
yeah,
he like took the body contact. That's what Josh Hart. I mean, that's what Dante tried to do. But then he
yeah.
realized Dante is like a 6'3" white guy,
He's
so
he's a he's a leaper, but
he,
he's
he has
not.
bounce, but he's not that.
No, him and Connaughton can jump, but nah, not like
Not like that. Not taking contact from 270-pound 7 footers.
right. The irony is, I felt like if we had a Grayson Allen, we'd have won that game. If we'd have had a Grayson Allen type player, we'd have won.
I mean, if we would have just, I'm gonna be real with you, Freezy. If Dante started, we probably would have hit more threes from the jump.
Right.
I think Dante would have been the most likely fit, and then you just move. It's just such a small team with no wings. You just move Grimes down to the five. I mean, down to the three,
Right.
and then you live with that with the spacing,
I disagree with that a little bit.
or you start
But but
IQ.
no. Let me tell you why I disagree with it. Right.
Go ahead.
If because I'm not hating on it. Right.
Mhm.
I just want to clarify my stance on it because I like the idea of the personnel grouping that you mentioned, but I would prefer for it to be a 3 guard set. Right. Just because you have 3 guards on the floor, chat. Just because you have 3 guards on the floor doesn't mean somebody has to play the three. If you have 3 guards,
When
right?
I say
You,
put him down to the three, I'm just in traditional lineups, but it's gonna be a 3 guard set. It'll be Brunson,
Yeah, but
Dante,
I
and
don't want it to be but yeah,
Grimes.
but I don't want it to be a traditional offensive attack
And then
with because if it's a traditional attack, then now you got Grimes trying to do the stuff that RJ Barrett normally tries to do,
no, I
right?
think you're misinterpreting what I mean. What I mean, put him at the three. He's just guarding the three. On offense, it will look different. When I
Okay,
say put him
okay.
at the three, he's guarding the three. So he's like
Garden threes.
guarding
Okay.
Chris Middleton.
Okay.
That's what I meant by that. But it would still be a 3 guard starting
Alignment.
rotation, like on offense. But
Right.
that's what you need to put 3 guards around Randall.
Right.
You
Right.
can't
And
put another power forward around Randall and a center, especially when Randall's not shooting.
yeah, my thing is if you spread the because the thing is we played how many guards did we play tonight? 7? No, we didn't play
Uh,
7 guards. We
Brunson,
played we
IQ, Hart, Grimes, McBride got
DiVincenzo.
some minutes into, and DiVincenzo, so 6.
Okay.
McBride
So,
got a little burn in.
so in theory, yes. In theory, yes. In theory,
And then
that's how many guards we played.
and then we had a small mini rotation where we had 4
So
guards
so
in
we
at the
played
same
six
time.
we played 6 guards and 3 bigs.
Yeah,
So we played 6 guards and 3 bigs, and we couldn't space the floor.
because
Um,
Josh Hart is a guard by title, but not a guard by game.
and so is Grimes.
Right.
Grimes is a
Yeah, but
guard.
at least he's a spacer at at
Yeah,
at, at worst.
but so was Larry Bird. He's not a guard though. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? That's the point. The point I'm getting at is can these guards dribble, pass, and shoot and create offensive opportunities for Mitchell Robinson? No.
Nope. Mitch Robinson had no attempts,
Right. That's the thing I'm getting at.
no points.
Right. That's the thing I'm getting at. Like if you play 6 guards, can these 6 guards be guards in the traditional sense of the word? No. Because 2 of them are only guards because they're short.
Mhm.
Right. That's Grimes and Hart.
Right.
Right. And then one of the guards is not effective running the team. That's Deuce McBride.
Right.
Right. And DiVincenzo is more of an athlete than a guard.
He is an off guard. He is just
Right.
a tertiary. Like he can do it every once in a while.
If he was 6'8", he'd be a small forward in my
Precisely.
mind.
Salute, AB.
Now, if quickly was 6'8", I think he'd still be a combo guard
If Quickly was 6'8", he'd have 150 million in his bank.
already. Easy. Easy.
Uh,
Right. There is no excuse for you to go that small and shoot this terribly. Because
we need. I must keep it real with you, Freezie. We need way more minutes with IQ and Brunson at the same time
okay.
because Brunson is not. IQ is not the greatest playmaker, but he actually makes things happen when he's on his drive and he's doing his thing. And Brunson has the ability to play off ball or go on ball. He's effective in both ways.
Right.
But when it's just Brunson out there, our attack just becomes so stale and predictable and stagnant.
Right.
Like on this night, you see how great that Brunson is scoring individually. But every night he's not gonna be able to drop 45 every night. No one is.
Right.
So when you're in situations like that, you need to be able to be multifaceted. You need a backup attack. You need a secondary playmaker on the court. Most teams usually have 2 playmakers on the court that have the ability to initiate. Like when you go watch the Lakers, they're out there playing with Austin Reeves, D'Lo, and Braun at the same time. They usually have 2 of the 3 on the court at all times.
Right.
When you look around the league, teams usually have 2 initiators, at least the high-powered offenses. When you look at us, we just have Brunson on the court or Quickly on the court,
Yep.
and that's it. And especially if RJ doesn't really have the leash to playmate. But this year he seems to be more apt to do it, and he's making better decisions. So
Right.
you see how much sorely he's missed in regard. Like we're missing we're just missing the dump down points, the easy points. Like this dude, Mitchell Robinson, had 0 points. And to be absolutely honest, for what he does, scratching and clawing, getting these boards, the offensive rebounds, the least you could do is throw him a lob. And there's been multiple times he was available for a lob tonight
And
or a dump down.
we were shooting in mids. We were shooting middies. This man had 6 offensive rebounds tonight. This man had 9 defensive rebounds, bro.
He's not looking out for them. Mitch is a much more mature person than I give him credit for because a lot of players would be throwing hissy fits. After
He is
something
much
like
more
this,
mature than he was 3 years ago.
for sure.
Much more mature.
What am I capping about, Sherwin?
Oh, yeah, I'm not even. Yeah, bro, I'm relaxing on the chat, bro.
I, I,
Yeah, I would just say it. I would
I'm
just
gonna
say it.
acknowledge it, but did you see the whole like first half of the fourth quarter where Quigley was single handedly keeping us in the game,
And people blowing layups.
and we reward him by benching him for Josh Hart. That's how we reward Quigley.
It looks like to me that the Knicks are limiting him for a reason.
22 minutes per game. Are you serious? With no RJ, he plays 22 minutes. How does that make sense, Freezie?
You mean with no RJ, his minutes go down? With no RJ Barrett, this man's minutes go down.
I can't explain that to you. And it's not like he's playing bad either on either end. He's
Well,
playing well.
I think his defense has been fantastic.
Outstanding, actually.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm not slandering Hart AD. I'm just letting you know his shortcomings. But
Oh
Tibbs seems to
God.
not think he has any shortcomings.
Oh my God. Now we out here. Now we out here. You say you can criticize Randall all night. You say something about Josh Hart, and people period come on. Oh my I need it. Yo, you could criticize Randall all night. You can criticize people. You can criticize Randall all night. You can have a criticize Randall marathon, but you say something about Josh Hart, and all of a sudden, dudes at the bodega buying Kotex. Come on, man. I mean, relax, man.
AD's
Come
funny.
on, man. Come on, man. We
Uh,
gotta stop, bro. Yo,
um,
come on, bro. We gotta relax. And sorry about the language, everybody, but man, come on. It's crazy. It's
let me
it's
look. Let me
crazy.
look at this box score, Freezy. I gotta go look at this box score.
Yeah, I look, man.
I'm about to
Have
pull it
fun.
up on
Have
my
fun with it,
own
bro.
end. It just because this is some nasty business that I just watched
Bro,
with my own two
all
eyes.
I'm asking is, yo, Dre, you remember when I told you I was like, yo, if the Knicks lose, I'm gonna have a meltdown, bro?
Yeah.
This game was a game right here I had circled as the validation win.
Mm,
This game was supposed to be our coronation,
mm.
right? But we lose to a team that was ready to die. You know what I'm saying? Milwaukee had been losing games in unorthodox fashion.
They lost by
And
20 to the Raptors. 20.
right. And we
And the
come in
Raptors are
here.
going nowhere, by the way.
Oh my God. Bro. And we come in here and they ready to lay down and we prop them up. Yo, you ever seen that? Yo, you know what this game was like?
Look,
JJ, this game, JJ, my man, JJ is my twin brother, right? JJ, this game was like watching Weekend at Bernie's. Yo, anybody ever seen that movie Weekend at Bernie's?
it was a lifeless corpse just being dragged around everywhere.
They keeping that man alive and he already dead. Bro, that's what this game was like. All Milwaukee wanted to do was just lay down and pass away, but we propped them up like Weekend at Bernie's.
Freezy, why the hell does Josh Hart play 36 minutes tonight?
Man, I don't know.
36?
Right.
All right, man. All right, AD, you got it. You got
I
it, man. You win.
some of the
Freezy,
stuff.
I'll ask you this, Freezy. What title contender, injury or no injury, is playing Josh Hart 36 minutes in a regular
None.
season game?
None. But let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Are we a title contender?
No, but this front office
Right.
seems to run it back like we are.
That's what I'm. So to your point, like it was a great question. What title contender would play Josh Hart all these minutes? None. But we are not a title contender.
I also
Right.
don't think a title contender would pay him all that much money, but that goes back to your point where it's like I don't think this front office is all that. It's thinking
What?
about making a title contender. They just want to. They want an award for competency. They don't want an award for excellence. It's like, hey, look at us. We made a playoff team. We ain't gonna really be a threat, but it's a playoff team.
Right. Right. Hey, Sherwin says because Hart can defend bigger players.
No, we can't.
Wait. Let me just say this. Let me just say this for people with common sense. For people with common sense, why would you go get a short guy that can defend bigger players instead of getting a big guy that can defend guys the same size? You see how stupid these comments be, bro? He could defend a bigger man. Why not just put the bigger man out there and let him defend somebody the same size? Come on, man. Stop being ridiculous. I swear some of these comments, bro.
Hey, if he could guard a bigger man, why is Chris Middleton shooting over him anyway?
Right.
Chris Middleton can't even dribble. He can't even move, but he
can't
gonna
even
shoot over
walk.
him like he's a lawn chair.
He can't even walk, bro. What are we doing out here?
So if you're gonna do that, you might as well just play quickly, man.
That's why I was telling you, man, I'm staying away from the comments, bro, because I try to get to the good ones, but then I'll get to like so many ridiculous Friday night comments that I'm like, oh boy.
I mean, I'm gonna respond to one more because JJ, we not on Grimes tonight. Grimes was assertive. He showed he belonged tonight. They also looked him off on maybe 3 or 4 opportunities that could have changed the momentum in this game. I do like that he kept shooting even when he missed a couple shots. He just kept shooting. And
And
that's what you're supposed to do.
right. And then plus JJ, come on, get on the panel anyway, bro. It ain't even that kind of party. What you talking about, JJ? You supposed to be up here anyway. Come on. But the thing with Grimes is the reason why we were all over Grimes is because of assertion,
Yeah.
aggressiveness. And he showed that tonight. Right? He showed that tonight. That's what we wanted to see.
He must have listened to the show or something.
Right. 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 You know what I'm saying? The thing, if anything, JJ, if anything, JJ, we should be frustrated with the times that Dante DiVincenzo and Josh Hart saw Quentin Grimes open and they made a different decision.
Ooh, let's see what the Villanova boys did tonight. Josh Hart, 2 for 9, 0 for 4 from 3. He got some rebounds. I mean, that's not what I want for my guard, but cool. Got 10 rebounds.
Right.
Dante, 1 for 8, 1 for 4 from 3. About 5 missed layups.
I think defensively he was okay.
Yeah, he was solid.
He was off.
Yeah, defensively he always brings that.
Yeah,
and high IQ defensively as well.
Right, right.
But those two together, I'm not sure that's worth about 30 or whatever million. Not tonight, at least.
No. Most nights what those two guys bring is not going to be worth $30 million. I just can't see. I'm frustrated by that, man.
It's just anybody with eyesight can see this team needs a wing badly.
Right.
And when the only wing on the team gets hurt, this is what you get. This is exactly what you get. Like, this is absolutely ridiculous. This front office is very unserious.
Right.
Like, we don't even have an alternative because all the other guys on this team
are the same thing.
The ones on the bench that get DMPs, coaches' decisions, none of them are wings.
Right.
If you look at their title, it says Evan Fournier, shooting guard, Dylan Winders, shooting guard, Jeffrey, shooting guard, Ryan Archidiakono, guard.
Right.
There is nobody on this team that has forward next to their name outside of Julius Randle and RJ Barrett. That is actually crazy.
That's bananas.
How do you have a team with only 2 forwards in 2023? The rest of the league is going uniform with a bunch of wings, guys that can do multiple things around the 6'6" to 6'8" range, 6'5", right?
Okay.
And we have guys that specialize at one thing and they're 6'5". Like Josh Hart is a rebounder at 6'5". Not a playmaker, not a shooter, a rebounder, a hustle guy. And we
Right.
paying this dude. Oh my god. Oh man.
I would, man, Julian Phillips can do what this guy's. Maxwell Lewis can do what Josh Hart does, bro. You know what I'm saying? I mean, if we keeping it a stack, right? If we're just keeping it a stack, we can get this type of production from.
What pick did we give up for Josh Hart again?
Chris Murray, 23, the number 23 pick.
Ha! Wouldn't he have fit like perfectly on this roster?
Perfectly. Bro,
6'8" and can shoot and play some defense? What?
Right.
We don't need that. We don't need that here.
Gritty by nature.
Oh my god. Oh man. This roster stinks.
Yeah.
It's just the individual talent that can be excellent. And when they come together, they can be fine and conducive to winning. But when you look at it and then you go into the playoffs, you're not winning with something like this.
Right.
Not a chance in hell.
Let me bring up our brother. Yeah. Look out your window. Knicks fans is on your block. Y'all know the Knicks run the city. Pull them shades back. Look out your window. Look down there on the block. That's Knicks fans right there. It's about that time. It's about that time of the week where you get ready for your work week with the man that is so smooth he does not require a chaser. Your main man, the real Anthony D. And your main man, Jersey's finest, the hood representative, Uncle Freezie. Yeah. Look out your window. Knicks fans is on your block. Y'all know the Knicks run the city. Pull them shades back. Look out your window. Look down there on the block. That's Knicks fans right there. AD, what's good, man?
I could give you the UB40 version of Red Wine, or I could give you the edited AD, 15 seconds of, the version if you need be. Since we're crying tears tonight.
Right.
We're crying tears tonight. How we doing, fellas?
Salute.
Some force MDs, some tears. Oh, right away, tears. Whatever it is. Yo, salute to Ron. Thank you for the generous contribution. Ron says, we really should have signed Paul George. We should have done it, bro. We should have traded for him.
Man, he talking about red wine. We saw red rum tonight. This team stinks.
It was weekend at Bernie's, bro. We were legit propping up a dead body for 48 minutes, bro.
Bernie ain't dead.
I know.
He never was.
Right. Right.
You saw that, man, especially in Bernie 1. Bernie got titties in his face,
right.
hands.
Bernie, he wasn't happy to see that. It was just a little rigor mortis.
The camera angle.
This woman literally dragged Bernie into the room.
Right.
said she had sex with Bernie, came out and was like, "I'll see you next week, Bernie."
Oh my gosh, Bernie.
Bernie,
Yeah.
Bernie ain't dead.
Yeah, man.
Bernie
Yeah,
ain't
but
dead.
that
The
was
Knicks ain't
Milwaukee
dead.
tonight. Milwaukee looked like they would not. You remember? Anybody remember the dance hall song "Action"? Remember "Action" something with the nice looking lady Claudine, whatever her name is.
Yeah.
Nadine Sutherland.
Nadine, yeah, Bernadine, yeah, her.
That's a name AD can't forget. It sounds like something on his mind.
Yeah, right. Bro, this game tonight, man. AD, come on, bro. Are you serious? Thinking that for one, how does Giannis go knock down 3 threes against us?
Freezy,
Three straight ahead threes. Two
they
of
were
them.
they were sleepwalking against us taking practice 3-pointers. That's about it. That's the only thing they did right this game.
Because he's Giannis.
Right.
So I'll give that to Giannis. You know, I can't answer for the rest. I'll give that. I'll concede that to Giannis any night of the week.
I'm not giving him that.
I can't. Oh, stop it.
And now Giannis is Larry Bird. Okay, I got you.
We're not gonna do that.
That man missed 6 free throws, right? Standing still. But we're gonna give him 3 movement threes.
You wanna take a look at Wilt's free throw numbers over his?
You wanna look at Wilt Chamberlain from 3?
There wasn't shooting threes back then.
Exactly. Oh, that's my point. My point is if bro, we can't. No, Wilt for 3 in my mind is the ugliest thing I ever saw, bro.
Wilt would probably make it.
No, Wilt ain't making no 3s.
Wilt in today's game is making 3s.
Bro, are you seriously that hung up on Josh Hart that you would make any argument whatsoever to defend Josh Hart?
No, I'm not doing that. But I'm not a part of the IK BM Dre slander. I tell you, the man finds new ways. You heard him a while ago when he went, oh, and he had 10 rebounds. Yeah, but I don't need my guard to get 10 rebounds.
I need my guard to play open shots.
Yeah,
I need my guard to hit open shots.
You know why your guard got 10 rebounds?
Because everybody was missing.
Because somebody else didn't get 10 rebounds. That's why your guard got 10 rebounds.
If he ain't get 10 rebounds, Mitch would have 20 rebounds. How about that?
Well, I'd like to see it. How about that?
15.
AD he out rebounded Giannis. But how about he out rebounded Giannis?
Okay. That's it. Okay.
Hart fans stand up. There you go.
Because why?
Josh Hart fans, get that tattooed on your heart. Josh Hart out rebounded Giannis.
6'4". He's 6'4", and I'm not about to lead the cheerleading squad for Hart.
You're a harder. You're a hard fan. You're a harder.
Nah, Freezy. AD getting 3% of that Josh Hart check because he's an agent.
That's fine. That's fine.
We would live off that though. By the way,
I could live quite comfortably off that. Yeah. Very easy, Freezy. This show would look a whole lot different with that 3%.
Yes.
Okay. We'd all be sitting here right now with number 3 ties.
Well, if it was 3% of what he should be making, it wouldn't look that much.
And either way.
But when you get $90 million,
either way,
it's a little different.
I'm not hung up on the paycheck. I'm hung up on the ending results. And tonight was, what tonight was. I'm here watching the game.
I'm not even mad at Josh Hart. I'm mad at the front office for putting this team together like this.
Yeah, because what was quite obvious to me tonight, and I was watching a little bit of it earlier, was I'm like,
they don't get Mitch to basketball. That was
no. I'm not hung up on that neither. No, they're very small. They are alarmingly small.
Okay, wait. hold on, Dre. Let me ask this, AD. This. So, AD, sir, if they are alarmingly small, why are we out here giving flowers to Josh Hart?
We're not giving flowers to Josh Hart because it's not his fault that they are alarmingly small.
So it's not the Knicks' fault that they're small. Then
yes, it is the Knicks' fault that they're
nope,
small.
not.
Yes, because it's
The
Knicks
two go
management
hand
that
in
put
hand.
it's Knicks management that put this together. It's Knicks management that put this together, and we could slice that cake up again, no problem. It's a different cake. We could slice that up again.
We're paying Hart and DiVincenzo Bradley Beal money.
Yes. Yes.
Are you a philosopher?
Yes. Yes. I think very deeply.
Right.
AD third eye open tonight.
Yeah. Oh.
Well, somebody asked me in the chat, I think that was Mega. We got White Hen Dog on deck.
Bem.
I'm a little jealous.
Yeah.
Deck.
I'm not even, bro. I ain't even messing around, bro. I promise you, I can't even. Yeah, I ain't even gonna lie. I think I'm gonna say this, and then people question my ethnicity all the time, but I don't like Hennessy, bro, at all. I think
I
it's
don't like
disgusting.
Hennessy. I don't like Hennessy either, but I like white Hennessy.
Regular Hennessy is a little harsh. I like
regular Hennessy.
I think
Absolutely, it's
disgusting.
It's not for the faint of heart.
Yeah, I think it's.
Mm-mm.
It looks like gas, and I'm sorry.
Like it. I'm saying
Yeah.
I'm a bit of a douche guy. So.
Okay.
No, that used to. I remember when I used to, when what was the drink back then? I think it was called Thug Passion. That was Hennessy with Alizé.
Oh,
now Alizé, I'll still do any day of the week because
when I'm with the ladies, I can do some Alizé.
Okay, so you
and I don't mean random ladies. I'm talking about Miss Mocha and her friends, right?
But
just to be clear,
but when you put that together and have a couple of them, the day becomes the night becomes the next day, and it's a harsh combination. And we used to drink that hard.
I'll be right back, guys. I'm gonna go get me a drink. I got to figure out which drink I'm gonna get. I'm gonna get
that and Incredible Host.
Same thing, just different color.
Yeah,
that's what Hypnotic and Hennessy.
Hypnotic went crazy.
Hypnotic went absolutely bananas.
I was a little young for that era, but my dad owned a liquor store, so I knew what people were drinking at a very young age.
Absolutely.
and when that Hypnotic first hit the shelves, it was going like hotcakes.
And I think it was just the color.
The blue. It was just the blue.
It was just the blue. I'm like, yo, everybody's so fascinated with this damn blue, and y'all are not seeing that this blue with that gold will knock you out.
maybe. I mean, being real with you, AD, it looked like Randall was drinking Incredible Host out them Gatorade bottles during the game. That's what it looked like. He was playing like he was off his ass on some Incredible Host. Like he was shooting like he was seeing double. He was seeing 2 or 3 rims out there. That's all he was missing that bad, AD.
I'm not worried.
I think he'll figure it out.
He'll figure it out.
He'll figure it out.
He's come to that in his career.
I'd have to give him the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, because you're not a 2-time All NBA player
without talent.
And with talent with skill. So I'm not worried about Randall. And I'm not worried about regular season Randall. I'm just not.
I'm worried about the roster composition.
Yeah.
Because if we had players that just came in different sizes and shapes, it probably would have affected the outcome of the game. For the better.
Yeah.
It's just like you can withstand one of your main guys not shooting well if one of your other guys, if your other top
Mm,
gun is dropping 45. But
mm.
when you have like roster composition where you're just outsized coming down the stretch of games and players can feel comfortable taking practice jumpers over your short players. Like the reason why these teams shoot so well from three is because in this NBA, if you're lightly contested, it might as well be open. Team guys are that good at shooting now, where if you're closing out with a short guy, it's not really gonna affect the shot
Mm.
unless you're all the way up on him. Like so many times you've seen tonight, Jalen Brunson goes out to close out, they just shoot over him. You know what I'm saying? Like Hart goes to close out, they shoot over him. Like you have to be, your rotations have to be pristine and on point to affect these shooters in today's league. If you're undersized, you have to be right on top of them, like being able to strip them on the way up.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you're not going to be able to stop these guys from shooting these high percentages from three. It's like when we saw last year in the playoffs. No slight to Brunson. Brunson is the reason why we were even close in this game. But when we go around the league, teams see a particular matchup, they'll just shoot over a guy. Like it doesn't even matter that you're there.
Right.
The game has advanced so far. If you have a guy that's registered as a shooter, it doesn't matter if they're lightly contested. It might as well be an open shot.
Yeah,
And for
but
that, you need size and athleticism, and we
yes,
don't have that.
yes, that's what they're. It's a glaring problem.
AD,
Yeah,
I'm gonna ask you a question before.
Hey, well, let me just insert this thing too, though.
Okay.
I just want to add some spice to the point that was made, not to disrupt the question, but just to double down on what was said. Right. Just because you have size doesn't mean you have athleticism.
Right. It's the
Right.
combination.
Right. Right. And just because this team is short doesn't mean they're athletic, because pound for
Whew.
pound, our 6'4" and under guys, pound for pound, may be the most unathletic group in the NBA.
no,
They
that's
ain't
not
they
fair.
they I'll put it this way. They
Yeah,
ain't no Gary
No,
Payton
that's
Jr.
not fair.
yeah, that's absolutely fair. Who's athletic? Grimes.
No, that's not fair.
Who's
They're
athletic? Josh
not.
Hart.
80, I'm gonna pose
They're
this
not. They're
80,
not.
80.
Who's
They're
athletic?
not
Jalen
that.
Brunson.
Well, if you take well, because you got to add Brunson into the equation, so it drops the test score. You have to then round it on the curve. It drops the
80,
test score.
80, I'm gonna
But
ask you
you're
this
you're
question.
you're right overall with Brunson. You're right, but the others are not unathletic.
But this is the thing. When you're running a team with guys that are 6'4" and under, you can't be not unathletic. You have to be
You
in a
got to be
high
super.
tier.
Yeah, you got
Yeah.
to be the high
To
tier.
make up
Yeah,
Yeah.
and to be absolutely honest, I'm gonna ask you a question. Who on this team do you trust to catch a lob on a fast break?
not one. Mitch,
Nobody.
Mitch,
And
Mitch,
Mitch wouldn't
Mitch,
even be down there in a fast break.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's the point.
and and you know
Think about what
that's
I'm saying. Is RJ Barrett athletic?
no.
Is Hart athletic?
Yes,
The most athletic person is Dante DiVincenzo out of that group. Maybe
Mhm.
Miles McBride, but he don't get to showcase it.
he's not. He's not. No, he's a bit player in this
Right.
drama.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying ultimately is around the league, even if you compare us to Golden State, you can easily say, you know what? Steph and Clay aren't athletic. But how about Gary Payton II? Is he athletic?
Wiggins.
Very. Very.
Yeah,
Yeah, so but so if you say Grimes and Brunson aren't very athletic, right? And then you say, well, is Quickly super athletic? No.
It's
The
a
point, the
Jesus a
reason,
jitterbug.
right? Yeah, because he's a skill player.
Yeah.
He's a skill player. All the guys that we have are either hardcore defenders by nature, like that's their temperament. Hardcore defenders, whether they're great defenders or not, that's their temperament. with a little bit of skill mixed in, right? Or they're jack of all trades type guys. We don't have the explosive Zach Levine type guy,
No,
right? We don't have a Derrick Rose in his prime type guy on this roster. We just don't.
we've never really had that. Freezer. That's nothing new.
Right,
We've
right,
never really had that.
right. But what I'm saying though is and history aside, because I understand your point,
We
but
could have
history
had Derrick
aside,
Jones, Freezy. My fault.
huh?
We could have had Derrick Jones Jr.
We could have had and Kelly Oubre, bro. We could have had. Come on, man. Come on. But
Could have
the point,
signed. You could have signed Uber for nothing.
right,
Absolutely nothing. Bet me.
right,
Absolutely nothing.
right. But the point that I'm getting at, because I know Dre has a question. I'm just gonna ask Dre, just so that we can drill down on the point that was being made.
All right.
Okay.
What is the benefit of going small if you don't provide the small man's benefits
Zero.
If you're going small and you're not killing teams with spacing,
and
what is the point
speed,
of what is the
right?
point?
Because when you think small, you think speed. You don't when you think small, you don't think 3-point shooting because shooters come in all shapes. The greatest shooter I ever saw in my life was 6'9", Larry Bird.
Yeah.
Right. So you don't have to go small to be a shooter. Karl Anthony Towns is an excellent shooter at 6'11". Right. My point is, if you're going small for speed, where is the speed? My bad. BT, what's good? Drake, go ahead, man.
Good morning, guys. Good morning. Now I'm just
Peace,
listening
BT.
in. I'm
BT.
Peace,
evening.
BT.
Actually, morning. My fault. I'm just listening in because you know what's crazy. Everybody got, and they well within it, right? Everybody got their analysis, but let's just realize that it's only been like 5 or 6 games, man. Let's really.
Oh, here come Grandpa.
Nah, 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 nah,
Grandpa.
nah. Just hear me out.
Oh,
Hear
here
me
come
out.
Grandpa. Grandpa done
Nah,
got up
this
off
ain't
his rocker.
grandpa.
Exactly.
This ain't grandpa. This is what I'm trying to talk about. Like everybody right now, you guys have every reason to be within your feelings and feeling some type of way. But these
Respect,
guys,
respect.
we've always struggled in the beginning. Even last year, it was one of our players always struggled. Look at RJ last year. Look at any of our players. We always mess up in the beginning, and then we find our niche. If we don't find our niche, you guys are right. I'm just waiting till our niche comes in because our role players are playing well except for our leadership. Leadership
I,
is the only thing that's having a problem right now. And if
I,
our leadership was entwined, nobody would be saying anything.
I'm gonna say this, BT, to that point. It's not about wins and losses right now. It's just the evident flaws that will come up
Yeah.
where it's said when we don't want it to at the end of the season.
And I
When we
and
don't
I,
make moves and then if we do get into the playoffs, we just get outsized and out hustled
I agree with you. That's what I'm saying. Like I agree
and
with everything
outshot.
you guys are
Like
saying.
that's my issue. I'm not harping on that 2-4. That's whatever at this point. Like
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure we're gonna turn it around and win a lot of games. But I'm thinking about the long term, like the issues that will rear its ugly head eventually
Yes.
if we don't make a move.
And I agree with you. I was about to bring that up right now about Randall. Let's look at Randall. I'm not comparing him to, Kobe Bryant, but he comes from that old school mentality of, hey, the superstar leads, even if they're having bad games, you keep giving them the ball. You know
He
what
ain't
I'm
no
saying?
superstar. I'm gonna say that.
No, no, no.
He
Let
ain't
me
a superstar.
finish. Let me finish.
He's talking about mentality. Yeah. Good.
Mentality. I'm not saying he is. I'm saying that mentality because technically, if you look at the accolades, 2 times All Star, he's the guy. So we're supposed to be running through him like they did when he was coming up. Because if you look at, like I said, with Kobe, Kobe was the one that was like, "Hey, this is how it would be. You're a superstar. You get the ball." Now he's actually fighting against Brunson, not for position, but to show who he is. Like, hey, I'm the OG. You're the new G. You gotta follow my lead as opposed to him going with the team. That's the conflict. And plus his game is off. In his mind, he's like, I'm just having a bad game. Because there were times where you see Kobe take 20, 30 shots and he's like, bad game. I'll come back and drop 40. And he'll do it. He has that mentality, but he's not that player. That's what I'm trying to say. So we're kind of stuck in between the old school mentality mashing with the new regime. And right now it's bad for Randall because he just looks horrible. Plus, I also think that the league actually timed down everything of his spins, the way he moves. Because if you look at the ball, when he was expecting contact, he wasn't getting it, and he was moving himself further away from the ball, had to regroup, and then the defense would collapse on him. in the regrouping. Like when he's doing the post up and he try to throw his shoulder into somebody, he doesn't get that contact. His hands off the ball. Now he got to jump back to that spot. Defense comes and rushes him. So for me, a lot of things is that they're catching him. They got his timing down. They got all this down. So he's a little bit frustrated, but he has that mentality. Hey, I'm the superstar. I'm gonna work through my issues by keep shooting, by keep attacking the rim, and eventually it'll work. But it's not gonna work with this team because right now, like I said, all the support, everybody but him and Brunson are working well. You can't be doing that when your team's working well. Like he hasn't been passing the last 2 games like he did the first 4 games. He still rebounds, but it's just like, what are you doing, Randall? Like when we tied the game, why is Randall getting the ball in the post at the foul line and trying to post up?
And he got fouled on that play. I'm gonna shoot Randall some bail on that one. He did get, man. He got whacked down low. They didn't call nothing, bro. That
But
was
see,
the most ridiculous and egregious thing.
that's the thing though. We know how the league is. If you're active and you're doing it, you're gonna get your calls. If you're off, the refs are just gonna look the other way. And the fact that it's Randall, man, come on, they ain't gonna give him no call. Randall got to get blood on him or get knocked down like a tackle before they say anything. Because I remember seeing a screen that they set for old boy and he fell down and they didn't even call it. Like I'm talking about a charge screen where he's running into the screen, he got the screen and he leaned into him, boom, he goes flying. I think it was Hart. He goes flying on the floor and they didn't even call it. And I'm like, what are you guys doing? We're not gonna get calls. So for me, I just think Randall's stuck in his mind to where he's like, I'm the OG. You know what I'm saying? Like that. So we just gotta wait and see. If they don't get out there, Niche, like I said, everybody's well within their right. But for me, I'm waiting to see when we actually get out of it to see what our real potential is because it's 82 games. You're gonna have bad games. Sorry, I was ranting for 20 minutes. Y'all can jump in.
Yeah, you good, man. But I mean, like this is evident where we're gonna ramp up and pick up when the schedule gets a little bit easier, right? But this shows like our evident flaws against the top tier teams in terms of their roster composition versus ours,
Mm-hmm.
and we're gonna have a hard time against the upper echelon teams all year.
Yeah.
We're probably gonna beat up every team beyond like the top 5 teams. Like we're probably gonna clean up on a lot of teams around the league. But like the top 5 teams or top 6 teams that have
Yeah,
guys
but
that are like 6'10", 6'8",
yeah,
6'9",
Dre.
and
But
those
even
best teams.
Dre, even with that though,
Yeah.
you were right there to win the game.
Yeah, that's what I was
Yeah.
gonna say.
You
Thank
lost
you.
the game. You know what I'm
Thank you.
saying? The Knicks lost the game.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Those
They
little,
lost it
those
with
little.
their yeah.
No, that's what I'm
When,
saying. The little
when,
offense that we're having, we're still close within games to where we can win. So
when when Brunson hits that three to go up by what was it 1 or 2?
1.
Two.
Yeah.
it was one because it was
Yeah.
one.
Was it
after the
2?
one
No,
on
it was
one.
2. It was 2.
It
It
was
was 2.
two.
Because they
2,
came
right?
back down and hit a 3 and went up by 1. Yeah,
They
it was 2.
they lose it right there. What Dame comes back and hits a 3
3. Yep.
and they
But he
fall
also got fouled.
apart.
He
also
got
had a
fouled, but Brooke
3-pointer where
Lopez
he
hit the
got
3.
fouled.
But
Brooke
this is
Lopez
what
hit the 3, right?
Yeah.
this is what I mean. Like they have another gear that we can hit. So that Jalen Brunson 3 was our apex. They were like sleepwalking. Essentially,
Bro,
a
I'm
lot of the
telling you, it
game.
was weekend at Bernie's, bro. I'm telling you.
They were sleepwalking a lot of the game, and then they were like, "Oh, they're serious." So they just decided to run a dribble handoff with an MVP and a top 75 all time NBA player, and then they just ended the game right there, essentially.
Right.
Yeah, but they didn't play. You see, I get it. Defensively, they didn't play that. They didn't play that right there well.
Yes.
You understand what I'm saying? I don't care. You can't worry about the screener right there. You have to take the ball out of Dame's hands. You have to go hard double. You have to make him pass the ball.
But I'm gonna keep it real with you. That is a shot only him and like 2 other players in the
And
league.
he will make that.
Right.
So
But they had it perfect. They defended it perfectly, bro.
No,
Yeah,
I
no,
don't think
because
it was
they
perfect.
gave
Yeah, they
him
did.
room.
Yeah,
They
they did.
gave him room to. They gave him room to
No,
to
AD,
catch, cock, fire, bam.
AD, but Randall and Grimes contested him. One contested from the front and one contested from the side.
I'll
He
say this. I'll
he
say
just
this.
hit. Hold on, Dre. He just hit a great shot, bro.
I'm gonna say this.
We just
Even
got
if
to give.
they,
We just got to give great players credit for making great plays.
No, I'll give him the credit.
Some players just can't. The difference between Julius Randle and say Luka Doncic is Luka Doncic can perform at that high level all the time, and Randle can perform at that level sometimes. You know what I'm saying? Man, they to me they defended that play perfect without fouling. Right? There's only so far you can go without getting in that man's landing area,
and
and
listen,
they did that, and he just hit the shot. You got to tip your cap and just be like, hey man, you just hit your. Now it's our turn to go back down and score on the other end, and we didn't.
but this is the point about that play, that dribble handle. Even if you were to press him, he's just gonna hit that little bounce pass right to Giannis, and Giannis is
Make
going
the
downhill.
pass. Who do you? You're up two.
Oh, wait, hold on.
You're up two. You want to be down one. You want to be down. You want to be down one or tied.
I'm gonna say
No,
this.
AD,
Hold on.
That's
Even
not quality basketball, bro. What you want to do is have a shorter offensive player shoot over the top of a longer defender from 26 feet and get the rebound and go back the other way. You don't want him to make that pass.
You rather Dame taking that shot instead of Giannis?
No,
Giannis will get that ball in a short roll and posterize whoever's underneath the rim, or if there's help coming that's really high, he's gonna hit Brook Lopez for an open shot in the corner.
bro, it's in basketball sense. A 6'2" guard being contested on the side by a 6'4" guard and in front of his face by a 6'9" power forward. He has to shoot over the top of all of that from 26 feet.
But we're acting like that's not something normally
He does.
for him.
He breaks
We're acting
convention.
like he doesn't do that. Like Paul George is probably the best wing defender of his era.
Right. Okay.
He still has nightmares from what he did to him from 50 feet.
Bro, but it's called basketball, bro. You have to make these guys make the tough plays, bro.
That's what I'm saying.
And he made a tough play.
Him. I give him the credit. I just don't think they made it tough enough for him in that position. That's it.
If he had missed and we had got that long rebound, you'd have been like, you know what? That was the play right there. We should have made him shoot over the top of that.
Actually, the play that I didn't like was the play of the fact that Dame looked like a good defender when he blocked Brunson from behind. The way that they're making Dame look in this game was like as if he actually can play defense. Like we were very easily.
He used to be a solid defender. He just gave up on it to be a scorer.
No, I'm just saying, like, the fact that Brunson didn't see that he had over the top. Like, I saw it as he was cutting. Like, what is he doing? Why isn't he passing it out? But he took it amongst himself just to go straight up and got Dame to get the block. And then they started doing their run to where they ended up coming back and they actually took the lead. That's what I'm talking about. Like, we just get relaxed sometimes when we get into a lead or when certain things go our way, we just get comfortable. We need to get out of it.
When things break down, we don't really run sets at the end of games. It's
That's
just your turn, my turn.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like we just, all right, you got that one. We're gonna hope you miss it the next time around.
I think the point that y'all are making is, they have a Damian Lillard and we don't. That's what it sounds like in my ears.
No. It's not that. What I'm saying is we as the Knicks sometimes when we get
I agree with you, Freezie.
Or no, you're right. Of course you are. But what I'm saying is sometimes when we get
wait. Am I so what am I? Okay.
No, I'm saying your point is right, but that's not the point I was making. The point.
No, it's not my point. No, what I'm saying is I think what it sounds like you're saying to me is that they have a Damian Lillard and we don't. You know what I'm saying? Okay, I'm not making that point. That was never my point. My point was a good basketball play there is a smaller offensive player shooting over a taller defender from 27 feet. You got to live with that. If he makes that shot, just live with it, man. Move on.
No, I wasn't
It
talking about. I was talking about when we were down by one and we had Brunson drive with the ball and he got beat on the play and Dame blocked him from behind and then they ended up going up by 3. That's what I was talking about after that play where Dame makes the shot and they're up by 1. I'm talking about the next play on defense. We got too comfortable thinking that hey, we got time on the clock. We're gonna go ahead and just run this play. And then Brunson, when the offense broke down, Brunson just went straight to the rim and not even looking over his shoulder to see where Dame is, allowing
right,
Dame to get the block over the back. That's what I'm talking about where we get relaxed for on defense and an offense. Once we see how much time we have, you can see it in our eyes like, okay, we could ease up a little bit and just run the play as
right.
opposed to keeping with the aggression or as opposed to keeping up with the defense. Like we even do it on defense because after they block, you saw everybody stand up straight and just
Wait,
wait till they got
so
the ball.
BT, who blocked Jalen Brunson?
It was Dame. Dame,
That's
he got
so that was the point that I'm making. They have a
nah,
Dame and we don't. That's what I'm hearing.
okay.
That can't be what
Am I
you're hearing.
wrong?
No,
No, no,
that
no, no.
that that can't be
Somebody,
what you're hearing.
All I was
huh?
trying to say with Dame is that they made him look like a defender by being relaxed. They allowed Dame to look like, oh, Dame can play defense when he's not that type of a player.
Well, AD, help me with it. If I'm wrong, help me with it. I'm not trying to be like I'm not
No,
trying
you're
to
not wrong.
force people to understand my point. What I'm
No,
saying
you
is,
are. No, you're being
It's just no, we have two
you're
separate
being
points and
freezy.
both can be true. I agree with you. They have a
because I
Dame
don't
who,
think Damian Lillard is a defender.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. So he looked like a defender on that play where he comes over the top, helps out because we got comfortable, and that's on us. That's what I'm trying to say. That's not how you play basketball. That's why we lost that game. Because even though it was tight, we keep being relaxed for even on offense and defense. That's all. Like I said, two things can't be true. You were right and I'm right. You brought up another point within my point. That's why you Uncle Freezie. You like,
I
you know
just
what I'm saying? You like Dr. Dre. You find the beat within the beat. So it's all good, man.
I don't yeah.
Mhm.
Or you not
Mhm.
understanding what I'm saying? All I'm saying is we make people look better than they really are because we relax on both offense and defense once we get within a certain type of scoring. When we're down by 1 or up by 2, we relax to where
Right.
we make their team look better and they can come
Okay.
back.
All right.
Sorry.
Okay. No, ain't not.
I understand what he's trying to say. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just yeah. I'm sounds like we blaming the front office.
Now I'm blaming the players. Like everything that I talk about is on the players. They're the ones playing. Everybody.
The players can only do what they physically can do, bro. Like if it's not under their job description to do particular things that are needed to win at this level against good teams, then it's on the front office for bringing these guys together.
I actually
Right.
think you know what. If matter of fact, since you brought that up, on, I think you're absolutely right because when I'm looking at this game, and I'm seeing how we're playing exactly to me, from what I see, is similar to how we played last year. It's just we're getting the passes off a lot quicker as opposed to it actually being like a setup. Because if you look, once we get half court, after like 3 seconds, 4 seconds, if the ball ain't moving, we already go back into what we did last year, where it's not ISO heavy, but we try to create a play and then it becomes ISO ball. So for me, I just think that the passes are still the same. They're just getting off faster, as well as the rebounding and everything. Everything is the same, but it's just our superstars ain't adding up. So in a way, I think you guys are right. It might be the front office because the players aren't taking responsibility to be better. They're just comfortable thinking that, hey, we'll figure it out. No, you need to get your head out your butts and start playing. Because these games are the games that you could be like last year. Oh, we lost to Washington by 2 points when we could have won that game, and now we're out of the playoffs. So for me, I think you guys are right. It is the front office because the plays and the way we are playing this year is exactly like last year. It's just Randall and Brunson are having problems.
Uh, yeah. I mean, I'm a, I'm a, I'm gonna make it a little bit simpler. I don't think this collection of talent put together can really be a threat to anyone, and this front office is just biding their time, waiting for this mythical perfect star to fall in their lap instead of just pulling the trigger and then figuring it out later. It's We're essentially running it back just with Dante taking Obi's minutes, and so a lot of the same flaws we saw last year, we're going to see this year. That's just that's just by the product of what we have.
Okay.
And we can see individual growth between young players. Like we've seen some a little bit between Quickly. We saw some between Grimes tonight. We saw some between RJ. But if they're not on the court, there's only so much they can do when BT. There's only
Yeah,
so much they could do. There's only so much you could do when you're benching Quickly for guys that have already topped out as to who they are and what they are in this league. So it's kind of just like you're gonna run into the same pitfalls.
Right. Right. Yeah, man.
Sorry, I had to reset.
You
I think
good,
you
man?
still got some crackly thing going on, BT. Is it a headphone thing?
Nah, I just turned them off, so it should be good. We're good now.
Oh yeah. Hey,
You clear?
you sound crystal clear, bro.
My
I
fault.
think.
My fault, Dre, for being rude.
You good, man?
No,
You
no,
good?
no. AD, what do we do from here, bro?
We just keep going at it. The season is still early. I see what Dre's talking about. Because I'm watching. I just finished watching the end of the game here,
Right.
and just no cohesion on offense, especially down the stretch. They lose it. They lose it more than anything else. Playing, the your turn, my turn. No plays. Plus with the roster construction.
Right.
You got to think that the coach will get it to at least the level it was last year. You have essentially the same cast of characters.
Yeah.
Right.
I think we can get to the same level of competency. It's just
But that's not good enough.
No, it's
no,
not.
it's not good enough when the top
That's
of the
just what it is.
better.
It's just not good enough. When everyone else, I hate to keep saying Boston, but damn, even if it don't work out, like you can't as a fan, you can't be mad at that.
Right.
If it was the '90s, like or the '80s, teams run it back all the time, but that's not the approach no more. Like it like you saw how the Utah Jazz ran back the same lineups essentially for like 15 years, just plug and
Right.
play different guys that do the same things.
Because they had two Hall of
Right,
Fame caliber pillars,
right,
right? But they swapped out
But they kept
Antoine Call for Tyrone Corbin. They,
swapping out the same guy essentially for the same guy.
yeah. And they got to a
and
point where they had instead of having Tyrone Corbin, they had Shandon Anderson.
Yeah,
And yeah. So yeah.
they could
and it,
never get that, and I don't want to take the responsibility off of the star player because in the very end, their star players just wasn't as good as Chicago's star players.
Yeah.
for sure.
When
And
it
Chicago
came
had
when
referees
it
on their
came
side
down
too.
to it.
But there was 15 other years where they had opportunities to go far in the
No,
playoffs.
Utah. Look, I don't even have to ask. If you take a look of Utah's record from the playoffs from now into somewhere in like the early '80s,
Yeah.
they've been to the playoffs like 80% of the times.
Yeah. And it would have been 90, 95% if it wasn't for this recent stretch.
Yeah. Oh,
You know what I'm saying?
they always go to the playoffs since
And the
I was in
Phoenix
high school.
and the Phoenix Suns also.
But you
The
know
Phe-
what though?
the Phoenix Suns, the Utah
But
Jazz stayed in the
But
playoffs.
there's a difference though.
But being
You can,
content is where you hit the pitfalls and you never get over the hump. Like the Celtics and like these other teams, they're not gonna just
But
rest
Dre,
on their
there's a
laurels.
different level of content. See, their content was not we're content at being playoff players. Their content was we understand that it's hard finding a player better than Karl Malone. So we'll keep Karl Malone and John Stockton together and build around them. That was their contention. The New York Knicks contention is, hey man, If we don't sell out tonight, Billy Joel will be in here
Yeah.
tomorrow.
That's what I was gonna say. I was gonna say if you
That's
look
in
at it,
Knicks contention.
yeah,
Bro,
No, no,
they
that's
no.
what
I
retired
wasn't,
Billy
but I
Joel's
wasn't.
number, bro.
I
Billy
wasn't even
Joel
comparing them to the
started
Knicks.
what?
Freezy, I wasn't even comparing them to the Knicks. I was comparing them to the Celtics, where the Celtics just went to the finals and they were in a conference finals and they stay in the conference finals. But they're like, yo, even though we know we're gonna be a lock to be damn near in the finals, we need to go punch above
It's
our weight.
championship or bust for
what
them.
what
Right. We need to
what
switch it up. We need to switch up. We need to get rid of long-time Celtics that are apparently the heart and soul because we need to have a different identity. We need something else here.
You know what
Dre,
I would have done,
remember?
Dre? You know what I would have done?
Yeah.
I would have been very interested in a Marcus Smart to the Knicks type trade. When
Nah.
Marcus Smart clearly was gone, remember? Well, we knew at the end of the season, you knew Marcus Smart was gone, bro.
I didn't know
Right?
that.
Because there was like camps. There was like the Tatum camp. Tatum is the future. There's this Jaylen Brown. You know what I'm saying? I'm disrespected. I'm underrated. Jaylen Brown camp. And then there's a Marcus Smart rallying the rest of the guys camp.
What
Right? And that guy never wins ever.
what
Mhm.
what I was gonna say, Dre, was remember when we first started talking and I told you about like how you thought about like just making it to the playoffs and we have a better chance of getting at the championships once we're consecutively in the playoffs. That's where the mentality of the Knicks are right now. The problem is we're always a year or two behind. And the
Right.
problem is if you look at how we're playing now, this is how our second team should have been playing last year as opposed to this year, which shows that the system is working with our young guys, which means they're growing. Problem is the guys who are supposed to take leads and make adjustments, like Randall. Because remember, after he got his first All Star, everybody started doing the double teams, and he was struggling the next year. And then it wasn't up until we get Brunson where he goes back into where he's more comfortable. Now they making their adjustments. It's the same thing that's happening, but it's not just him; it's also Brunson. So our two-headed defenders, I mean our two-headed offense that we now created is being attacked, and we don't know what to do because everybody else is doing their job. I
I don't
still have
think I don't think I don't think Randall's being attacked any differently. He's just missing
No,
no,
shots.
no.
he's
What I'm
just
saying
missing.
is he's having the same woes. Like it's, I don't know. He's not getting attacked differently. You're right, but
And he's
it's
taking more shots per game than he took last year.
exactly that's what I'm saying. Like it's him. Like he's something is going
Well,
on to
well,
where
he has to take more shots because he's not getting his production. If he was getting his normal production, his shot attempts would probably be down for you.
no
Right. Yeah.
that if he was making his shots, that's yeah, that's what I'm saying. So in his mind, it's like he's repeating something that already happened. That's what I'm saying. Like he's not there. He's not following something because he's thinking about something else. But when you look at everything that they're doing together, Knicks are always going to be an organization thus far
That
from
is it.
our
That
past
is
history. We are
that is it.
behind. We try to catch up, like we do these quick trades, try to make something happen. And it only works for 6 months or maybe half the season. Like anything crazy. You can say Linsanity, anything you bring up in the past, that's what we did. We tried to fix it now and put a band-aid on an open chest wound. It's not going to work. Honestly, to tell you the truth, right now, the way I see it after these games, it could change later on. I just feel that we need to get rid of, and I hate to say this, Randall, Brunson, like all the superstars, and just build young and start over where it's just our young guys that we created. Because now I'm telling you, the reason why I'm saying this is because if you look at it, if you look at this is what you're gonna get from Randall
What
off of
is this man drinking,
no,
Freezy?
I'm not drinking anything. Listen to what I'm saying. It's simple. If we're gonna get this type of person off of these last few games, like I said, just off of these games, not predicting into the future. But if this continues, Randall's game is not gonna be helpful to us at all. So why should we keep him when we could actually use that money for something else? And the whole Brunson thing, for me, I thought Brunson was a facilitator, not a scoring guard. And for me, I don't care what anyone says, we need a facilitator. Any team you look at has a facilitator. Even in Denver, Denver has two of them, in Jokic and in Murray, and also some of their players can also play. We don't have that. We don't have any type of facilitation. We haven't had that in years. That's why when Lynn Sanity went off,
But that's not
everybody was
our
happy.
but our offense is not predicated on that though.
It's by
But see that
committee. We
that's
do
what
it
I'm
by
saying. Why
committee.
we're
And
late,
which
we're always behind. This is
I'm saying,
us being behind.
hold on, BT. I'm saying
every team has an offensive system and philosophy. Our philosophy is one that we are gonna not take risk and gamble, make long passes because we don't want to turn the ball over. We want high field goal attempts and low turnovers, right? So we'll ISO a lot, right? But we will also grab a rebound and get out in transition. That's why it's incumbent upon everybody in the starting lineup to grab a rebound and push against a defense that's not set. That's why, for the most part, every team that we played this season, we've shot at least 10 more shots per game than them because we know we don't have a Kevin Johnson 20 and 10 type point guard. We don't have a Tim Hardaway, and we don't want that. We want everybody touching it for the most. In theory, everybody touching it, touching the ball, right, and get up a high volume shots and crash the glass. That's what we do.
Okay, but
That was
what?
yeah. So when you look at everybody else's offense, teams are going to run the same sets, but they're not going to have the same philosophy. It's like with humans, all humans are going to wear clothing, right? But all humans are not going to dress alike. You know what I'm saying? That's what when Knicks fans say stuff like that, BT included, because he just said it. Y'all heard him. Knicks fans assume that
damn, just
one
throwing me under the
style
bus.
fits all. I'm not the you, bro. You said it. You said you thought
I'm
Brunson was a
Yeah, but
facilitator.
maybe
He's not.
but wait, hold on. Maybe they didn't say it like that. They didn't see
I'm
it like that.
hold on. Our philosophy is
Ugh.
the way you see us play. We do it by committee. We do playmaking by committee, and
Yes.
the committee is four players. It's IQ, it's Brunson, it's RJ, and it's Randall. It's four guys that generally get, I want to say, 90% of the assists on this team.
Right.
And when you take out a key cog that gets like opportunities for other guys on this team, like for instance, Mitchell Robinson has no points tonight, and he would probably get minimum four from RJ giving him lobs
Right.
or rim pressure.
Offensive
And
putbacks.
yeah, like when you're missing that part, it's literally just removing an entire section of our offense, and then we become more predictable, which is why we revert to straight isolation play after we keep removing parts, or we remove parts, or we make IQ play like 22 minutes.
Right.
Then it becomes the Randall and Brunson show, even more so, because
Right.
then we have multiple guys out there that don't want to initiate, that don't want any parts of the ball unless it's on their terms, unless it's a
Right.
catch and shoot from Grimes. That's the only time he really wants the ball.
Right.
Unless it's a rebound from Hart. That's the only time he wants the ball.
Or that curl from the corner.
Yeah.
Grimes will curl from that corner and look for the outlet at the top of the key. If I see Grimes do that one more time, that just throw that pass back out to the top of the key, I don't want it. If I see
But
him do that one more time, I
He
swear
catches
I'm
it,
gonna.
and when he could face up and go downhill and do something with it, but he's like, "Oh, I don't like this look." So you
Right.
get it back after you
okay,
just pass it to me. That's the new fake weave for you. That's the new
Right.
fake
And
weave.
salute to
That
Gregory
we don't
Castillo too.
we don't even run the weave
I
anymore.
can't wait for the Knicks to get their hands on Gregory Castillo Spurs. I can't wait for that game next week. I think Randall gonna dunk
Yo,
on
I
Wemby at
saw
least
can I
one
just say
yo,
time.
I
something real quick?
saw Wembayana tonight. I mean the other night. He made
He
KD.
trash.
He made
Can I just say
KD.
something real quick to your point?
He
He
made
is stiff.
KD look like an old man.
He is stiff, bro. He is
Um,
stiff.
You
Freezy,
are
this,
bugging.
um,
You are bugging out.
Freezy, I told you Wemby's coming. Only thing
hold
stopping
on.
him from finishing top 10 all time is injury. That's it. That's the
Before
only thing stopping
Man,
him.
he all right.
He
before
dropped
we
38 in
transition to that,
game five, Freezy. Game
He all
five.
right, bro. Okay.
can I
He
just
all
say
right.
Mm.
something? Can I say something real quick about
Go ahead.
what you said with the transition and passing the ball to the extra person? I don't really agree with that because let's be real. When we're doing our transition and we're coming down court, and it's the second it's 1-on-3, meaning that like we're coming down and there's a defender in the lane and there's a defender on the man with the ball and the guy's trailing at the 3-point line. We wait for the rest of the team as opposed to attacking the basket. Or you could even look at it when we kick it back out. When we kick it back out, we have a problem where Vincenzo is making an extra pass. He's a better shooter. He's wide open, passing it to Hart, who's getting the trail defender who's going to come out and contest his shot. When he
Is
could
that
have
not
took
what he's
that
supposed to
shot.
do?
No,
That's
he
what he's
could have
supposed
took
to
the shot.
do.
No. What I'm saying is when they kicked it
Right.
out to him, he was
BT,
wide open.
you just said 1-on-3, right? You did say 1-on-3,
No,
right?
no, no. I said, yeah, but when I said with DiVincenzo, though, when DiVincenzo got the ball after Mitchell kicked it out, he kicked it out to DiVincenzo. DiVincenzo was wide open. He then passes it to Hart. Hart then has the contested defender come up and contest his shot, and he missed the three. That's what I'm talking about. He should have took the open shot because he's wide open. Even though that trail defender was going to go out and contest Hart, he should have took the shot because he's a better shooter. So most of our transition points, when we come down off of a fast break, we slow it down to where we set into our half-court offense a lot of times, as opposed to attacking the rim, unless it's RJ or Quickly. That's what I've been noticing. Those two guys are the only ones that are attacking on fast breaks. When we're on a fast break, whoever has that ball and it's 1-on-3, attack the basket because you're going to get the foul. That's what I'm saying, but they don't. They
No,
stop and they draw
man.
back.
No, BT. That's not fundamental basketball. In a 1-on-3,
You
you
want
never
you
attack
want you
the
want
basket.
somebody to run up in a 1-on-3 and the hope the referee,
Okay.
yo,
And hope he
yo,
No,
throws
no,
it
no, no,
away.
no, no.
Brunson
See,
can't get a call down the
1-on-3.
stretch of a game, getting lummoxed in the back of his head on one guy, but yet he's gonna get on 1-on-3.
Yeah,
I
this is.
saw Sean, my man Sean Jackson did that in the homecoming game our senior year. Right? Sean Jackson did that because as seniors, you know how seniors in high school, you know what I'm saying, you want to have your career moment, right? Yeah, anybody in here that ever played high school basketball, you know how you want to have your career moment against somebody. And so we were playing a team,
You want to
and
go out like
Sean,
Al Bundy and
yeah,
Kokai?
yes, Sean Jackson gets a tip ball, and three guys get back, right? And Sean Jackson sees the short guy in the lane going to get setting up for the charge, and Sean Jackson takes off from right underneath the free throw line to dunk. And hey, did you ever see somebody miss a hard dunk and go off the back iron and it bounced back over everybody's head? Man,
They come off like cannonball.
Yes, man, Coach Pete call a timeout and snatch Sean out of the game, and he played no more in a homecoming game.
Oh my God, the
For the
homecoming.
rest of the homecoming game, bro. He was a senior.
Yo,
right?
but
certain things
if he
in
made that
basketball you don't do in a
but what if he
1-on-3.
made that
Okay.
though?
But
On a
BT,
1-on-3.
But what if he made that though?
It would have been career defining, bro.
Let me explain the play.
It would have been
explain
career
the play I'm talking
defining.
about. Let me explain the play I'm talking about because you guys, I'm not saying three defenders are directly in front of him. What I'm saying is when a ball crosses half court, there's a defender on the on ball.
BT, it's easy to BT. Are there three defenders? If there are three defenders and he has the ball, that's it for that. Period.
No, it's not.
Yeah,
because
you
I'm
do
about
realize
to.
that.
Oh my God!
Okay,
That's
let me
three
explain the play.
thirds
Let me
of-
explain the play.
I
that's
played
3/3 of
basketball
one
at a high
team.
level, bro. I've been coached by guys that are in Hall of Fame. Bro, I was coached by Bobby Hurley Sr. in Jersey City.
Okay, I understand that, but
This dude made me run laps for doing
let me make the point.
1-on-2s.
And
You're telling me a 1-on-3?
You're not letting me explain. Let me explain. Let me explain what I'm talking about with the play. The play I'm talking about is the ball comes over half court. The man with the ball is on the elbow. He has his primary defender on him, and then he has probably the power forward or let's say the center down at the basket. Then on that left side, while he's on the elbow, the defender that's trailing is at the top of the key 3-point range. He has enough space to break down one defender to get to the basket and only have to work about that center because he still has the whole right side of the court as well as that. No, we would draw back and wait for everyone to come down court. That's what I'm saying. Attack the basket right there because you have the guy who there's 3-on-1, but you have the defense in the L shape and you have the angle to get to the basket to where you're going to have to beat two guys. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about where all three guys are set up to where it's a double team and one guy's there. No,
Bro,
when the ball's coming down,
hold
you see it as it's coming down.
Hold on, BT. I think you're just trying to describe a driving kick at its most basic form. But the
Yes.
problem is, when you're talking about that, you need athletes to do that. You can't just be trying to win a one-on-one and beat somebody to the rim, and then with the help coming over, we don't got Zion on this team, bro. Like
You don't think?
or
Okay,
Mike Jordan.
but RJ does it. RJ has been doing it thus far.
RJ
Like I see
usually, but
RJ.
RJ doesn't do that well. When RJ attacks in transition, it's usually a one-on-one where he knows there's no help. When he
Right.
attacks like that in half court, it's to get a miss so Mitch can clean up. That's it. Or he'll throw a lob to Mitch, or he'll do a driving kick. It's like one of three options. But if you're just attacking to attack and you don't have the necessary like physical ability to provide the rim pressure or to be a threat, like for instance, the thing that you're describing is something that Dante tries to do or he tried to do tonight, and he tried to do a reverse dunk on Brooke Lopez, and
Did
you
you?
saw how that turned out.
Okay. Did you see how
It's
many? I was just about to say. Did you see how many dunks Brooke Lopez is catching bodies tonight?
Yes.
Imagine you trying that strategy against Wembyana
But
in
see,
first.
y'all guys are comparing this with like the best defenders or the tallest guy. Like you can't compare every
No,
scenario
what
like
you're
that.
not seeing. No, here's what you're not seeing, BT. Okay, the Knicks play 3/3 of their guys are 6'4" and under.
even if you're going against a league.
When they take Randall out, they're even smaller.
They're even smaller.
That's absolutely madness. You're running into trees.
Right.
Yes, to get the calls. That's the whole purpose of the
But we
game.
not
Y'all
hold on,
gotta
The
hold
Knicks
on, hold
don't
on.
get
It's a
calls.
part.
It's
But that's the
it's
thing.
hard.
When
It's
you're
harder for
attacking,
you.
all I'm gonna
BT,
say is this: when you're
okay, go
attacking
ahead.
it enough, eventually they're gonna start giving you the calls and be like, "Yeah, they're getting fouled." They start to
B,
see more because then they start to regulate and go, "Yo, they're driving a lot. They're getting a lot of contact. We have to start calling these calls."
B,
So once you start doing that, we don't get the calls because we don't do it enough. For example, you see LeBron James drive once, he's like, "Yo, what's going on? How come I'm not getting my call?" The
he's
next time
six
he goes,
nine, 250,
let me
bro.
finish though. But what I'm saying is his
Did you just say
consistency
LeBron
of
James? Did you
I
just say
was just
LeBron
yeah, I
James?
know I should have never said that. My fault. But all I'm
Okay.
trying to say is you attacking the basket after time, you attacking the basket, the refs are gonna start to see you get contact more. Once you start getting your calls, then you start to go, okay, now you have that to your advantage. As the Knicks, we really don't do it like that. We probably set up, and then when we're done setting up, we get our plays, and every now and then we do drive to the basket with less contact. But if we're pushing the ball, doing more aggressive play, we're gonna get those calls because now they're seeing more of those than us pulling up
I'm
jump
gonna
shots.
stop you right there, BT. Hold on. The things that you're asking of these guys are not in their job description. They are not slashers.
Right.
Like, and to be absolutely honest, you could go against league average and below league average rim protectors. With these guys, they're not going to get those calls
They're
because
not
they're
going to get
so
those
much
calls.
smaller. They're not athletic. They're not going to get close enough to even get to the rim. They don't even have the explosion to do these things that you're asking them to do. Like they
Right.
don't have the explosion to blow by the first man to even get up in the chest of a rim protector. Like when they're trying to dribble and drive, bro, they have their defender on their hip, so they're not even going to get the explosion to get up off the ground
First of all,
to
they
draw a
dribbling with
foul.
their head down because they're not used to it. Right?
They're just not those guys.
Yeah,
Like
bro. Yeah, bro. I think
there's
we
a reason.
asking BT. I think you're asking too much. Now, if you said something like in a 1-on-3, they slowed it up and pulled it back so that we can get into a set offense, I'd have been with you. But every coach that I had on every level, bro, if you attack a 1-on-3 on a fast break, the coach is gonna pull you out of the game and sit you. That is a terrible fundamental
Yeah,
rule. You can't
you
break. You
better
can't
be
break.
athletically superior.
You just can't.
Only
Certain
Giannis
rules
gets
you just
that.
can't break them, bro.
You just can't.
because if you do it and you
Madness.
fail at it, you getting benched.
Because think, bro.
You're getting benched. You're getting pulled out the game. You do
Sean,
it
I saw
twice. You
So
do
what
twice.
y'all
You
are
get pulled out the
telling
game.
me is
AD, and I saw Sean Jackson in the grocery store the other day with his grandbaby. I swear, bro. I saw him in Food Lion the other day with his grandbaby. I think the grandbaby like 6 years old, bro. When I
When he's in
saw him,
it.
when I saw him, I was like, yo, I'm saying, we in the produce part, we looking at fruit and all that stuff, man. And Mocha over there looking at flowers, of course. You know what I'm saying? And he like, yo, Uncle Freezie, what's good? First, hey man, you got life insurance. You know me. You're right. So
Don't
he,
wait for that
yeah,
final day.
so he's like, yo, you gonna play in the fundraiser in January. No, I ain't playing no fun. So we have an autism fundraiser in January every year where like the legends of the high school come back and play against the team across town. Right. And to raise money or whatever. Companies come, Dre, them big check placards, like
Yeah.
such and such a donate like $300, and they'll put it like on the big check placard, and they walk out there with the check and all of that. And so I'm like, Sean, you remember that time? He like, man, y'all ain't gonna never let me live that down. Right. Because he tried to dunk on an entire village on homecoming. Bro, we ain't gonna never.
But you remember it though.
Yeah.
35 years later, you still remember it.
Right.
Yeah, but if he made that dunk, y'all would be talking about he's a high school legend. He's legendary.
And that's what he says. But if I had made it though.
But if I
exactly,
made it,
yeah,
like,
that's what I'm saying.
That's the greatest dunk. But see, the attempt is what I'm saying. We don't have those attempts.
We don't have, but we don't have those attempts because they don't have the physical capability.
Okay, so you're telling me Brunson? You telling me when Brunson does his Brunson burner, he doesn't have the ability to drive to the basket and take it to the rim with his legs?
There's a reason why Brunson shoots a floater at the rim. The thing you're asking him to do is to attack the rim with reckless abandon on top of somebody. There's a reason why when Brunson attacks the rim, he gets a call. It's because he's doing. Hold on. The reason why he gets a call attacking the rim is because he does the rip through. It's never him actually being at the rim getting a layup up.
Right.
Because he can't get up there against a rim protector. He just doesn't have the
parts
physical capability.
The parts of that I think we miss is Brunson is never attacking the rim. He's always attacking his man. Right? Because if you're attacking the rim, that means either you're close by it in close vicinity or you're jumping over everybody. Nah, he
can't do that.
Yes.
Nah, he doing that.
He can't do that.
He not doing that. He putting the ball. He is getting into a move and then attacking his man.
He's ripping through
to get a shot up.
He's ripping through. He's doing pump fakes, head fakes, pivots.
That is not sustainable. You want this man to take even more punishment.
Right.
You want him to get to the playoffs even more hurt than he was last year.
So you're telling me him playing a role that's going to contribute to his game to make him better is going to be a problem?
That's not going to make him better.
I'm talking about the 1-on-3. I'm talking about the 1-on-3 thing. That's what I'm talking about.
That would break him down. He's 5'11" and about maybe 205 pounds. By the end of the year, that's going to break him down.
Yeah.
No,
and I saw Sean Jackson. He's still in excellent shape too. By the way, he still looks like he can play
because he stopped playing basketball.
All I'm trying to say is this.
Right.
Brunson has. Look, all I'm trying to say is this: Brunson has the ability to get to the rack when he does his thing. What I'm simply saying is use that to the advantage when you have a 1-on-3, because most likely your defense is going to come back and help you. I mean, your players are going to come back and help you. So yeah, it may start off as 1-on-3, but by the time you get to the rack, it'll be probably, let's say, 3-on-3, or it'll be even 3-on-4. But you'll have help coming back trailing because Mitchell Robinson is always going to grab the offensive board.
Oh, so he's going to stop. So he's going to stop, pivot, turn. Wait for the guys to come back.
No. When he catches that ball,
like 1, 2, 3,
catches, spins, pivots, and then goes to the rack.
But this is the thing.
Rack and pulls up a jump shot, and then boom, now he get that defender out. You know what it is? It's because when I see basketball, I see opportunities of when you can get to the rim. Yes, it's very improbable, and 99% of the people in the world agree with you guys that 3-on-1 is stupid. Even I do sometimes.
No, what I'm saying is 1-on-3, not 3-on-1.
No, that's
1-on-1.
1-on-3. 1-on-3. I agree with you that's really retarded, but sometimes you have to take that advantage because if you're coming down on a fast break and they see, they're attacking the rim on fast breaks, they're going to start going and start leaking more offense and start pulling out their guys to try to get back on defense, knowing that you're getting quick points.
And as soon as
back
Tibbs
there.
snatch him out the game and don't play him for 8 games, people are gonna be like, Tibbs be ruining that man confidence. Nah.
But this is
If you're 1-on-3, hold on. If you're 1-on-3, hello, you already back on defense. 3 of your guys are already back on defense. It's your guys who are not back on offense.
Team. I was talking about the offensive team that's going back on defense.
If
When
you're
it's 3-on-1, they're going to start trailing even more because
if
they
it's
notice that.
If it's 1-on-3, chances are you probably got someone open for a jump shot.
In a 1-on-3, there is nobody, because if somebody else was back, the one person is you.
It's you.
That's what I said.
Because if somebody was down there with you, then it'd be a 2-on-3.
It'd be a 2-on-3.
But this is the thing. Like when you're trying to say attack a 1-on-3 in the NBA, unless you're putting up a real shot, the refs will see you're trying to just bait a foul call or just throw up some nonsense, and they're not gonna call it.
And don't they have flopping rules nowadays? Don't they have flopping rules now?
Okay, they got that flop rule now.
You got to be able to put up a legitimate shot, and there's only but 2 guys or 3 guys in the league that can beat one man and go over the top of help defense.
And it depends on what type defenders. Because I saw Giannis.
If it's Jaren Jackson coming from the weak side, no.
But what I'm saying is I saw Giannis pull it back and set it up when AD and LeBron was back, right? In a 1-on-2, right?
So even if you notorious for going through people, but if he sees size, he's not gonna do that.
Yeah, if Josh Hart quickly and Grimes are back, he may try it, right? But it's still not a smart basketball play.
Because there's just more opportunities for a charge to get drawn.
Right.
You to get stripped, you to get fouled
or
really hard.
An injury.
Yeah.
Right. As Kristaps Porzingis, what it's like to dunk on a crowd, right? To attack a crowd, and then your career be derailed now your career derailed forever.
And Giannis let him know. Giannis was the reason. And Giannis himself wouldn't even attack that.
Yep. Yeah. As Porzingis will tell you, Porzingis did it, and he was on the ground grabbing his knee down in the camera section, and the Knicks' history was derailed in that moment.
Oh, okay. Like I said, I see something different, and most of the time, my points never really link up with people. All I'm saying is we really need to be more aggressive. That's it.
Usually when a guy does that, it's like a probing way, like a Steve Nash type thing, where he's dribbling with his head up, but he's never actually putting up a shot.
He's not attacking the basket, right?
He's just probing to see if you can get a mismatch or a
confusion. Or he's trying to collapse all 3 of y'all down there so he can circle back around, pull it out. And hit a trailer for 3 like a Shane Battier.
But even that is a play that is a lot better than just standing there waiting. That's actually a good play, because if you're doing that and
they're not setting up, that's the problem. See, here's part what you're missing here. Okay, for example,
you got someone on in the background.
Josh Hart when he gets the ball. And he'll do that one-on what you're talking about, especially if he sees a clear path. A good team, after a while, they know that's what you're going to try and do. They stop that. See Miami in the playoffs.
See what teams are doing to him right now. The book is out on him
because they see that. Well, you know what? It's not a bad thing, because his aggressiveness is not being halted necessarily. It's just that defensively, it's not as easy,
right?
Because they see his tendency. He's looking to be aggressive coming across. They're not gonna just let you just be aggressive. But 1-on-3
is Come on, bro.
Look, like I said, I look at it as them attacking the basket and being aggressive. Yes, 1-on-3 is crazy, but we need something, because at this point, to be honest with you, What we have here is a
We
lack
need
of communication.
RJ. That's what we
No,
need.
no. It's not just
How
one. You
about
can't put it on
how
one
can we
player.
just go? Can we just get some 6'8" athletic wings?
No, you can't. There's no way we could do that. Because if that's the case, I'm telling you, I want Alex Caruso if we're gonna be doing this.
Alex Caruso.
I
What do you
want
mean we
his
can't?
defense.
Wait, hold on,
I
hold
You
on.
think.
want
So
you want to
BT,
get
what do you
even
mean?
smaller. You
BT,
want
what do you
Alex
mean?
Caruso?
No.
Hold up, BT, what do you mean we can't get 6'8" athletic wings? What do you mean by that?
With our contracts and how we are in New York, there's nobody that's gonna come here and want to play with us for us
We
unless
could have drafted them, but we
that's
decided to
what I
give
was
up
gonna
a
say. Unless
draft
we
pick for
draft them,
Josh
we
Hart.
have to
So
draft them, or we have to do something to where they're within our program, or get them when they're not even really
You
playing.
could
So
have
let me
had
let
Oubre
me
this off
differentiate.
season. You could have had Oubre this off season. You know that, right?
Right,
I'm not
and so let
saying
me
that's wrong.
differentiate. Are you saying a 6'8" superstar wing or wings in general?
No. I'm talking about a superstar
Because
wing,
I think
because
6'8" athletic wings are on the street. Personally, I think you could grab. You know how you got Ryan? That's like saying, man, no, man, you can't go out and get a 6'3" point guard. Ryan Archie-Diacono is a 6'3" point guard.
yeah,
You
but
can go. You can go get Archie's from anywhere.
Alfred Payne is still out here, man.
I was talking
Yeah.
about a superstar. I was talking about a superstar because
Oh,
a
okay.
superstar
Okay.
because a superstar is what we're gonna need when Randall's in his problems with his scoring like he is now, or when Brunson and him are going at it. We're gonna need someone to be the bigger man and be like, "Yo, I got this now. Y'all can figure that out later and take control of the team." So when you said that, I was talking about superstars. But as far as wings that we can find, yeah, there's a ton of them. But which one of them is really gonna come to New York? One and two, also try to play a defensive mind system that the way Tibbs is. It's
There's a
very
lot
hard
of
to
them,
find
bro.
players that are gonna play our style. That's why I said I wish we had Caruso. Now, with that being said, of course we're not gonna have probably Grimes and some other players, maybe two other players. But for me, it's like if we had a Caruso playing like in Grimes' position, we would probably be better because of that defense and as well as his ball control as a guard. He will facilitate as well, so that can help us
No, he's
out.
not. No, he's not.
No, he's
I'm
no,
not saying
he's not. No,
I'm
he's
not
not.
saying he's on the level of like Trey Young or anything like that, but he can facilitate enough to where he's good.
He facilitates at a lower level than Dante does. Legitimately. And
I think
Dante
we
is
could.
barely a facilitator.
I
So
think we could sign T.J. Warren right now. T.J. Warren's a free agent.
Yes.
Okay, TJ
Yes.
Warren.
A
Yes.
6'8",
now.
a 6'8" wing.
you could get a bunch of 6'8" guys that are defensive minded. Like guys want to just be in the league to play defense.
But how
That's
much
why
are we paying? But then it goes back
Vet
to what I was
minimum.
saying with
You
the
cut
money.
you cut him in. You
Kelly
cut
Oubre
Archie and
just
pay him
signed.
Archie money.
Kelly,
Kelly Oubre just signed for veterans minimum.
Exactly.
And
okay.
and in case y'all don't, and for people that don't know, the vet minimum, teams don't
It's like,
pay that salary. That's paid out of the TV money,
yeah,
right? So anytime you see a player on vet min, right, that money, it counts against the team's cap in terms of how much salary you can have. But vet min contracts are paid through the collective bargaining agreement so that you can keep veterans in the league. That's why it's called the vet men, right? So you could go out and pay a team, go get a TJ Warren and his checks. And this is basically what I heard on the Gilbert Arenas podcast, right? The vet men comes from the TV money. All that money that's negotiated, the teams don't pay that. That comes from a pool by the NBA. James Dolan is not cutting that check, but it does count against your cap number.
Against your cap, right?
You know what I'm saying? So if we're talking about can James Dolan afford it, it don't matter because he's not paying it.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
And
But you could cut Ryan Archie-Diacono today, pay that money to TJ Warren, and there's your wing.
They could have signed.
but
Yeah.
but then again,
they could have signed him.
if
They
that's
coulda-
no, I was gonna say if that's the I'm sorry, AD, but if that's the case, then why aren't the players lining up to come here? Like I said, it's very difficult to find people play for our organization because it's the Knicks. We could be doing well for 10 years and people still be like, nah, I don't want to play in the Garden. I don't mind going to visit because I know I'm gonna have a real good game if I visit. But playing there for 82 games, the fans exist. There's a lot of other stuff that goes into it because I've heard a lot of players say, oh, I don't want to go to New York, but we've given them plenty of good offers. And even the ones that we do want to get, like let's say Paul George, we're paying the King's ransom for Paul George just for him to come to New York. So like
That's
for
that.
me, we're either gonna be paying a King's
No,
ransom
no,
or
BT. No, BT. You making excuses now.
I'm
You know what
not.
I'm
No,
saying?
who wants to
No.
play
You
in
make
New
it,
York?
yeah, but you're making excuses now. You understand what I'm saying? You're making excuses now. If you're gonna use that Paul George analogy, let's understand something. Paul George wanted a new contract,
Right.
and the Knicks said, "I don't think I want to do that."
Right. They said, nah, we would rather pay Dante DiVincenzo, Josh Hart, and Evan Fournier your money.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? So
Exactly. So this thing about cats don't want to come here because this, that, and the third, or whatever. Jalen Brunson signed a $110 million contract to come here.
Yeah, because if you look
Julius
at what,
Randle is on his second. Julius Randle was not drafted by the Knicks.
but hold on though. With that Brunson trade, I mean the Brunson signing, that actually helps out Brunson. He gets to go from being a backup to a key guy. He's
Yeah,
playing
but
for
it
New York.
doesn't.
Wait,
Yeah,
hold
but it
on. He's
doesn't
playing for New
matter.
York. Hold on. Yes, it does.
It doesn't matter.
I'm going to
He
explain to you
still
how.
came here.
I'm going to explain to you how. He's playing for New York, which he knows is a high market. He's going to get games and exposure. So for at least for the time being of him being here, everyone's going to see him play. So for him to
why
come,
does that work? Why does that work for Brunson only?
I didn't say I'm using his example. I'm not saying it only works for
But you said
Brunson
people
only.
didn't want to come here, and then
We
you
said
use the
people don't want
example.
to
But
come
I'm
here.
using his example as why Brunson came here because he's making it seem like, oh, people don't want to come here, but Brunson came here, and I'm showing
No,
him why
you
Brunson
said
should come
I'm
here.
asking you to dive
But you
deeper
can't.
into your point.
But you can't. You
Okay,
can't go into
deeper into the point.
nuances.
Deeper into the point is like this. Here's a prime example. I'm going to use Gilbert Arenas for example with LA. This is what I'm talking about where most people don't want to come here. Gilbert Arenas was trying out for LA with when whatchamacallit, back when Kobe Bryant was around. He played, he did everything, and then he realized, hey, that mistake that he made with the pistol thing, he realized that, hey, shoot, the LA media is never going to let him go if he has a bad game. That's why he went to Memphis. That's what I'm talking about. Some players, not all players, but they have that in their head that where they're like, hey, if I have a bad game, I know this crowd is never going to let it go. I want to be able to go somewhere to where I can make my money and be comfortable, and I don't want to have to deal with the headaches of the fan base or the media.
Yeah, but
That's what I'm talking about.
what player are
As
you
well
talking
as
about? You're hold on. Here's the problem with your point. You're throwing out a wide net and shrinking it to fit what you think you're trying to fit. You're throwing out a very, very wide net as far
Okay.
as what player. If I'm telling you Brunson came here, then you're gonna tell me why Brunson came here. Well, Randall came here, but you're gonna tell me why Randall came here. They came here. They came here.
Right.
Period.
So did DiVincenzo.
So did
Josh
DiVincenzo.
Hart just signed an extension.
So did Josh Hart.
and these are all
Isaiah Hartenstein
backups
is
now
here.
going to starting positions or even into a bigger role. So of course they're going to come there because again, like I said, the media for them would help them with their contract because those people that we're getting. Look at Brunson last year. Brunson last year was a backup to not last year, the year before to Luca. He was a
Right.
backup to Luca. Now we got him to a starting role to where he's getting more exposure, more money.
He
So at the
started with
very least,
Luca
he's
in
getting
his last season there.
Yeah.
you,
He
you see
started
what I'm
with
saying?
Luka.
Like he's getting more exposure, he's getting more playing time, he's being more out there. Same thing with DiVincenzo. DiVincenzo is getting more exposure now on the Knicks than he did with Golden State. His
No,
role is different. Same thing with Hart. Hart is his backup, but now his role is different to where it's more
Hart is
important.
definitely getting more play than he did with other teams.
That's what
no,
I'm
no,
saying.
no,
So
no,
they're
no, no,
coming here
no.
to get better
Yeah,
minutes
yeah,
and to
man.
get better. Some players will do that. But what I'm also saying
The
is like,
only
for
time Josh
example,
Hart was
Levine
featured
won't
was that
come here.
11 game stretch in Portland when everybody was hurt and they turned
Yeah,
Hart into the franchise player because they had nobody else that was healthy. But as soon as Anthony Simons came back from injury, they traded Josh Hart, bro. You know what
exactly.
I'm saying?
So what is he gonna do? He's gonna say, "Yo, this is probably gonna be a contract that can either get me to my next big contract, or it might be a contract
This,
that I could
this is
actually
his
build
big
off of."
contract. He's
This
not
is
But
his
that's
getting
big
what
a.
I'm
contract right
saying.
here.
But that's
He's
what I'm saying.
he's
This is his
he,
opportunity. So he jumped at it. Same thing with all these other guys. Same thing with Randall when he was with whatchamacallit with the Pelicans. He wanted to be the main guy, so he comes to the Knicks and says he is the main guy. So now we have the problem of that's the problem.
I'm,
Who's gonna really come here that's a superstar that can actually take the media, take everything on his shoulders, and see how well it is? Because fans still kill Carmelo Anthony now. And I'm not gonna lie, I never liked Melo, but when I saw his game with us, I'm grateful that he was with us. I just know that it's hard to be
If
pleasing.
you're hold on, time out. If you're a true superstar, you're getting killed regardless of where you are on
Yeah.
the grid.
No,
So it
that's what I'm
doesn't.
saying. Yeah, exactly. That's
It's not a New York thing.
It's not
That's
a New
I'm
York
not saying that. What
thing.
I'm saying
you,
is
if you go on
is
the internet,
he's
hold on. If you go on the internet and look up the mentions of like Steph Curry or Luka Doncic or Giannis, like it's insane how people talk about these people as if they're not living legends. So you can't use that as like a New York thing. It's
oh,
not a
it
New
is
York
because look at Ewing. Look at how they treated Ewing. Look at how everyone, even now, people don't even acknowledge Ewing as one of the top
the
centers
media
in the league.
the media social media the advent of social media erased the regular media just controlling narratives.
But this is what I'm also saying. We as Knicks fans, whether it's now or back then, we are very ungrateful of our superstars because one, we don't really see at the
Well,
time
you
that no, hold on,
definitely
hold on, hold on.
are.
Let me finish.
You
Let
were
me finish.
trading Brunson.
Nah,
You were
let me
trading
finish. Let me
Brunson
finish.
like 45 minutes ago. You and Randall. You're definitely one of those.
No, I'm not because I said based off of these games, if this continues, that's the mentality I would go. I'm not justifying it saying that this is what we need to do now. And no, I believe in our system and I believe that our players will make it work and we will get to 50 plus 52 wins. But it's just right now we're struggling. But if the struggles continue, that's what I would do. Meaning
You're
if we go
hedging your
back,
bet,
no,
man.
here's the thing. Like
You're
if we
hedging
get
your bet.
no, I'm saying like right now, based off of what's going on, if this continues, you got to kind of see, okay, if this is what the team is, right? Am I still going to sit here and say, oh, we could win 50 games next year? No, I have to go off of what has been produced already. So based off of what's being produced already, off of these last 6 games or 5 games, we're I mean 6 games, excuse me. We're gonna say, okay, if these 6 games are like this throughout the season, what adjustments do we need to make? I'm just making it off of that now. I'm not saying to change anybody. I'm one of the guys that believe that we're gonna figure it out and we're gonna get to the Eastern Conference Final, even now.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
I'm not even harped on the wins and losses. I'm just harped on the end game. Like, what's the end game for
Well, the
me?
end game is to get our heads out of our ass and freaking figure it out. Because at
No,
this
no, no,
point,
no, no, no,
there's
no.
nothing else we
That
can do.
the end game, the real end game is if we can win a championship or how do we get
Nah,
close to that?
we're not there
That
yet.
no, oh, I know that.
So heads are gonna stay up rumps then. That's what
Wait,
we'll be
what?
at. Heads are up rumps then, if that's the case. Because if we're not ready to pull heads out rumps, then that's the position we in.
if we pulling heads out once, we making a move or
No,
consolidating and doing
we're
something.
going 1-on-3.
Yeah, man, attack the rim, bro. I'm telling you, like I think it's just me because of how I was coached. For me, I'm a guard's height, but everybody trained me to be a power forward because I weighed 240, and I wasn't
so
quick.
you so
But
you
they
Josh Hart.
We're,
So you
we're
are
no
Josh
no no
Hart.
no
talking
no
to
no. I'm not
Josh
Josh Hart. I'm
Hart.
not Josh Hart. Hold on,
So
hold
you're
on.
Josh Hart,
All
bro.
I'm trying to say is I played more defense because of my size, and I was always playing the 2 guard. I
So
always
so you're
played the
Josh
best
Hart.
player. No. What I'm trying to simply say is this: I know my role. So for me, I was always taught, hey, attack the basket when you have the opportunity because well, actually, now you say that, yeah, you're right. I am Josh Hart.
All right. Yeah,
No,
that's
because I see it like with the open shots and all of that. But all I'm
yeah.
trying to
There's
say is
nothing
just
wrong with
they
being. There's nothing wrong with being a jumbo guard, bro. You know what I'm saying? AD, you remember Blue Edwards?
Yes.
You remember Blue Edwards, big stocky guard? You like,
Yeah.
dang, bro, you look like a bodybuilder, bro.
Could jump. Couldn't
Yeah, yeah,
shoot.
he
Couldn't
had like
shoot.
that Desmond Bain build to him.
Yeah. Could jump. Couldn't shoot. He was like
Yeah,
Derek Williams. One of those
yeah,
Derek Williams kind of dudes. Yeah.
yeah,
Jump.
yeah.
Can't shoot. You got to be leery of guys. I remember when Derek Williams was in was it Arizona? Dre?
Mm-hmm.
It's
Yeah, yeah,
Arizona, right?
yeah. He went
And he did.
crazy against
He
Duke
did.
in the
He
Final
went.
Four.
But he goes bananas. The
Hitting
man
step
is
back threes and everything.
the man is drafted number 2 overall. Outside of Hashim Tabit, I've never seen a number 2 pick discarded that fast in my life.
Michael Kidd Gilchrist.
Well, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh
Michael
yeah.
Kidd Gilchrist is in that category.
Yeah.
That same category,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
I agree with you, bro. I'm not trying to detract from your point because I absolutely agree. But I think there are others that are in that category too. But it's rare air that AD is talking about, right? I
No,
mean,
there's a lot of them.
rare air
No,
where
there's a lot of them. There's
you
a lot
see
of
how
them.
trash they are, and they just, oh no, this dude can't play. Get him out of here, right? And for those that don't know, I'm gonna name some guys that Minnesota passed on over Derek Williams, right?
Yes,
Minnesota passed
I remember
on.
that draft well.
Minnesota passed it, right? Minnesota passed on Enes Kanter, Tristan Thompson, Jonas Valanciunas. They passed on Bismack Biyombo,
Well,
Brandon Wright, Kemba Walker, Jimmer Fredette, Klay Thompson, Alec Burks, the Morris twins, Kawhi Leonard, who was that? Who was it? Oh, Amon Shumpert, Nikola Vucevic. They passed on Tobias Harris. Man, they passed on, oh my God, bro. Nick Mirotic, they passed on Reggie Jackson. Man, they passed on, oh my God, bro. They passed on Jimmy Butler, Corey Joseph.
They passed on Manimal. Manimal was in that draft.
Oh my God, bro. All these dudes they passed on. They should, how you pass on Klay Thompson?
That was a low key. Klay Thompson was not that well thought of, I should say, as far
out
as
of Stanford, because I think he went there for 2 years.
he wasn't like
he went to Washington State.
He wasn't like a lock.
He was a Pac-10 player of the year, bro.
Right.
Oh, he was at Washington State.
Right.
Yeah,
he was one of
Pac-10
those
player of the year.
No, he was, but I'm saying, but draft wise, I mean, he wasn't like thought
he had to
like
go to a great
5.
fit. Klay had to go to a great fit. You had to have a shooter next to him, a playmaker next to him, because he was going to shoot it, bro.
That was
Klay Thompson might be the greatest looking shooter. But he couldn't dribble, and at the time he came out, he couldn't defend.
Because the Knicks, I remember that draft well. The Knicks were like linked to him, you know, because where he fell was where he was supposed to fall. I remember that draft well. I think he fell at 11.
11.
If Klay came to the Knicks, his career would have turned out like Dougie McBuckets or some shit.
Trash. He'd have been trash.
Wow,
Yep.
Dougie McBuckets.
His career would have ended up like
top 5 college all-time scorer.
I don't think so.
I think he would have probably been more Kyle Korver, but I understand what you're saying.
No, I think he could have really been he would have been a gunner.
In 2011?
Yeah.
No.
He could have been.
When did we get Melo?
He could have been Hardaway Jr. 2.0.
Okay. All right, I'm with you.
But like the Hall of Fame.
That's Kyle Korver.
No, not necessarily Hall of Fame, but Hardaway Jr. 2.0 for as much as Hardaway Jr. has gotten.
He stayed in the league and getting paid.
He stayed in the league, and you know he got his up-ins by Knicks fans for a lot of years, for a long time, and I thought that man got a really bad
rap.
Bad rap.
Yeah, he got a bad rap.
Because Hardaway Jr. could play. He still could play.
And he played through 2.
He broke his leg.
Debilitating Liz Frank injuries.
Broke his leg. He broke his leg.
Yeah,
broke his leg at the worst time because they were cooking.
Right, you remember he broke, and then he didn't break his leg up top. He broke it like right on top of his foot. Right, so he couldn't even
stress fracture. They kept saying it was a stress.
Yeah. And he came back early, and then KP hurts the knee because the year started off pretty good.
Yep.
That year, I remember that year. That year started. KP was averaging like 24 or something like that.
Yeah.
You know, it looked like something. It looked like maybe we could, contend for a playoff spot. And then all of a sudden, the season went to kaput.
And all of a sudden, KP goes 1-on-3.
Yes.
And then the
I
remember that. You remember that? You remember that? He went 1-on-3. Because what happened is the Bucks game before that.
Freezie, I wake up in cold sweats over that. Don't do that.
But the game before that, Giannis posterized Tim Hardaway Jr. I mean, he put his nuts in that man's eyebrows, bro. You know what I'm saying?
You talking about the time he jumped over him?
Yes. and this is pre this is pre Giannis being GOAT status Giannis. This is Giannis
This is
ascending
ascending.
to being
Yeah.
very good,
Yeah.
right? But man, he put that man teabag Tim Hardaway Jr. and that's all we talked about on Twitter, bro. That's all we talked about on Twitter. We was like, yo, you got to get Tim Hardaway Jr. out of here.
We killed him for the contract.
Yes,
It was maybe the one thing that Mills that I thought that in his entire tenure that he did correctly was to bring him back.
Right.
But the money, it's kind of like with Josh Hart, the Josh Hart money today. It's the Tim Hardaway contract 8 years ago. We can't let go of the money.
Right.
We were killing Hardaway Jr. with he's playing with. I can't even remember the cast of characters he was playing with. He's playing with Dougie McBuckets and
Sasha Vujacic.
Sasha Vujacic and Trey Burks.
Yeah.
And we were killing this dude on a nightly. I remember a day. Was it him and ISO Zoe was coming off the floor together and they had an argument? Yeah. And he's telling ISO Zoe, yo, dude, you can't shoot every damn shot.
No, that wasn't him. That was Enes Kanter.
Okay.
It was he man. Milwaukee was killing us in the pick and roll. And we lost the game because Milwaukee couldn't get a shot up, and then they just went to the pick and roll. And they put Enes Kanter in the pick and roll, bro. And Enes Kanter looked like Bambi on wet ice, bro.
Barbecue chicken.
Oh my God, bro.
He's the worst. He's the worst thing. Bro? It's like watching a deer trying to dance.
My God, bro.
He's the worst thing in the pick and roll you'd ever see.
I'd
wait. If I'm coaching a team, I'd wait for you to bring in Enes.
Freezie, I'm not gonna lie to you. Me and you can run a pick and roll and get a bucket on Enes Kanter.
Oh,
right now. The man is clueless on the pick and roll. Clueless.
You remember when Portland? See, this is one of the things I hold against James, right? Besides him staying in Portland too long, when he had that Western Conference Finals against Golden State, and the coach was bringing in Enes Kanter, and we know what was happening. But he was laying. I don't want to say he was laying down to Curry and them, but he did not meet.
KD got hurt that series.
KD was not there that series,
and he got roasted.
And he got roasted. He got absolutely roasted. All of those dudes in the Western Conference over the last 10 years who said they was something when they met up Curry, when it came down to it, Curry killed them.
Yeah, babyface assassin.
Yeah.
Killed him. James Harden.
Right. Yep.
Disappeared.
Found him in a strip club.
Yeah. Here's one that people forget. Mike Conley. Oh my God.
They passed on Mike Conley in that draft?
Huh? No. I'm talking about how Steph Curry and Golden State would do Mike Conley and the Grizzlies in the playoffs. And people look at those games.
There was one year the Grizzlies went up 2-1. I think it was like before they won the title.
Yep.
And then the Warriors just woke up and just roasted them for the last 3 games.
And I think I picked the Grizzlies that year.
Yeah. And they were wearing these beautiful sky blue uniforms. Remember that?
Yeah.
Grizzlies uniforms.
I was big
Gasol?
Randolph. No,
what they did was they shut down a dude named Rudy Gay. Y'all remember Rudy Gay?
Rudy Gay was never Rudy Gay. I thought Rudy Gay was gonna be that guy.
Rudy Gay had all the potential in the world.
He had all the physical gifts.
Rudy Gay reminds me of what Jamal Mashburn should have been.
No. You know who's Rudy Gay today? You know who's Rudy Gay in
today?
No.
I was gonna say RJ Barrett, but I don't.
Tatum.
Tatum.
He's what Tatum is what Rudy Gay should have been back then.
Should have been, right. Yeah. Okay.
All of the gifts. Same 6'9",
Except Rudy Gay had more bounce, more
Rudy
like
Gay had more
Well,
bounce,
yeah.
but
And
K
Rudy
got
Gay
more.
was stronger. Rudy Gay
but
was
they-
like
but
225,
but they're
230.
but they're the same type of fluidity at that
Yeah,
size.
Yeah.
but Tatum got the desire.
Tatum is in the gym working on every goddamn move he could think of.
Yeah,
Yes.
and Rudy Gay is like cut the check. Rudy Gay is cut the check. You know what I'm saying?
Rudy Gay is
So-
like, I got my 20 points today. I don't care how many shots it took. I got my 20.
And Dre even and I know this is probably me drifting off into an old man space, bro. But every time I see Jason Tatum, I see Alex English. The 6'9", silky, smooth scorer with the underrated everything. Like you're like, well, he's not really a 3-point shooter, and then he go 6 for 9 from 3 against you. You're like, damn. And then you're like, well, his handles ain't really superior. And then you watch
shaking and baking.
and then you watch the Alex English move he put on Dominique Wilkins for the smooth reverse layup, bro. You're like, oh, Alex English was
That's the
so
only thing.
underrated, bro.
And then you're like, he's not that athletic. Then you look up, he dunked on Braun.
Yes.
That's the only thing I would ever have that man work on is his handle.
Right.
That's it.
I don't know if you've seen Tatum's highlights recently, but he cooked somebody on the pace.
No. His handle's not what it was 2 years ago.
Okay.
Because in the finals, it's his handle. It's his
Yeah,
handle that his handle betrayed him.
His handle and his lack of finishing.
Yeah, his handle is
because
he can't handle the ball.
Yeah, and he couldn't finish with his left.
Yeah, couldn't handle the ball.
But I think those type things. And not being disrespectful to your points, I think we nitpicking a little bit because in the finals the pressure is intensified. You know what I'm saying?
But him and the other wing couldn't handle the ball.
Jaylen Brown going left.
Jaylen Brown
going left
was both couldn't handle it.
Jaylen Brown still can't go left.
At
least Tatum worked on that. Jaylen Brown still can't go left.
Yeah, because the thing is, when defense intensifies to that championship level, you know what I'm saying? Because if you're just talking about Jason Tatum handles in a regular season, I think they're elite, right? And I'm not talking about elite for 6'1" guys. I'm talking about elite for 6'9" guys.
Yeah, and got to remember, Wiggins was under the tutelage of Iggy for that defense.
Yeah.
Iggy was on the sideline coaching them up you would see him during the finals coaching them up.
Get under him, get up under him.
Yeah, but he should have cooked Wiggins.
Wiggins is a great defender, though.
I know, but I'm not letting Wiggins. Wiggins is coming in to that finals to trying to at the very end of the day justify the trade in that we're making it to the finals. Right. I'm going to David Robinson you. Okay? I'm Tatum. I'm giving you the business. I'm giving you nightmares. You barbecue chicken every time I see you.
Right.
And he didn't do it.
I think what he should have did is posted him up.
Yeah,
that's what he should have done.
Okay,
because he was trying to face up on a guy that was more athletic than him.
And they will always bring in a second defender for Tatum. So he couldn't just go by. If he got by Wiggins, then he was seeing Draymond come in and Looney at the rim. You know what I'm saying?
But it was his short shot that betrayed him.
Right.
He didn't have a floater.
Right.
He didn't really have the left hand. He has it now, though.
Right.
He has it now.
You see, it's your face-up shot when you can't post. You're either gonna get it one way or the other. Right? And nobody's posting today. So you gotta be able to get your money shot.
AD, you know what? All right, so Jack told me two things, right? And I told him, I was like, Jack, don't say, we were doing long work the other day, right? We were doing long work Thursday. Jack, he always say stuff to troll you. He like, your Knicks ain't no good. Jack, just get the fuck. Just go trim them bushes over there, Jack. You ain't gonna be talking to me like that. I'm a grown man. And Jack be calling me a little boy. Hey, little boy, I'm a grown man. And like, Jack, come on, bro. Come on, Jack. So anyway, Jack, he said two things. First of all, he said that Jason Tatum is going to be the greatest Celtic of all time, right? One. And then he also said, you know, the reason why the Knicks won't never win a championship is because the Knicks never have two stars at the same time. That's why y'all wasted Pat Ewing. And I was like, you know what? I'm gonna tell this to AD and see what AD think. AD, first of all, do you think Jason Tatum is capable of being the greatest Celtic of all time? And
Yes.
two, do you think that the Knicks are incapable of getting two superstars at the same time, and that's why they waste talent?
Well, for the Celtics, I would say yes, but he has to get rings, and he's got to get them now.
Plural.
At least 3.
He's got to get at least 3. He's got to get.
If he gets one, he's past. He's
If
past
he-
Paul
No, he
Pierce,
cannot
bro.
pass Bird. He
but if he
cannot
was-
pass McHale. He cannot.
But if he
pass
was to
Williams.
do something like a 3-peat,
Yeah.
you see what I'm saying? Or if he
If he gets a Finals MVP, he passes everyone that's not named
Bird.
Bird and Bill Russell. That's it.
nah, because you got guys. You got guys like Havlicek. You got guys on the Celtics that ain't
come on, bro.
that
I'm forgetting to
You
have
got-
a check.
You got guys on this.
Yeah,
You got
Tommy
guys in
Heinsohn.
this. Tommy Heinsohn, Sam Jones.
Sam.
You got guys. You got.
But,
guys
but,
in
but
this
I'm saying
Celtics.
if you're the
You
guy
forgetting
on
Jojo
who
White.
never lost.
Jojo White.
hold on,
Just- yeah.
Archibald?
but hold on, if you're the guy on a championship team, I think it weighs heavier than being like the second or third guy. On
Yeah,
the
but they see their glory a little different than how outsiders would see it. You
Okay.
see what I'm saying? So we talking about greatest Celtic. He would
Okay.
have to do something to. You see what I'm saying? To
He had to do something
set
legendary.
himself apart,
He had to
right?
do something legendary.
You
If it
need
was
him.
one finals run, it had
Yeah.
to be something. It would have
You
to
mean
be
like
like
when?
it would have
you
to
mean
be like a Kawhi run if it was one final.
Well, let me say something as just a basketball man in general. First of all, before we start talking about Larry Bird and JoJo White and all those greats, how about Jason Tatum gets better than Paul Pierce?
Yeah.
Right? We gotta
Yeah.
relax, bro.
You gotta relax,
We
Paul.
are.
If he gets
yo.
one, he's better than Paul and me. If he gets
No,
one,
no.
if he gets one,
bro.
he's better than Paul and me.
No,
No, because Paulie's been doing it for years in Boston. When they had Walker, when they didn't have Walker, he's been the one constant.
Jason Tatum has never not been to the playoffs. I've seen
Yeah.
Paul Pierce
No,
miss the
yeah.
playoffs
But
three,
this is
4
what we're
years in a row.
saying, though.
Right, but you
Yeah.
you know what you've also seen?
Yeah.
Him
You've
with his
also seen
co-captain.
Jason Tatum choke in the playoffs numerous times.
Mhm.
Gotta make
And he had
it
a
to the
co-captain.
playoffs. to choke.
You've
Gotta
never
make it to the
seen
playoffs
Paul
to
Pierce
choke.
choke in the playoffs.
What?
Well, that's
Right.
not true. That's not true.
When?
I don't want to say
When?
choke. I don't want to say
When?
choke. I don't want to say.
When?
Hold
He
on.
had
Remember,
bad games,
remember,
but there's a
remember,
difference.
remember this. Remember, when he does he can't guard me. When he hit LeBron with the 3 in Game 5.
Right.
Right?
That's LeBron,
and
though.
and he runs back. He can't guard me. You saw that, right?
Right.
LeBron comes back in Game 6 and gives him 45.
Right.
He doesn't match LeBron.
Right.
LeBron comes back in Game 7 and gives him another. He doesn't match LeBron.
Right. Right.
Doesn't have good games at all. I think he might have had like 19 in one and 20 in the other, or whatever.
Right.
We got to talk about his earlier playoff runs before.
And even some. Don't get me wrong. Right now, he's not better than Pierce to me. He's not better than
he's better than
Truth
Paul
to me.
Pierce.
He's not better than Truth to me.
No,
And,
he is not.
you
It's
know,
not even close.
You let Truth tell it. Truth better than.
Bird.
Well, wait, hold
He the
on.
greatest
Can I just say
Celtic ever
something?
if you let him
Paul-
tell it.
Paul Pierce
just
said
was
he's
gonna
better
say-
than Dwayne Wade, man. So you gotta.
What I was gonna say, what also separates them now is the fact that you've seen Paul Pierce be in Boston with the highs and lows. When you see Tatum, his whole career, he's been in the playoffs. So he's been on a high the whole time. What happens when they crash? What happens when they have a bad season? Like, you've seen Paul Pierce still produce in bad times and in good times. So that type of stuff is like being pushed out. So for
What
me,
if
he has to win.
never has a bad season in the Celtics?
But what I'm
uniform?
saying is compared to Pierce, okay, in some seasons, Pierce didn't even have a secondary guy like Brown.
And
But what I'm
you
trying
know,
to simply say
back,
is, All I was trying to say is sorry, go ahead.
Basketball Index says the Basketball Index channel says Paul Pierce is the greatest clutch player in NBA history, and Basketball Index's channel has a video showing the percentage where Michael Jordan in clutch moments shoots 38% in those moments, right? Which is great, right? Because in those moments, you're talking about the shot clock running down, double team, game sixes, on the road, all these hard variables, right?
Like 3 seconds left on the clock. Yeah.
You down by 5, all these hard things. Michael Jordan shoots 38%, which is insane to believe. Like to most people, that sounds low, right? But no, when a team knows you're getting the ball, they know the play that you're going to run, right? They know you don't have any more timeouts. They know you have to make this shot, right? Michael Jordan shoots 38%. Kobe Bryant shoots 35%, right?
I think LeBron is really high, actually.
No. Well, as of that video, LeBron wasn't in the top 5. As of that video, now he may be now, but I don't know. When I saw the video, the dude number 1, and I'm talking about all the players in NBA history, Paul Pierce was shooting 43%. Paul Pierce. When I saw that name, you could have knocked me over with a feather, right? Because you don't think about Paul Pierce in those clutch moments, getting those clutch baskets. Because Paul Pierce is not a hyper athlete. He wasn't the best shooter. But when you're talking about just a flat out scorer that played big in big games, Paul Pierce was that guy, bro. And I hate giving credit to Boston Celtics, bro. I hate everything Boston, bro.
No, he was.
I think Pierce is like Joe Dumars, but taller. Like he has that where it's not flashy. It's just a basic game that most people just overlook, but had the defense. Paul Pierce was nasty, and I hated playing against him. But for me, you're going to have to win 2 rings, maybe 3 before you even pass Paul Pierce because, like I said,
he ain't even
Pierce
on Paul
is,
Pierce level, bro.
Look at Game 7 when he got hurt.
Nah,
let's be real. Look at Game 7 when he got hurt and he's limping. Yeah, he played
Paul,
through the
Paul
motions.
Pierce got
he really
4
didn't do
All
anything.
NBAs in 19 seasons. Tatum has 3 in like 6.
Okay.
What I was trying to say about Paul Pierce,
but that has more to do with the players he played with.
Mm-hmm.
That has more to do with the players he played with, not that the fact that the dude was a bad player.
I would just
Paul Pierce is the prime LeBron era.
There's 3 All NBA teams, 3 of them,
right?
And he only made it 4 times. Tatum been first team twice.
Okay,
now, I'm not even talking about making first or second team.
But name 3 other small forwards or Jason Tatum type players in the Eastern Conference.
Jimmy Butler.
No,
forwards. You said forwards.
No, I didn't. I said name 3 Jason Tatum type players.
But when we talk about All NBA, they count it by forwards.
But I'm saying I didn't say that. So what you're saying might be true, but I didn't say that. What I'm saying is,
but that's his competition for making the first team.
Okay, all right.
And first team competition is about forwards, and it's not even East or West. It's forwards from the entire league.
Right. But when I'm asking,
so its competition is Durant, LeBron.
No. When Luka. I'm asking you, but my question was not that. My question was in the Eastern Conference. Who is on Jason Tatum's level in the Eastern Conference? That's what I'm
when
asking.
It gets to the playoffs, then it's Jimmy Butler.
But wait, hold on. It's All NBA. You said that's for the season.
But if I'm saying All NBA, then I'm talking about the entire league.
You see, y'all making chocolate milk of my question.
Exactly.
I'm not trying to mix it up. I'm just asking a straight question.
In the Eastern Conference,
who? Okay. What I'm saying is, Jimmy Butler, right? All right, and who else?
Okay, but the that's not an indictment on him. He averages 30. Like I don't understand. He plays everywhere.
Right. So Paul Pierce was drafted in 1998, right? So if you're just talking about the forwards that were in the league from 1998 to the time he retired, you can rattle off a hit list of all-time greats. Bro, there's a bro, the reason why Paul Pierce may not have been all NBA is because you have random dudes off the radar like Tracy McGrady that played in that same era.
Facts.
Mm-hmm.
But then and he's off the radar because his career, his prime was short, right? But then when I ask you about Jason Tatum, name 5 guys on Jason Tatum's level at the position in the Eastern Conference. We
Over the
can't.
time he's been in the Eastern Conference, like
Yeah.
from beginning to start, LeBron was
Yeah.
in the Eastern Conference.
Yeah, for 2 years.
No, his first 3. Was it 2 or
No,
2 years?
2. It's just 2.
Nah,
It's just 2.
2
Yeah, it's
Paul
just 2.
George was in the Eastern Conference.
Yeah, for 1
for
year
one.
because he got traded to OKC,
Yep.
Melo was in the Eastern Conference.
and then he declined fast.
Yep.
See,
not even one All-Star or one All-Team that actually can compete with Tatum.
Durant
as
was in the
opposed
Eastern
to-
Conference.
Durant
For like
was in
4 of
the-
those, for like 4 or 5, for what, 5?
Yeah.
Man,
5 of those years.
4. Durant was in the Eastern Conference for 4.
Okay.
So he's had
DeMar
good
DeRozan has
competition.
made all NBA teams.
Yeah, he's
that
had
was
good.
3 years.
He's had good competition in the Eastern
You could even
Conference.
say
at
Levine,
that.
maybe.
If we're opening it out to forwards in general,
Yeah.
which is what
And now you got Zion. And now you got Zion.
But Zion's hurt.
Giannis is a forward.
Giannis, yeah, I can see
Giannis is a forward.
Kawhi was in the Eastern Conference for a year.
Kawhi,
half a year.
that championship year. No, so he's had equal to.
But my point is, but here's the thing. We did establish, Dre mentioned that there were 3 teams, right? So imagine if all those dudes make it. But what I'm saying is who was very good off the radar that could have not made an all NBA team because there was so much depth, right?
You're gonna tell me like a Jerry Stackhouse or something at this point.
No, that's not that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is
That
Paul
was a
Pierce.
shot at Jerry
Paul
Stackhouse.
Pierce, in theory, played in the Kobe era and the Peja Stojakovic era, right? There were,
But you limited it to Western Conference now. Eastern Conference. You naming Western Conference guys now.
No, when you opened it up just to all NBA, I made sure that I'm just
Okay.
naming good forwards.
Okay.
When y'all opened it up to all NBA, I'm saying all these guys, like all these forwards, like how. Okay, so say for instance, is 2000, right? And you're picking first team all NBA forwards, right? The 2 all NBA first team forwards are going to be Tim Duncan and Dirk Nowitzki,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Oh,
But then if I ask you this year, who is it going to be? You'll be like, LeBron is going to get the honorary. Giannis and Tatum, right? Giannis and Tatum.
Mm-hmm. Giannis
But
and
then,
Tatum.
but then, who else?
Who else?
First
talking
team?
about like
No,
second team?
You mean second team?
Yeah,
Kevin Durant, DeMar DeRozan,
Nah.
Pascal
Wow.
Siakam,
both of them dudes
Julius
No.
Randle, LeBron
Randle.
James.
washed, right?
Yeah. I actually agree with you.
What
I
you
see
mean?
your
Why?
point. I see your point. He said basically
LeBron is averaging 28 at 38. Like what?
But what he's
Yeah.
also saying is that Paul Pierce competed in an era where it was more dominance in the forward position, and he actually held his own.
Right.
As
What
opposed
I'm
to
saying
Tatum.
is,
You can't
wasn't
say
more.
more. You can't say more dominance if I say
I said at the forward
KD.
position.
No.
They
You
were
can't say.
There were more dominant
You
players.
can't say that if I say KD and LeBron.
that's crazy. Yeah, I got you.
All I'm saying is,
And
is
then
that
I
there
throw
were
Kawhi
more-
in there. It's
No, it isn't,
Right.
because if you look at the forwards, like I was trying to say, if you look at the level of competition that is out there when Pierce was playing, as opposed to Tatum is playing, he held his own and he should be recognized. That's what I'm saying. Because it's very hard to be a top player when you have like at least 6, 7 Hall of Famers in your era at your position. He held his own a lot better than Tatum did. That's all I'm trying to say.
yeah, but
Because
but hold on a second. Hold on.
I'm gonna keep it above
Remember,
with you, Freezie.
remember,
Freezie, Jamal
remember.
Mashburn made an All NBA team, man. I'm not
Yes.
trying to hear
Okay.
that.
Exactly. Remember, AD is a forward.
Right.
We didn't even
Anthony
mention
Davis.
AD.
Anthony
AD
Davis. Yeah.
Anthony Davis is a forward. So
Right.
That argument right there is like it's totally down. It's like stop it. He's played with the same amount of against the same amount of talented dudes at that position. If you want to say Paul Pierce is better, okay, I'll give you that.
Hey, look,
Okay.
man.
But
Sean Marion made
but
All NBA, man.
his competition, Sean Marion made All
You guys are
NBA.
going off of All NBA. I'm talking about as far as his career being able to hold his own. You guys are going off of like a
Hold on,
2-year
hold on.
accolade, expecting it to be like that's what I'm comparing it
No,
to.
no,
I'm
no, no,
talking
no, no, no,
about
no,
the
no.
combination of his entire career, the amount of talent that Paul Pierce had to
He,
go up
but
against
but
is
he
way
never,
more than what Tatum is going against now because of
because he
the
played
dominant.
19 years. That's
He's
why.
played
That's the
19
only. That's the only
years.
reason why.
But this
But
is the point where I'm trying to make.
if we limited it to his first 7 years, to Taylor's first 7 years, it's not even close.
Could you let me just finish? Because overall, his career of 19 years, his hard work and his dedication, to me, even if Tatum wins one ring, he still has to win another one for me to say I feel that he's better than Paul Pierce. That's the point I was simply trying to
No,
make
you're
because
not
Paul Pierce.
because you're not
Okay, because
weighing
I'm
in.
getting cut
You're
off.
not weighing in the guys that Tatum has played against.
Tatum
See,
went to a finals
you're
as
Tatum
the
not
is
guy
weighing
6
in the
years
guys
already.
in.
that
Okay,
Tatum has
Tatum
played
is
against.
6 years in. You're gonna pick a guy who's gonna be. Let's say the next 2 years they win a back to back. Tatum been playing in 8 years, so a 8 year career is gonna solidify better than an 18-year or 17-year career.
He would have done something. He would have done something if he wins back to back in the next 2 years. He would have done something that only rarefied Celtics have done.
Right.
Freezy, you can go look it up on Basketball Reference.
But
They
what
list
y'all
all
also
the
don't
teams.
understand is a
I got
team
it listed
game.
right here.
You
I
can
got it.
make it to the finals and still
I
lose
got
no
it.
matter how good your team
No,
is.
no, no. But we're
What
not
I'm trying
talking
to
about team accolades. We're not talking about team accolades. We
Right.
said who's the
You
best,
are
who
when you
would be
bring
one
up
of the best
championship.
Celtics. No, no,
Right.
You
that
are
was
when you
not the
bring up
argument. Hold on, you got something in the background going. You got to click that off. Yeah, we're not talking about team accolades. We were talking about who was the best Celtic, or would he be one of the best
The
Celtics?
Celtics. Yeah.
That's individual.
Right. And yeah, and I agree. What I'm saying to you, bro, is this: if in order for Tatum to be better than Larry Bird, to me, right, he has got to be.
Oh
Oh
no,
yeah,
you
he
gotta
got
fix that, BT.
It's back.
BT. I think it's the headphone thing, bro.
Yes, the headphones.
Hold on.
Okay, okay. I'm gonna just
All right.
mute BT for a second. All right, you got it, bro. No, it's still cracking. All right, I'm gonna just mute BT for just a second. But my thing is with Tatum versus Bird and um, Reggie Lewis and Paul Pierce and others is Jason Tatum at no point to me is by far the superior talent on his team, right? I'm not saying that Jason Tatum is not a great player because he absolutely is, right? But in my mind, I can't entertain an argument where Jason Tatum is carrying Jaylen Brown. You feel me?
You could answer that by saying this right here. If you're the Celtics between now and the next 3 years, would you ever entertain trading Tatum?
No.
Would
No,
you
for
ever entertain trading Brown?
They were dangling
no.
him for the last 2
Okay.
years.
I wouldn't.
Okay.
I wouldn't.
Okay. That answers that question.
Well, when them KD talks came up, who was getting dangled?
My
Right.
apologies, guys. I apologize. I had to
Hey,
reset.
I'm glad you're back, bro. Good.
There you go.
My thing is my thing is with Jason Tatum, bro, is that high end talent is so difficult to come by. You can't dangle a Tatum under any circumstance. I don't care if it's for Victor Wembanyama, right?
Facts.
Right. I think you got to keep a Jason Tatum because he is so good that if you get lucky, say they get lucky and draft another megastar, somebody that's better than Tatum, you'd have the greatest 1-2 Celtics punch in history,
Yeah.
right? But and then say you don't get lucky and draft a guy, and you just have Jaylen Brown. You still are in a Celtics era where you are absolutely blessed and fortunate to have two great players at the same time around the same age. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not knocking Tatum. What I'm saying is we got to relax with exalting him into these atmospheres that he has not proven he should even be thinking about. Greatest Celtic ever? Man, come on, get
I
out of
mean,
here.
That's why
if
you're the
he's
chief
not
rocker.
aspiring, if he's not
His trajectory is
yeah,
that.
his trajectory
Yeah,
is
his
that.
trajectory.
But
He has to
if
finish.
he's not aspiring to that, Freezie, then what is it all about?
No. I think we're confusing some things. I think most stars are aspiring to be that, right?
Yes.
What I'm saying to y'all is
I don't know about that.
what series? Yeah, that's true. That's true.
I don't know.
Everybody
I
thinks they're
might
the
be
best
wrong about
player.
that, but my thing is this with Paul Pierce and Larry Bird, there are moments in time where that are isolated in your memories where you're like, this cat is very special. When I look at Jason Tatum, I see a very talented scorer.
Mm-hmm.
Freezy, I'll put it this way. I can't hold you in a certain esteem if you missing the playoffs in your prime. Smack dab in the middle of your prime, and you missing the playoffs, you're not this top 15, top 30
What about
all time player.
okay? So
Barring a bunch of injuries.
so SGA is trash then.
I don't think SGA is a top 30 all time player yet.
Yeah,
No, I don't think he's trash. But I think with Tatum, I think the danger with Tatum, right, is he's at a point where if he doesn't win it, he could be like in the mellow category.
the Alex English category.
I'm gonna keep it real. He's already achieved more than Melo in his career.
Yeah, but the thing is,
based off of what you guys
he
are
went to the
saying,
finals.
based off of what you guys are saying, is the fact that he's getting to the finals and he's playing in these playoffs 6 years in a row, his chances are going to start to dwindle in the back end of his career because he's hitting such a high potential now as opposed to when Paul Pierce did. So with that being said, if he doesn't win within the next 2-3 years, what are we really talking about?
Paul Pierce won his title at 32, 33 years old.
No, but what I'm saying is this, like his first 6 years is way more productive than Paul Pierce. But what I'm saying is when he has those bad years, we don't know how long that's gonna last.
We don't know if he's gonna have those bad years. You're predicting in his prime. You're predicting he's gonna have bad years in his prime or in his late 30s.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the fact that he didn't win. That's what I'm saying. The fact that in his prime he went to the playoffs so many times. Thus far, he's been.
He's not even in his prime yet.
No, he's not in his prime yet.
Paul Pierce in the middle of his prime didn't make the playoffs. So
all I'm trying to make is this.
Dre, I think no disrespect, but I think that argument is so unfair, right?
What?
Because for one, the Celtics didn't put 5 Paul Pierces on the floor. Mm-hmm. They fielded a complete basketball team. Those basketball teams with Paul Pierce may not have been good enough, but if you take Jaylen Brown away and take Porzingis away and let Jason Tatum play with a bunch of ham sandwiches,
they'll make the playoffs.
Result.
They'll make the playoffs. I think they'll make the playoffs.
I think Jason Tatum will average 37 and they miss the playoffs.
Yep. Thank you, Uncle. Thanks. I'm just gonna leave it to you, bro. You're the chief rocker. You're saying
I don't think so.
Better than I am. That's what I'm trying to say.
I think it would be like watching Alex English in his prime not make the playoffs or Carmelo Anthony scoring. Because here's the thing. I think people don't realize, right? Scoring machines don't win championships by themselves.
I think Tatum is a little bit more than just a scoring machine.
He's more than a scoring machine.
Okay, what else does he do?
He actually plays defense.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
His playmaking.
He's not a scoring machine.
No,
But
he
he's an
is a
all-around
scoring
player.
machine.
He's not a scoring machine.
Oh, absolutely an all-around player.
He's not just
Absolutely.
he's not just a scoring machine.
Absolutely.
Okay. Yeah.
And remember something. Dirk won a championship.
No, he didn't. The Dallas Mavericks won.
No. Excuse me. It was Dirk who led them in those big moments.
Right.
It was Dirk who led them in them big moments.
But when they were down,
Okay?
who brought them
Right,
back?
but
His
who
team
was
did.
defending
You said a scoring who cannot win a championship, and this is
by
not
himself? By himself.
Wait, he win it. Okay, fine. You want to get technical about it?
Right.
I mean, Michael Jordan didn't win by himself. Like,
Right.
I don't
You
understand
A
that.
scoring
wanna get
machine. He had Scottie
technical
Pippen.
about it.
Right. What I'm saying to you is the classic 6'8" scoring machine. If they don't have a certain type of build around them, all they'll do is score, bro. That's all they're wired to do. Right? They're not wired to get Sergio Rodriguez involved because Sergio hadn't touched it 7 trips down the floor. They don't care.
It's not their
They're
fault.
gonna ask you who the hell is Sergio Rodriguez.
Yeah, but it's not their fault. The organization is incapable of building a proper team. You see, I've never been the biggest Allen Iverson fan, right? But Philly did as much to get him to a finals as any team could possibly do with that type of a scorer.
Right.
But they still, even that being said, going forward, they still didn't do enough because he needed something else.
Right.
But the magnitude of him wouldn't allow it.
Okay.
Even when he got to Denver with Melo. Melo points this out all the time. He averaged more points than Melo in that first season.
Right.
See what I'm saying? It's an organizational thing. Like, you have that kind of top tier talent, Freezie. What do you do with it? You see what I'm saying? Do you just say, well, okay,
You put regular gas in that Ferrari.
you can't. It's a Ferrari.
Right.
You can't.
Right.
You just can't. And even when you do, he's gonna give you those special nights.
Right.
Where you're gonna drop 60 on somebody's head.
Right. A night like tonight, did you see how the Knicks played tonight? A night like tonight would have been a perfect Paul Pierce, Jason Tatum night. Nobody else is going, so your scoring machine just goes off.
Yep.
Right? Nights like this, I wish, Jason
It's
Tatum.
a spark.
Yeah, Jalen Brunson went off. He's a scoring machine, bro. He went off tonight. But what I want to mention too, though, about Tatum and Pierce too. Excuse me. We look at what Jason Tatum does and compare him to Paul Pierce. Bro, the rules on defense are so different now that I believe if Paul Pierce faced this, we wouldn't even have this wouldn't even be a conversation.
I can agree.
Jason
Paul Pierce
Tatum
probably
against
average 32.
Jason Tatum against those Pistons defenses that he faced.
He gonna get roughed up. He can't stop those two tall guys. In the Wallace brothers, he couldn't stop Rip Hamilton. There's a lot of guys defensively.
We're assuming
No.
that defense can handle this type of pace.
Yeah.
But I just named 3 key defenders that he would be
Them-
going
them-
up against as
them-
opposed
them
to now.
dudes-
He's
them dudes-
murdering Rip Hamilton.
Tayshaun
he-
Prince
He's
cannot guard him.
murdering. He's
Okay,
murdering
my fault for
Rip
saying that.
Hamilton.
My fault for saying
Right.
that.
No. I
I
understand
think
your point.
he's still cooking Tayshaun. I don't care. I don't care.
He's
what
Nah,
nobody
cooking.
he ain't
He
cooking
is.
Tayshaun Prince, bro.
He's
What?
cooked better defenders than that.
No, he ain't cooking no.
And I think Tayshaun is a top tier defender. Tayshaun don't want none of that.
Right.
What? That would have been nice to see, man. That would.
We gotta put this into perspective, because if they would be playing the 2023 Celtics, Ben Wallace would be pulled all the way up that 3-point line,
Yep.
and Tayshaun Prince would be
They
on
would
the
pick and
island.
roll him to death.
Yep.
But that's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking
Tayshaun
about,
would be on the island. with
what
Tatum.
I'm talking about is Jason Tatum versus Ron Artest in his prime.
Ooh,
That's tough.
It's tough.
Jason Tatum
See?
is not, bro.
That's tough.
There were and Ron Artest was a great defender in
That's a
his prime.
baptism, though. That's a baptism, though.
Right, he was a great defender in his prime. But what I'm saying to you is, teams kept guys like that on their roster, right? Like what's
Drew
the guy?
Holiday's type.
What's the guy from Memphis that we always forget?
Tony.
No, not Tony Allen. The James Posey.
Right.
Man, bro,
Tatum would kill James Posey. I'm sorry.
nah, bro. Come on, see,
Tatum would kill James Posey.
Come on, bro.
But see, that's another thing too. The defensive players that were
Shane
there,
Battier, bro. He not
Shane
killing shit.
Battier, yeah.
Shane Battier was getting killed in the finals.
Yeah.
Later
We
on.
gotta relax. We gotta
Shane Battier,
relax.
yeah, Shane Battier was 34, bro.
We gotta
later.
relax. Freezie, we gotta relax.
Kobe Bryant was killing Shane Battier, right?
Yes, we gotta relax.
Who did you say?
Kobe Bryant.
Yes.
Oh, one of the all-time greats was killing Shane Battier. Okay.
Exactly.
I mean, that's what Tatum
You can
aspired.
say the same
Relax.
thing about Butler and Drew Holiday. Butler was
Jason
taking
Tatum.
it to
Wait a
Drew
minute. Are
Holiday.
we saying Jason Tatum and Kobe?
No. He aspires to
Okay.
be.
Okay.
like that.
Okay.
Freezie, we gotta relax, Freezie.
Okay.
Defense
I want to.
defense
I want to
is
chill on this,
important,
bro.
but
for real.
defense is important, but we gotta relax. Like I tell people this all the time. They gave Iguodala the MVP, and LeBron averaged a triple-double on it.
That was ridiculous, bro. It's still ridiculous. Every time you say it,
Every time I say
think about
it, it's like, yo, how does who was voting for this?
somebody was.
You know what I
testing
think it is? I think it is because it's LeBron James, and yeah, he still had a triple-double, but they still somewhat slowed him down every now and again. It's like sometimes you ain't gonna stop a juggernaut, but if you slow him down just enough, you can still get that accolade.
No.
That was Steph Curry's award.
No. That was Steph Curry's award. That was Steph Curry's award.
I know, I agree with you, but what I'm saying is you asked the question, and look, I'm gonna play devil's advocate this whole season.
Hey, before you do that, let me do this.
Oh, we pulling an all-nighter.
Salute, Cole.
Yo,
Good morning.
Yo,
good morning.
you ain't coming on. I'm about to head out.
I had to take a nap after that knockout blow. I was like,
Shout out
oh
to
my
the old
god.
people. Shout out to the old people in the building.
He's like, I woke up from my nap in the middle of the night.
My slumber.
Oh god, that was crazy this last night. Oh, what the
Yo, do you think Jason Tatum can be the greatest Boston Celtic of all time?
possibly.
Okay.
Possibly, but it's hard to top Larry Bird.
Right. It
so
shouldn't
hard
even be a conversation at this point.
Yeah, at this point not.
He's got to win.
Oh, well, he asked you the question.
My fault, Cole.
Me, come on, man. This man got 5 championships. So how are you going to top somebody who got 5 championships and this dude can't even get past? I mean, you better getting out the East Conference Finals. You know what I'm saying? So to me, that's like, hold your breath. Hold your breath until that happens. Hold your breath.
But how
as
many
far
Hall of
as
Famers he played with, though?
okay, and your excuse is what?
That's not an excuse. I'm just saying it. You played
Larry Bird. Hold on a second.
Yeah.
Stop. Because you wasn't even drinking Infamil.
No. I'm not saying he's better than Larry Bird. I know Larry Bird is the greatest.
All right, I'm about to say Larry Bird is one of the greatest scorers ever. Period of the basketball. Larry Bird is one of the greatest basketball players, basketball mind.
Period.
Period.
He's top 10 all time. top 5 in a
Top
lot of
10.
minds.
Top
Yeah.
10. Top
And
10.
I don't even like him. I never
Find that
liked him.
disrespectful. I find that disrespectful.
I'm saying top 5 in a lot of people's minds, but I can't speak
Right.
for everyone.
Right.
Yeah, come on, man. You sure? This is what we debating and arguing over Tatum versus Larry Bird? Just because Larry Bird game wasn't sexy doesn't mean that he wasn't an animal.
I thought it
How
was
many
sexy.
people? How many? Pause. But anyway, yo, how many more? How many MFs can tell you, yo, bank shot off the top corner in and it's over.
Going left. I'm going left
You're
off
left.
off the glass.
Exactly.
And you
Or
can't
when
see.
he misses the shot, he goes, "Don't worry, I'll get it next time."
Hmm.
And after he tells you to play, and then he actually gets the next 2 to 3 shots exactly the way he said he was. It's like I was just warming up. I know what you mean. The mental
I
game
think,
is
but I
different,
think,
but
I think we already reduced that. He like the Larry Bird thing is just very hard, but the Pierce thing, I'm not giving that up. He's
not
better than
because.
Pierce,
And I gotta say, Pierce is
or
look.
he will be better than Pierce very soon.
Pierce is the gatekeeper for Tatum to even be in that conversation. If he can't pass Pierce, to me, I don't think he's because again, he has Brown, he has these guys that can help him out. And people could say, oh, he had Antoine Walker, Pierce had Antoine. It's not the same. To me,
Oh no
it's
no no
like
no 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 no.
no.
Antoine,
Go ahead.
hold on a second. Antoine
Go
Walker,
ahead.
real quick, BT. Antoine Walker was the man before Pierce was. Pierce, they had to get rid of Antoine Walker for Pierce to even bud like that.
Right.
You
All right.
understand what I'm saying?
I understand that, but what I was just trying to say is the tag team duo, like like how they say,
Hmm.
oh well, he had Walker and he didn't perform. That's what I'm trying to say. Pierce had to grow and do, and he's been consistent offensively and defensively, even when his team was bad. He still produced game-winning shots. He still produced a lot more than I have seen in Tatum. Because here's an example: Game Seven, Tatum was hurt. I'm not taking anything away from that. But if you want to court, do something. He led it up to Brown to let Brown do, even though Brown had 7 turnovers and he tried. That game 7, Tatum should have did a little bit more or get off the court. That's the difference where you also even look at with Larry Bird. Larry Bird was injured. You see him hobbling up and down the court, but he's still being effective offensively and defensively, not just playing one side of the ball. So Tatum may be a better scorer. He may have more pizzazz, but there's little things to his games that I haven't seen yet as I have seen with Pierce. Like I've seen Pierce be down by like 7 points with like under a minute, come back and then end up winning the game by 3 because of what Pierce did, getting to the foul line, getting the block, coming back on defense and offense, getting the extra 3-point play on a layup and one. It's like that. That's what I want to see from Tatum before I can sit here and say,
Wait, we
you know
about to
what?
pretend Paul Pierce was a great defender? That's what we about to do?
Wait,
No.
what?
Neither,
No.
neither Pierce nor Bird were great defenders. They were great team defenders.
Team
Oh
Yeah.
no,
They're
defense,
no,
better.
we not no. The Bird thing is not a question. Nah, Bird has what 3 MVPs? How many MVPs does Bird
Yeah,
have?
he has 3 MVPs. The last guy
And
to get it
five?
in a
Nah,
row.
nah.
So
That's
but
out of the question.
the thing about Larry Bird, man, is I don't know if y'all know this or whatever. I lived it, right? From 1981 to 1985.
Facts. Me
Oh, so you
Larry
too.
experienced
Bird
a
was
lot of
the
pain
best
from Larry Bird.
player in the NBA, period. From 1981 to 1985, Larry Bird was the unquestioned best player in the league.
Then
Right,
'86 Jordan happened. So.
right, and then and so it wasn't
Magic
just
didn't get
him.
one of those years.
N- no,
No,
no, no,
no,
no. He wasn't.
he
No. Magic
wasn't.
wasn't better than
Because of the
Magic.
whole rivalry with
Yeah,
go ahead.
bro. Hold on. Let me finish. My thing is because we were talking about the league. I said he's the best player in the league. I'm not talking about Lakers versus Celtics,
No, period.
right? In '85, Larry Bird was still great, but there was an ascension of other players jumping onto the radar.
Hmm.
Example, Dominique Wilkins,
Hmm.
right? And Dominique Wilkins then was how a lot of people think about Shea Gilgeous-Alexander now, right? He's putting up these fantastic stats on his team that could, you know what I'm saying? So he was on the radar, but not on the radar, right? And then you got other guys all over. You got Olajuwon coming into his own, right? You got all these guys popping up all over the place. Bernard King was the second best player from 82 to 84. Bernard King. Your New York Knicks, Bernard King, was the second best player in the league.
Right.
Not a scoring machine, the second best player in the league. And then you got guys that started out their career better than Larry Bird that were coming down to meet Larry Bird on the way up. Dr. J, David Thompson, all these different guys. Jason Tatum has not shown you at any stretch of his career that he has the potential to be the best player in the league for a 4-year stretch. Period. Even right now, if we say in 2 years, will Jason Tatum be the best player in the league? All of us will say no. And we might have a different
top 3 in MVP this year.
But that's the point. He had 4 years.
I'm talking about Larry Bird being the best player on the planet.
Oh yeah, but at any point was Paul Pierce in that discussion? At any point?
No.
Okay then.
No.
Was Paul Pierce finishing top 5 in MVP voting at any point?
But Dre, listen, you're not getting what I'm saying. I'm not even talking about Paul Pierce.
You talking about Bird?
I'm talking about Bird and Tatum.
Oh no, Bird and Tatum is not a real discussion. That's
so because the question that was asked can Jason Tatum be the best have the opportunity to be the greatest Celtic of all time?
No.
Okay. That's
not as long as Larry Bird has ever existed. No.
Right. Will Jason Tatum ever be a top 6 player of all time?
No.
No. Right. Because you could easily ask the question: is he a top 4 player right now? Is he better than Jokic?
I think he's top.
Hell no.
Top 5.
I think he's 5. I think he's 5.
He's top 5.
Nah.
He has to be. I'm gonna.
But he's not better than Jokic. He's not better than Steph. He's not better than Giannis.
The question was is he a top 4 player right now?
He's finished in the MVP race. Like I think in the last 2 years, he was in the top 4 or 5 spots for the MVP.
He finished 4 last year.
Yeah.
After Jokic, Steph, and Giannis.
Yeah.
You think he's better? You think he's better than Embiid? Then you think he's better than the league MVP?
I think he is. And I'm going to tell you why. Because the league MVP got his MVP for like 6 weeks of doing.
I just saw, didn't I just see Tatum drop 50 on the league MVP's team to close them out?
I was just going to say. Look,
I just saw that.
But didn't you just see the league MVP hold up the league MVP trophy?
But
okay, the league MVP doesn't necessarily mean it's the best player. Was Derrick Rose the best player in the NBA in 2011? Yes or no?
Obviously, he had to be.
Derrick Rose is better than LeBron in 2011, Corey?
Hey.
Okay. So okay, Dre. So
Embiid wasn't better than Jokic last year.
So Dre, let's do this. Let's pick one thing to argue about. One thing as the standard. One thing is the control in our argument.
Okay.
Right. So if it's because what you used against Tatum and Paul Pierce was accolades. And then now that we're using accolades,
but context behind accolades. If you win multiple of the same accolades,
but no, what I'm saying,
Ray, listen.
You're probably right. But what I'm saying is so that we can all speak to the same thing on the debate. Either we're going to use accolades or we're not.
I want to use context though. Because accolades don't mean anything without any context. You can
so then we're using accolades.
Like you could throw the Iggy winning Finals MVP as an accolade,
or
he could make the Hall of Fame off that. But the context was Steph really should have won that.
Right, or you could say, well, how come Paul Pierce was only All NBA such and such amount of times?
Because there were better players ahead of him. But the context was there are better players ahead of him.
Right. Okay. Right. And so we're speaking to the talent pool that existed in both of these eras and comparing them. We're comparing the talent pool that Paul Pierce played in when he made and missed all NBA teams versus the talent pool today where Jason Tatum is going to be all NBA for the next 8 seasons.
He was first team, not second, third. None of
Okay,
that. Like
whichever.
he's not
It
making
don't
it
matter.
by the skin of his teeth.
It don't matter. He made all NBA, right? That's all that matters to me. Right? Because all NBA is all NBA, right?
First team is different than third team.
Oh man, stop it.
Yeah, come on.
First team All NBA is different
Stop
than
it.
third team.
Stop it, Dre.
Come on.
All NBA is all NBA.
Hold on. So if we're making all things fair, DeMar DeRozan is equal caliber player to Jokic. If you just putting it like that, then
No,
Who, Jokic?
Dre. What I'm saying to you is the people that vote for all NBA watch all 82 games of all 30 teams.
no.
All right. So if we know that to be the common sense argument, why not just settle on all NBA?
It's an amalgamation of what people conceive or perceive as the best of the best.
But
Dre,
and nine times out of 10,
hold on.
and 9 times out of 10, first team All NBA, besides when it's two centers and it gets out of whack a little bit, it's usually accurate.
Okay.
Who's the
Did
best
you think
players in the
last year
world.
Embiid
Except
was
for
better
Jalen
than
Brunson.
Jokic?
Except Jalen Brunson didn't make all NBA last year.
Because he turned it on at the halfway point of the season,
No, he turned it on in January.
which is like 35 games in,
Right.
which is
right.
close to halfway.
Right. But the thing is, he turned it on in January, and voters that don't normally watch the Knicks were forced to watch Jalen Brunson after the All-Star break. By that time, minds were already made up.
But I'm gonna keep it a buck with you, Freezie. There's no one out of the 6 guards that I would have put him
Facts,
over.
Freezy.
For that accolade, I wouldn't have put him over those 6 guards. You can look up the 6 guards.
But that's your opinion, right? My opinion is I absolutely would have. So now what does that put
over
us?
who? Over who?
It don't matter. I'm just take one off. I'll put one on.
Hold on, I'll ask you who.
Take off SGA.
No, you out of your damn mind, Freezie. Stop it.
Take off, bro.
Why?
When you put up stats on a team that ain't doing nothing,
stop it.
Okay, what has OKC won since SGA's been there?
Freezie, swap SGA for Jalen Brunson.
Answer that question.
Swap SGA for Jalen Brunson when they have made the playoffs.
OKC done since
swap SGA for Jalen Brunson when they have made the playoffs.
No, I'm not doing that. I'm asking you a question.
Because if you put SGA on last year's team, they would have made the playoffs.
I'm not doing that, bro. I'm asking you, what has OKC accomplished with that man putting up big numbers?
Okay, Freezy. So that's like saying T-Mac didn't deserve it because his team didn't make the playoffs. Even though he definitely was a top 3 NBA player.
I just need an answer on what has OKC done with SGA being the man.
They made the playoffs one year with Chris Paul in, and then they started tanking, flagrantly tanking, and actually resting SGA down the stretch.
All right,
last year.
All right. So that's why I'm saying this argument is trippy, because if SGA is putting up those numbers and we go to bat for him for his team being a fringe playoff team, but then we say Paul Pierce, you say, well, Paul Pierce missed the playoffs in his prime. That's what I'm saying. I understand where you're going with it, but all I'm saying is that if you leave it in the hands of people that have opinions, people's opinions are going to sway the voting one way or the other. That's all I'm saying. Bro, no sports writer in the country is going to watch all 82 games.
But that's why they take votes for hundreds of people.
Right. But that's
to get a general consensus.
That's why they don't let the commissioner pick it by himself.
Because he don't watch all the damn games. Because he don't watch all the games. That man is straight money, man. You saw that man got a Skims endorsement, man. He don't care about the actual game. He cares about the bottom line.
Money, bread. Right. Right. But when you say that and assume that columnists don't want to sell papers, I think that's the flaw in that argument again. So columnists don't want to sell papers. They don't want clicks.
But their votes don't really. Are their votes like have anything to do with selling papers?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
They do, because look at what happened with Embiid last year. Embiid for 6 weeks
Crystal
did really
clear.
well and ended up winning the MVP. Because in the beginning of the season, it was all Jokic all the way up until halfway. Then Embiid gets the
It was voters
50-point game.
fatigue. Straight
Huh?
up, voters fatigue. It's the same reason Braun didn't win in 2011.
But this is what
Dre,
he's saying, though.
But Dre, if you say that for that, and then say the opposite for Paul Pierce, it sounds
Exactly.
uneven.
Exactly.
But there's no voters fatigue against Paul Pierce. like voters fatigue has to play in where something actually happened to precede the fatigue.
Let me
in
ask
the
you a
first place.
question.
This guy was already dominant to begin with, where the fatigue come in. Ain't nobody was afraid to vote Paul Pierce or something. If he was that great, they would have given it to him.
No, man. So okay. All right. So in the year 2000, Karl Malone made second team All NBA, right?
He's better than Paul Pierce.
No, and 37-year-old Karl Malone was better than Paul Pierce.
His numbers were better.
You know what that sound like, right?
Yeah, that double
like
20 and 10.
Like Paul Pierce. That sound like
no. I think Paul Pierce is one of the most overrated players of all time, personally.
Okay, all right. Well,
you got a bias to him.
That's not a bias. That's just what I think.
That's just his opinion. Well, there's that then. There's not even a need to talk about anything further about Paul Pierce and Jason Tatum because of that. Right? I mean, right? If we being honest,
there's people that think Paul Pierce is better than Melo. So I don't care. I don't even care. The dude asked me one question: will Jason Tatum be the greatest Celtic of all time? No.
Right?
That's an impossible battle.
Right.
I think he could finish top 3-ish, top 4, but it's impossible to be.
That's saying he'll be better than.
Bird.
That's saying that he'll be better than Bob Cousy, who revolutionized the point guard position. Paul Pierce will be better than Bob Cousy. That's laughable. I mean, I'm sorry, Jason Tatum.
Jason
Tatum will be better than Bob Cousy. That's laughable. When I talk to my uncles now, they told me out of their own mouths.
The only ones I think that can be head and shoulders that can never be caught is Bill Russell and Larry.
All right, but let them finish that story.
Yeah,
my fault for you.
No doubt. My uncles told me that when they watched the point guard position, when they played on the playground, right, the point guard position looked different. Bob Cousy is the Steph Curry of his era. And while that means nothing to the casual fan, right? That means nothing to the casual fan, right? Bob Cousy took the slick New York style point guard stuff that he learned in New York and brought it to the Celtics and revolutionized the point guard position. Now, would it evolve over the years after Cousy? Of course. But the first evolution of it is Bob Cousy making the point guard position kind of what you see today.
Well,
right?
Freezie, if we're gonna do it like that, then Wilt is the greatest ever. Period.
You're not understanding what he's trying to say.
I am understanding what he's trying to say, but if we're talking about the revolutionizing aspect,
no, he's just bucking. He's bucking. Period. Because
I'm just saying, Wilt's the best. Period. You can't really have that discussion. It's about just revolutionizing,
except for the fact that the center position evolved over the years, right?
Yeah,
it evolved over the years. Like it's no longer a dude down low averaging 50 points and 32 rebounds, right? The offense is not the center, which the center is the hub of an offense. That's why it's called center, because everything was supposed to revolve around that guy on offense and that guy on defense.
Yeah,
that's why they call it center.
You have to go through him
because it's the center of all the action, right? But what I'm saying to the Jason Tatum thing is, will Jason Tatum be one of the greatest Celtics of all time? He is already that. Jason Tatum is already one of the greatest Celtics of all time. If he stopped today, he is in that conversation, right? But is he better than Dave Cowens? We got to relax, bro. He ain't better than Dave Cowens is a league MVP, 2-time NBA champ, and we ain't even saying his name.
Facts.
we got to relax on Jason Tatum, bro. He'll get there, bro. But just because he plays in this era doesn't mean that's like me saying I'm a better man than my grandfather.
Nah, you know what that is? That's just being a prisoner of the moment, like Skip Bayless would say.
I don't think Jason Tatum is a top 5 Celtic right now. I think I said, is he going to get there? You asked me if he's going to get there. And I
Can
said,
he get there? Yes, of course. We agree on that.
But I'm not saying that right now. No, he hasn't done. He hasn't even won a title. You can't be in those conversations when we talking about what do they call them, title time?
Right.
So you can't be in that conversation when you don't have the pinnacle.
The
Not yet. But I said, can he get there? In terms of his talent, yes.
But the thing I'm getting at though is teams win championships, individuals don't. That's what I was trying to tell AD when he was here. Teams win championships, individuals don't.
Unfortunately,
no matter how much you do, no matter how much, bro, Michael Jordan is 2-8 without Scottie Pippen.
But Freezie, unfortunately, how you're judged is if you have championships.
Look at LeBron James. He's been to the finals multiple times, and his team didn't give him the effort he needed to win. And people say his team wasn't behind him. He had to deal with injuries. He had to deal with this. You could be a superstar to get you there, but you need your team to help you finish.
I have a question, Freezie. Is Dan Marino the greatest passer of the ball you've ever seen?
Yes.
Well, then that's how you can differentiate it. Then you can view it that you think you can consider someone as one of the greatest ever, even if they didn't win the title.
Yes, Dan Marino is the greatest thrower of the football we've ever seen, right? And then if I name the two dudes behind him, people will swear up and down I'm crazy, right? Because number 2 is Joe Montana. Joe Montana is the second greatest thrower of the football that, in my mind, that has ever existed. And then behind him, and it's going to make people laugh, right? It'll make people laugh. But here's the thing: the guy behind him is a quarterback from the Cincinnati Bengals named Ken Anderson. He used to play for the Bengals in the 70s and 80s. If you're talking about pure throwers of the football, right?
Went to the Super Bowl too.
Yeah. If we're talking about pure throwers of the football, number Dan Fouts, right? Pure. I'm talking about guys that throw
with guns.
Footballs. They throw catchable footballs.
I might be in the minority. But I think Matthew Stafford is one of the greatest throwers, even though in terms of just arm talent, in terms of the things that he can do with the ball.
Right.
I think he's one of the greatest. He's not one of the greatest quarterbacks ever, but I guess accolades come into play when we talk about those things. But in terms of just throwing the ball from weird angles and it's catchable, like making your dominant receiver.
I think Matthew Stafford is up there with the greatest deep throwers ever.
Talent.
Right, but what I'm saying is your running back is being covered by a linebacker. And you have to drop the ball over the linebacker into the running back's hand where it's catchable.
With touch.
Where the running back can catch the ball, protect himself, and make a football play. Is Dan Marino. Period. It's Dan Marino. Now, if you're talking about arm talent and guys that can sling it, Matthew Stafford, John Elway, Pat Mahomes. A lot of guys have strong arms that can throw it.
Aaron Rodgers.
Aaron Rodgers is in that category with Joe Montana.
I think he's in that Marino Joe Montana category, where he has just the adequate amount of touch when he needs it.
Between linebacker, you know who else is a great thrower of the football and don't get credit? Phil Simms. Phil Simms. Phil Simms, bro.
Tonight, guys.
I ain't gonna lie to you, and I'm not.
Lee, your Giants are showing.
I'm not kissing up the Giants fan. Lee, you know I will bash the Giants when I feel
of course.
Yeah, that's why we winning.
But I saw Phil Simms throw a ball by Keena Turner, and people don't know who Keena Turner is. I don't expect you to know. Right?
Cornerback from the 49ers.
No, the linebacker, 58 from the 49ers.
Yeah, from the 49ers. Right? My bad.
I saw him throw a ball across Keena Turner's helmet and threw his arms and pumped like this before it got to Bavaro. Right? He
Why was
looked
his
off the
son so
safety.
trash?
Huh?
Why was his son so trash?
I don't know.
Not everybody got the skills. Look at Jordan's kids.
Oh,
Jordan's kids ain't even on
yeah,
this level. They didn't even make the
that's a
league.
slight. That's a slight at the Jets, though. I get what he said. Right?
Mhm.
Both sons. I think didn't both sons play for the Jets? I think. Or was it just Matt that played for the Jets?
I think it was just yeah.
Matt played for the Jets, and Chris played for the Buccaneers.
Yep. Yeah, but my
Okay.
fault to distract you.
No. I'm good. But to your argument though, if we're talking about what basketball looks like, Jason Tatum is absolutely a fantastic NBA player, right? But I have him in this weird category of Bernard King, Alex English, Dominique Wilkins, the 6'8" scoring machines, bro. I have him in that category. Carmelo Anthony. You know what I'm saying? Guys, Danny Granger to an extent, not all the way, but Danny Granger to an extent.
That's fair.
Of guys that can flat out score the basketball, but need help in other areas for their team to win. You gotta being a two-way player in the NBA is difficult. That's why when people say he could score, but he don't play defense, bro. You ever played basketball?
Yeah, it's tiring on both sides. You got to be running a lot.
Right. It's like saying your linebackers can rush the passer, but he can't run the football. What do we, bro? That's great. You want him to play? You want him to play 72 snaps on defense, rushing the passer, and then come on the other side and play 50 snaps playing running back?
Prime
But
example,
but
Ant-Man.
Freezy, this is
Look at
why like
Ant-Man.
I give Tatum his just due. Remember when the Nets were playing the Celtics in the playoffs last year? Tatum's assignment was Kevin Durant the entire time, solo coverage, and Durant wasn't getting nothing off easy. Durant shot horrendously that entire series.
You talking about
And
2 years ago?
Yeah, and it was and a lot of that had to do with Jason Tatum.
Oh, right.
And
right.
when he locks in on defense, like so when you compare him to like these scoring machines, it's very hard to lock in on defense and be that same 30-point per game guy. It's
Right.
damn near impossible.
Right.
But for spurts in a series, he's doing things that you don't really see out of the scoring machines alone. Like he's getting 5-6 assists while getting his 25 to 30 while playing really good defense against elite wings. If teams have multiple players that can get buckets, that's usually if teams have 2 or 3 guys that are elite scorers,
Right.
that's when Tatum takes on the assignment. But he doesn't usually have to because most teams don't. But when that challenge has happened, he's risen. Like he guarded Jimmy Butler last year, and Jimmy Butler wasn't doing much in the playoffs. Granted, he was hurt a little bit, but
And Jimmy Butler was dragging dead bodies to the finish line.
And he damn sure did.
Yeah.
he
That's
was.
sad.
He was, but you got to remember that kid Caleb Martin went crazy for like 3 or 4 games.
Right.
He might have should have won that MVP for that conference series.
The Eastern Conference, yeah.
But yeah, like I'm
But
gonna
you
keep
can
it
do
real
that
with you,
when
Freezy.
you're the moon. You can do that when you're a moon. But when you're a planet, when everybody's focused on you, bro, he can't. He ain't that guy, and we know that.
Yeah, absolutely not. But like when you compare him to these classic scoring machines, I don't think I've seen very many of them ramp up their defensive effort consistently over a course of a series over another great offensive player like he did against Durant. So that's where a lot of my respect for his defense comes from, because usually he doesn't have to do that. He's a pretty good team defender, but when it had to come down to it, he produced on offense and he really made it difficult on one of the greatest scorers of all time.
In a series, yeah.
In
I
series.
think Kevin Durant is washed. If that was 2016 Kevin Durant,
but
we'd be
remember
telling horror stories right now.
the year before Kevin Durant was going crazy on the Bucks who won the championship.
Right.
Remember that year right before that.
Yeah, Kevin Durant was 32.
And then he was 33.
And then it was and now he's 35. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. What I'm getting at is, first of all, let me clarify something. The scoring machines I mentioned were not offense only.
They weren't
I think
offense only, but I would say they're mostly known because of their highlights, of course. So
right,
highlights only,
and box score.
yeah, highlights and box score only mention that. But if we're talking about them in their peak in their prime, they were probably getting 25 with doing a whole bunch of other things. But what they're known for, their best attribute is scoring, of course. So that gets highlighted the most.
Right. Yeah, no doubt. And so the thing with Paul Pierce is this: is Paul Pierce one of the greatest Celtics of all time? Absolutely. Paul Pierce did it as a Celtic for like 13 years. Right. Is Jason Tatum one of the greatest Celtics of all time? Absolutely. Jason Tatum has been doing it for 7 years.
He's like top 20.
Yeah, that's still greatest. How many players have played for Boston?
A lot of greats. I mean, Titletown, they got a lot.
You even had Shaq play for them.
Right. When you're talking about top 20, and they've had maybe
when you say greatest
7,000 players on their roster,
yeah,
you know what I'm saying, over the course of their history, maybe 7,000 guys, or
no. There's only been like 5,000 that ever played in the NBA.
Okay.
To ever play, so it's probably more closer to like maybe 600, 700 players to ever wear a Celtics uniform.
So still 20 out of 600.
Yeah,
still elite.
Still
right. So, but here's the other thing too. The other question, my man asked me, or my man said, the Knicks will never win a championship because they can't get two stars together at the same time. Y'all believe that to be accurate?
Negative.
That seems to be the formula to win a championship.
I honestly got to say, in the past few years, we've never had that example, so we really don't know.
Well, I'll say historically, champions have two or more.
I'm gonna say this. We have three potential right now.
Superstars.
Superstars. Okay.
I don't know.
Three superstars. I see 3 all-stars.
But that's Lee's opinion. Lee, expound on it though.
Yeah.
I'm gonna expound on it right now, because right now, if this young man comes back like he's supposed to, I think he's gonna ascend to take over this team. Yeah, I'm serious, y'all.
Okay.
I am so serious.
But wait, who are you talking about?
I'm talking about RJ Barrett.
Oh, okay.
And if Jalen Brunson drops 45 again, you know what I'm saying? And if we can find a way to wake this man back the hell up, you know what I'm saying? Out of his slumber. You know what I'm saying? We got three potential superstars. If not, okay, if y'all want to just call them all-stars, because we're looking at it from our perspective, but everybody outside of us are looking at it like, yo, they got like some serious work over there.
I think the outside consensus don't really value our guys as much. If you like look
No. Yo.
When you look at these lists, they put Randall as the 45th best player or something like that. That's not a superstar. That's like
a 45th. 45th. Well, so this year was 45th. 2 years ago, he was top 30.
He was top 8. He was 8th in MVP voting.
8th. You know what I'm saying? Thank you, Freezie. So he's still in the conversation. What y'all don't get is this, and Knicks fans, a lot of Knicks fans don't get. We don't know what the West Coast is talking about because we live out here on the East Coast.
Okay.
You understand what I'm saying? We don't know what the Midwest is talking about because we live the East Coast. I live in the Southeast. So I don't know what the Northeast is talking about. You know what I'm saying? Conversations are being had. People are looking at their own teams. Somebody's waiting for us to purge this team so they can be like, oh, I want that, and I need that, and I need this, and I need that. They waiting for us to crumble within ourselves. They wait for us to implode. Do you not understand this?
Yep.
That's why it's so hard to keep a team together. to keep everybody focused on the main goal, and that's winning the championship. Do you not understand that? And that's it goes for every sport: football, basketball, even hockey, baseball, anything. You know what I'm saying? When you have a collection, and if you have great assets, you know what I'm saying, and great personnel,
Okay.
you know what I mean? It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? We look at them because we're expecting one thing. We're looking at it from a perspective of expectations. You know what I'm saying? And when you step out of outside of that and take off, because we all got rose colored glasses on because we love the Knicks. But when you step outside of that and you look at the Knicks, you're like, what's going on with the Knicks? I thought they'd be better than that, but they still got some great talent over there. I still like R.J. Barrett. R.J. Barrett's cold. You see what he did to Chicago
Right.
last month? Or I'm just saying examples. Or you know what I'm saying? Or Julius Randle when he dropped 50 on stinking the Celtics. These people are out here still looking at our talent and liking what lavishing what we have, just like how we are looking at theirs.
I was gonna.
Because because for example, Shea Gilt, like y'all keep bringing up Shea Gilchrist Alexander, how he's such a great talent, but he ain't never accomplished nothing. He's so good, but he's carrying a bunch of bums.
Yeah, he don't impact winning,
What
bro.
what I was gonna
Thank you.
say. What I was gonna say
That's
is
nonsense.
this: based off of our, you could even look at our current roster right now. The only one that we have as a superstar is Randall. As far as making all NBA team, as far as making the All Stars, he's our one superstar. So yes, we can produce one superstar, but a lot of our players have moments to where they would have certain games where they do well in superstar moments, but it's not consistent. So for us, we can say, like you said with RJ has the potential to be there. We see more of it of what they can do. I agree with you. But at the same time, I don't remember the Knicks actually having two all stars or caliber players that made it on the roster because thus far, I think it's like I said, the contract. We end up paying one too much for the other. The closest thing you can say is when we had Amari Stoudemire and Carmelo Anthony, but that didn't even work because of injury.
I, I agree. I agree. I agree with you. What you just said that the Amari Stoudemire, and it just so happens that we got a washed
The
Amari.
the easiest
But
That
way to
that's
was
the
do that
closest
is
we've
the
had with two
easiest way to do
superstars,
that.
and it didn't even give us a full season.
The
So for
easiest way to
me,
get two
seeing it, he's absolutely
superstars.
right. It's not us. It's just we, like I said, we're so
it's
far behind.
timing. It's time. It's
Exactly, like
timing.
we're two
It's
years
timing.
behind. We're two
It
years
is
behind.
us
Like,
because we can't draft for nothing. The
but that's
easiest
not.
way to get two
It's
superstars is
not
to
that we
draft
can't
them.
draft. It's that we've been punching the last two seasons.
No,
That's the
I'm
issue.
talking about every other high draft pick that we've ever had. It's
Listen,
all
listen,
nothing.
listen. You're mad because listen, and I'm not saying you're mad. Excuse me. Let me say this. You're not happy because RJ was not that
No.
instant.
This not an RJ
Hold on,
thing.
a second, let me finish, bro. You're upset because RJ didn't come into the league with that tenacity, that pizzazz, that he showed you right
No, you
there
telling
off
me
the
I'm
muscle.
upset. I'm not upset, and I actually like
I'm not. I'm saying I'm wrong. Well, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong
RJ.
about your feelings.
Yeah.
But what I'm trying to tell you though is Nick fans are not happy
Oh,
because
general consensus. Yeah.
general consensus because the fact that he is not the instantaneous. Just pour water on him, give him some Gatorade, and he's gonna go out there and give us 50.
Right. He not a gremlin, bro.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I was more so like talking about like us wasting draft picks on like Frank Ntilikina and Kevin Knox and
That
Obi
was
Toppin.
not that was not this team. So you cannot listen. This is what
But
I
he
don't.
but hold on,
Hold on
Lee.
a second. Oh no, 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 no. What I'm saying is we cannot equate what Phil Jackson and
It's
the
not about
last.
it's not about this particular team. He's talking about his man said historically what the Knicks do. And in order to like get two superstars, you got to hit on draft picks usually.
Yep. You got to
And
at least draft one of them.
we did historic. I'm speaking historically. We messed up on a bunch of draft picks, which makes it harder to get those types of guys.
I agree. Yo, you talking about what's this kid named Hill? We drafted. What was this like
Jordan
15,
Hill.
18? Jordan Hill.
Instead of
We
drafting DeMar DeRozan,
thank you.
instead of drafting DeMar DeRozan, we drafted Jordan Hill.
Are you
Instead of
serious?
drafting Drew Holiday, we drafted Jordan Hill.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Jordan Hill ain't even in the league no more. Folks don't even know his name.
He's been
Jordan
out the
Hill's in
league.
prison. He in prison.
He's in prison
Oh,
Yes.
Jesus Christ.
for
Lord
what?
have mercy. God bless his soul.
Yeah.
Damn.
But the fact that you know what I'm saying, the fact that we did that was first of all, you got to look at the people who are put in position to make these choices. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
And what are they looking at?
You talk
You know
about
what I'm
you talk about root cause. You got to look at the root cause.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Right. Right. Okay.
I-
What I'm gonna say to you is this. I think he is. My man is absolutely right, but as a Knicks fan, I don't want to believe it.
Yeah.
I don't want somebody telling me we can't win championships because I'm a Knicks fan. But I
Exactly.
do understand the reason why it was said. Right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, because right now, if we had Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown, I would be arguing that we are the future.
We would be
But since
talking
we
crazy.
don't have them, I don't want to say Boston is the future.
Yeah.
Yeah,
In other
get
words,
where I'm going with it.
Yeah.
you're putting your bias in there, speaking from a fan perspective. That's all that is.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Man, that's all I'm saying, man.
Thus
I just
far,
don't-
he's
I just-
correct, but we got to see, man. Because like I said, honestly, Dre's right. Dre made a valid point. You can't just get two superstars together on a team without drafting at least one of them. Like one of them has to come from the draft. Another one you can get through free agency, but
Or
it's
trade.
hard to get two players. Like what happened with the Clippers. I think they got lucky. The Clippers got lucky when they got
The Clippers
Kawhi,
and the
Paul
Nets.
George.
What about the Lakers?
Even them, like this is what I'm saying. Some teams just have that luck to where
But the
they can
Lakers
get those free
traded to
agents.
draft for their guy. Man.
No,
So
but what I'm
first of all,
saying,
hold on a second. You got to think of the NBA as an organization, before you can even put that together. Because at the end of the day, the league sits there and looks at how these teams are going to be constructed, or how they want to market and construct these teams. So
No, like,
they
yeah.
go
I
ahead, Dre.
agree. I was gonna say, like, outside of the Lakers, the only team that's like proven successful just getting guys that weren't originally there, or at least one of them were drafted there. It's very rare. And like when we
yeah,
talk about like
Thank you. Thank you.
Kobe and Shaq, they traded to draft Kobe, and they traded
to get Shaq.
an actual NBA commodity. Like Vladi was a pretty good player.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And they went and got him.
Magic is the only player that I could say that's homegrown to LA, and it was a superstar, and they jumped on it.
Hey,
They
did you know that people don't, the young fellas don't know. The young guys, they don't know, and it's not their fault. But bro, the whole course of the NBA could be different if the Chicago Bulls had won that coin toss.
Bang.
Right? If the Chicago Bulls win that coin toss, right? What happens is the Chicago Bulls get Magic Johnson, and the Lakers get a bust because the dude that was drafted, that Chicago drafted, wound up being trash, right? So Magic goes to Chicago, plays point guard for 3 years, and he leaves and goes to play for Detroit. We already knew that. We know Magic Johnson wanted to be a Detroit Piston. We already know that. Well, I don't even want to argue that. People are gonna say, "No, man, that would have never have happened." Uncle Freezie, how you know you wasn't there, bro?
Michigan
I was
State
there.
Wants to go back to
Michigan State.
Yeah, I was there, bro. I heard the man say it out of his own mouth live on national TV. I heard him. Right? But then if the Bulls get Magic and they're good, they don't draft 3 in the draft
And they
Yup.
don't
in
draft
84.
Michael Jordan.
The GOAT.
Right. Right. So they don't get Michael Jordan, right? Right. And so the Bulls don't get Michael Jordan. Say they get somebody else good out of the 84 draft. I don't know. Just pick a name. It don't matter. Right. Right. Here's the thing. The Knicks get Pat in 85. Is the Knicks history changed? Like, for those that watch the MCU and look at timelines and all that stuff, if the Knicks don't have to play Michael Jordan every season, do the Knicks squeeze out championships over the next 15 years?
Well,
Right.
depend if Michael Jordan was in the East still.
Right. And you know what else it depends on? You know what else it
Pippen.
depends on? What if the Knicks kept their draft pick and just drafted? They may have drafted Michael Jordan in 84. But instead, we traded for a dude that we cut. That's classic Knicks, bro. You cut a guy, year later you regret it, and then you trade your first round pick for him, and you can't draft in the 84 draft. LOL Knicks, right? But anyways, my point is this. Like, all the things that we're talking about and everything, for instance, is Jason Tatum, if he goes to Sacramento. Absolutely
Sure.
not.
Hell no.
Absolutely not. He'd just be off the radar, scoring machine, 28
Y'all gonna call
points
him
a
Mitch
game.
Richmond?
Yeah.
Not even Mitch. Not even Mitch, because I can't even think of somebody. Oh, wow. Can I think of somebody? There's nobody been in Sacramento you can say, oh, he was. Oh.
He
Because
wouldn't be Mitch Richmond.
they
He'd be
screwed
more.
up a lot of draft picks too.
Yeah, but he would be more in line to guys that are off the radar that were great NBA players, like Glenn Robinson, Mark Aguirre.
Facts.
Right. He'd have just been a dude that could score the basketball crazy, right? But just be off the radar. Brandon Ingram. Right? Brandon Ingram is a fantastic. But if Brandon Ingram was in Boston,
I think Tatum has more talent than Brandon Ingram.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that Brandon Ingram would be better.
What I'm saying his profile.
Yeah. What I'm saying is if you go to a more nurturing, developmental,
that's how you could sell him.
Yeah, he just gets better by walking by all those trophies every day. Boston knows how to make guys into contenders.
Hold on a second, Freezie. You said a key word: nurturing
and developing.
Exactly, nurturing. And y'all don't get that. I mean, I'm saying not y'all is in you too, BT and or Dre, but nurturing a talent is far more greater than what you think it is. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Because it may, I'm gonna tell you right now, Michael Jordan would be Michael Jordan if they didn't have Jerry Krause. Just let's keep that real. As much as he hated that man, and everybody.
That man put title contenders around him.
And thank you. He can construct. He can build a family. You know what I'm saying? In other words, when you have a patriarch, you know what I'm saying? Your matriarch is great because they do the nurturing most of the time. But the patriarch is the one who puts things together.
Food on the table.
Right.
Exactly.
And you know what else, Lee? The thing that is so understated that people don't realize is when you have a front office that shelters their star, the star can develop. Right? Like people forget that when Jason Tatum rookie year, when he looked like a shook ass dude on the verge of being a bust, Brad Stevens was taking all the arrows for Jason Tatum. All of them, bro. People was trying to get the Tatum media. Hey, Jason Tatum, blah, blah, man. Do you think you made a mistake at number 3? But by the end of the season, Jason Tatum was proving to everybody that he was not a bust. But in those first 25 games, welcome to the NBA kid stuff.
He smacked around.
I tell this story all the time. when Kevin Knox was drafted and he was a rookie and he was playing against a second-year Jason Tatum. This is during Kevin Knox's hot streak, right? Knox made one mistake. David Fizdale cussed him out like a dog, like a mutt on national TV, right? Jason Tatum was struggling in that game. During the timeout, Brad Stevens pulled Jason Tatum all the way to the side away from everybody else and put his arm around him, right? And I know that sounds like he said, oh, Uncle Freezie love giving people virtual hugs. Nah. What I'm saying is Brad Stevens in that moment knew that the future of Boston Celtics basketball was more important than that game.
Facts.
You know what I'm saying? That man, when he pulled Tatum to the side, he was like, yo, blah, blah, man. And then and no lie, I saw the same thing happen in Atlanta, and Atlanta made a change and they ruined a player. Right? If anybody remember a dude named John Collins, right?
Yep.
John
He over in Utah right now.
They did the
He
organization.
was 20-10 before Trae Young got there.
And they ruined him. They ruined him, bro. Right? Because instead of letting that man grow organically and do the things he does well, they were like, no, John Collins, we're not going to feature you anymore. We're not going to do any of these. I remember watching Atlanta games. Every out-of-bounds play Atlanta ran was a lob attempt at the rim for John Collins. And they were running high percentage shot plays for John Collins all the time. And he ate off that, right? But then they change, which Atlanta will tend to do. Quinn Snyder will be gone in 2 years, right? I already know this. You know why? Because I'm in my 50s and I've been watching Atlanta sports for a long time, right? The thing is with the Knicks, though, when RJ Barrett gets hot or when Quickly gets hot, they don't nurture or feature or say things, right?
How many times IQ and RJ get frozen out or get benched?
Right.
Down the street.
And we lose. And we lose.
And they cooking, they get frozen out. I would say that nurturing part. How many times remember Fizdale had Knox? I think Fizdale broke Knox.
He did.
He damn sure did.
He did.
And then the
That's why, yo. When y'all mention Fizdale, I say burn in hell.
Right.
He broke Knox.
Hey,
sure.
when you finish your point, I just want to make a point when you're done. So I'm sorry.
He was trying to break RJ. I think the reason why they fired him is not because they were losing bad, but because he was making RJ look like Stanley Johnson.
Wow.
Yeah, he was making RJ look like Justice Winslow.
Excuse me.
As soon as they got him up out of there, the second half of the season he started uptick.
First of all, that man was more concerned. That man was more concerned about his wife getting scooped up by what's my man name? He gone now.
Trier.
Huh?
Trier.
Yeah, Trier. He was more worried about that.
Right.
I didn't know about that. That was
man.
What? That's why Trier's cut. That's why they cut Trier.
That's why Leon Rose's first day on the job, the first thing he did was got rid of Alonzo Trier, which we knew was coming, right? And then he also cut Kadeem Allen, who was one of the good guys, right? And so we were like, yo, we understand Trier, but why'd you cut Kadeem Allen? He cut Kadeem Allen because he knew that the Knicks could no longer sustain mediocrity at the point guard position. You had to upgrade the point guard position. If you're going into the season and Kadeem Allen is your best point guard, your team is trash.
Oh,
bang.
Kadeem Allen.
Yeah. And a lot of us loved Kadeem Allen because he was like our Taj Gibson at point guard. But you notice when Kadeem Allen got cut, he never played in the NBA again. And you know what it is? Because as great of a person he was a trash NBA point guard, bro. He was trash.
The realities of life. You know?
Yeah. Yeah,
I was
Kadeem Allen was so, yo, I would let Kadeem Allen babysit my grandbabies, bro. I don't have none yet. But when they
I
come,
do.
I
Well,
would
when
let
the
Kadeem
future
Allen
NBA
babysit.
athletes come, then you.
Yeah, bro. I'm talking to
Kadeem Allen. I think Kadeem Allen's gonna be a great coach someplace somewhere.
some, yeah. I think he's Rick Brunson, bro.
But his son gonna be a baller,
His
but not him.
yeah,
I
yeah.
was just gonna interject real quick about Tatum. I was gonna say what I've noticed through this conversation that we have and other platforms I've been on. I've noticed something that we as fans don't do. We always say, "Oh, we want to add context. We want to add context." But I've heard this Tatum talk for a while now, and it goes back to Jordan because the first 7 years that Jordan played, Jordan never made the playoffs. Jordan, he was this
He made the
high scoring
playoffs.
athlete.
He
Oh,
made the
hold
playoffs.
on, hold on. Let me. I'm just trying to say he didn't make the playoffs like Tatum did. This is how they look at it. Oh well,
Okay.
Tatum's first 6 years, he made it to the, he made it to the finals twice. He did this, he did that. But then when they look at Jordan's career, they go, oh well, Jordan didn't make it till Pippen got there. You see what I'm saying? They start knocking people without adding the context in it, but they think they're adding context. You have to actually sit down and actually go through everything that if you're going to compare and contrast then and now. So the whole Tatum talk to me is only because that's what people do. They look at, okay, Jordan's first 7 years with Chicago, he didn't get to the finals, so he was garbage. But Tatum did, so Tatum's better. Even though they don't realize, like Unc just went through and said, the organization has to back you. And even the way the organization backed Jordan, it still was difficult for him to be who he was because they still had to make the transition to getting Pippen, to building the team around him. So for us as Knicks fans, expecting us to have two superstars and we ain't even draft one and build behind him to get the secondary superstar, it's going to be impossible. So for us right now, we have
That's,
not done it because of drafting. We have not done it because of what our front office has been behind in. We're catching up too late and everything. So we as Knicks fans have never and probably won't until the regime change actually see two superstars at the same time.
I disagree with you. I
What the
disagree with
regime?
you.
So if the regime doesn't
Hold on a
change,
second. Hold on a second. I'm tell you where I disagree at.
go
First
ahead.
of all, the first word was impossible. So now I've been around. I've been here long enough to understand certain things. And listen, what I like about this front office, they're gonna make a move. And Freezy, you said it. You said it yesterday. They'll make a move to clean up a mistake, even though you know what I'm saying to some degree it might cost. You know what I'm
No,
saying?
it frustrates people when they do it, but they will do it.
They will do it. So that impossible thing, that's throw that shit out the window. You know what I'm saying? They're gonna make it happen because it's called survivability. You know what I'm saying? As a person, man. D, BT, why will you leave, B? Oh,
Nah, I'm hearing the static.
okay,
That's why. I'm good. Go ahead.
okay. Oh, my fault.
My fault.
My fault. Okay. Yeah, you scared me like I damn I read you off. But anyway, no, that impossible statement. No, don't say that, man. Don't say that because look here, man. Listen, I'm not gonna say in Leon I trust, but I will say this: I trust enough to say that because of the fact that he knows how to. He's a survivor. You know what I'm saying? He's a survivor, and he knows how to do not if not just enough, but enough to save his ass in certain situations. He's gonna fix this, even if it goes bad. Especially if it goes bad this year, wholesale changes are coming. You know what I'm saying? Wholesale changes are coming, and certain people are not gonna be here. You know what I'm saying?
Agreed.
And I'm telling you right now that yo he gonna he brought that Nova crap together right now. That Nova crap will not be this year.
Right.
Mm-mm.
And
Because
but that's what they do though, Lee. Just not to
Thank
cut
you.
you, but not to cut you off, but But that's what they do.
No.
Remember, year one, it was all Kentucky.
Yeah.
Remember,
Yeah.
and then
I
year
agree.
two, they were trying to put the Duke thing together for RJ.
Yep.
So the fact that they're doing it for Jalen Brunson is not a shock. Now, what is a shock is the runaway wild narrative, right?
Exactly.
It's the gossip part of it. The
Yeah.
gossip train is what will
But,
fracture your team,
but that's what sells papers.
right?
And that's what sells papers. And of
Tabloids,
course,
right?
the tabloids. And see, and the foul part of it all is because we don't and it's a good thing too. We do not add to the narrative because we do not talk to the press. So the press is going wild and crazy. Cats like what's the dude who's on ESPN? Oh, and I can't stand him. Isola.
Oh, Frank.
He's out here. Yeah, Frank Isola. He's going bananas.
I think
He's
he
just
got me blocked.
typing.
I think he's got me
He,
blocked on Twitter also.
it's all right.
But
But you what's
Corey,
that?
Mr.
On
Lee,
second. Yes, sir, brother.
I was just gonna say real quick though, the reason why I say it's impossible is because look at all the guys we drafted. The only one that really is going to make an impact since we've drafted is Porzingis, and the only one that's been on our team that still can contribute and be a superstar is RJ right now as like our best athlete. So what I'm
Okay.
saying is we either have the asset to draft a young player who is key and going to give us everything, but we as an organization has yet to actually back a superstar to where we can say this is our guy. Unless it
And
was Melo. Like Melo's the closest thing, but we didn't even draft
and
him.
this is this listen, and this is my retort. Porzingis, when y'all listen to me, stop talking to me about Porzingis. Stop talking to me about Melo when it comes to this current situation because those people are not here no more. You understand what I'm saying? Because they cannot, you know what I'm saying? And no disrespect to you and no disrespect the way your thought process is. But because this current situation, I'm not going to put that against them. You understand what I'm saying? The history is done. It's done. It's over with. It happened. It happened. I'm not going to put this regime up against the regime from the 90s because it's gone. You understand what I'm saying? I'm going to rock with what we have right now. The people who call them the shot callers now. And then what they do in between what they've been doing. You know what I'm saying? RJ still here from the last regime, so cool. That's a plus.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Randall's still here from the last regime. That's a plus.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Everybody else? Mitch, he's still here from the last regime. That's a plus.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Everything outside of them that anybody else who I may have missed or could mention, whether it's coaches or even the trainers, to hell with them. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm not going to put that on Leon Rose. You know what I'm saying? But I will judge Leon Rose from 4 years ago to now
Okay.
and what he's done and what we can get out of that. So, in all the moves he made. And that's facts.
Okay.
And I think that's fair.
So
Because
basically, my man is right.
hold on a second.
Thank you.
Because crying over spilled milk don't mean shit.
Right.
He's right, but because we're Knicks fans, we don't want to believe it. Because
Right.
we
Bang.
still believe. Yeah.
That's where I'm with it.
Yeah, that's how it is. That's why I'm talking about our bias, because we've never drafted a superstar that has stayed on our team more than 5 years.
I wanna ask Dre this though. Dre, you still there?
Yeah, man.
Let me ask you this. Have the Knicks ever acquired the prototype player that you like?
The big do-it-all wing.
Yeah.
Uh,
Whatever it is that you like coming to America, whatever you like.
You got the
Yeah.
superstars. He going it's like
Well, but
asking for Hakeem.
Pause, yo, just pause, cause it don't sound
pause.
No,
right.
no, man, I ain't talking about. Yeah, well, pause. What I'm saying is have the Knicks ever acquired this type of
No,
stuff that you like?
no, no,
Me either.
Me
Oh
neither.
God.
Me
no.
either.
I would say,
Because
I would say, I would say yes, only because I'm so old. Because I'm so old.
I'm
Oh,
pretty. Oh, go ahead, bro.
oh no, Patrick Ewing, that's it. I'm done. But
Right.
after that,
Cause when I go look around like the NBA and I get jealous of like the superstars
Mm-hmm.
and the specific archetype that they are,
Right.
and it's never anything we have. Like
Right.
it's like we got McDonald's at the house, and it's nothing
Right.
like the actual McDonald's.
Is right.
well,
Right.
Like the front office is our parents. It's like, what you looking at McDonald's? We got McDonald's at the
We
house,
got McDonald's at the house.
and then
Right.
we turn around and
Them
we got
Pathmark French fries don't hit the same though.
then we got no Obama.
Right. Lee, am I lying? You ever had French fries from Pathmark?
come on,
Yeah.
man. Come on, man. Are you
Costco's
serious?
Costco's too, man.
Them C-Town French fries don't hit the same, man. You know what I'm saying?
Because
Them
they ain't
curly
shoestring.
fries.
They
Yeah.
crinkle cut. They crinkle cut.
Yeah.
They crinkle cut.
And and them nuggets salty too.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Bro, and those shop right fish patties, they don't hit the same. They
Yeah,
not
they
Oh
don't.
they just don't
God.
hit
And the tartar sauce don't taste the same. Oh God.
no, it don't, bro. It don't. It just don't.
Oh God.
But the reason why I'm asking y'all this is not because I'm looking to bash the Knicks. I'm asking because I think no matter what the wave is, whether it's a Steph Curry point guard,
You zig
whether it's a
and they
Magic
zag.
Johnson point guard, whether it's a Larry Bird small forward, whether it's a Shaq type center, we are always 7 or 8 years behind.
Mm-hmm.
Whether it's a big shooting guard.
Like we're
Agreed.
still trying to draft
Or
Curry
Agreed.
right
Dirk
now.
Nowitzki.
We're trying to still draft Curry right now, like as if we still got him on the board with the Davis pick.
The one time we're ahead of the curve,
Ho-
gets injured and we trade him.
Yeah,
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Now, when it comes to that Steph Curry thing, he could have been ours if we'd have shut our mouths.
bro.
No, but that's what we're
Clay
saying.
Thompson.
Like,
No. I understand what you're saying. Clay Thompson could have been ours if we'd have shut our mouths.
mm-hmm.
Right.
But we
So
still
that's why.
chasing that dream.
Hey, chill out, man. Because you
And
know
then when we
something?
don't get what we want, we panic and
Yeah,
just
exactly. And
take
draft Jordan.
Ronaldo Balkman and stuff like
Exactly. And Jordan Hill.
And Obi Toppin.
You will never let that go.
Nah,
Nah,
man, listen. The Obi
the
Toppin
reason
was not a bad choice considering what we did not know. The unknown. They were dealing with the unknown, bro.
But we had an
right,
extra like
but
4 months.
Lee,
No.
Lee,
Freezy. They were dealing with the unknown.
I know that
They
Lee.
did,
You said that already. I'm listening. I know. I got you. What I'm telling you is if they were dealing with the unknown, right? Why step into the unknown? Why not trade back and be cautious? If you scared of the dark, bro, you don't scream, you turn the light on.
okay.
Right? Right?
Okay.
Am I wrong?
You're right, and they've done that.
Right. No, I'm talking about in the Obi draft. I'm not
Yeah,
talking
I
about
understand.
generally.
No, but see, like I've been saying, they corrected that and stepped back and said, "Hold up, now we're not just gonna just jump out there
Right.
when we don't know."
Right.
You understand what I'm saying?
Like I mentioned, bro, all they had to do was take the Celtics trade, right? We were at a point where we felt like the Celtics are always trying to screw us. And maybe they were. Right? Maybe they were. It's gamesmanship. Front offices are not trying to help each other. Right?
At all.
But if they would have took that trade where Boston walked away with like Romeo, I think they walked away with Lil Romeo, Lil Bow Wow, and Peyton Pritchard. Right? if we would have just took that trade, gave them the Obi pick, and moved back, We could have got Maxey at 14, still got Quickly, got Zeke Naji, and whoever at Desmond Bain. Right.
Facts.
And or if you really creative, you could have drafted Josh Green out of Arizona, who I thought they should have took. Right.
What's
But
Josh Green doing right now, though?
You're right, but they signed a Hall of Famer at his position, bro. You know what I'm saying? Playoff
He would have
teams,
had more
you know how they do.
opportunities with us.
Yeah. So and my thing is ultimately is in that year, because remember that's the COVID year. Remember the draft wasn't there. The draft wasn't in June; it was in November. So you had like 4.5 extra months to do due diligence. And if they did due diligence and still took Obi, the front office made a bad pick.
Possibly. Or they went with what they thought that, see, I'm going to say this, and I'm going to tell you what they did. They went with what they knew and the relationships that they already had established.
Right.
So when Obi signed with
Clutch, I mean not with CAA.
CAA. When he signed with CAA in April, so then they was like, okay, he is the player of the year.
So for 7 months they didn't do anything, and so that's an indictment on them too.
Exactly.
Yeah,
that is an indictment. But to that respect, though, you know what I'm saying? They still, and they gave him a shot. And of course, you know what I'm saying? What we've noticed for the last 4 years of their existence, or 3 years, is that he couldn't cut it. He couldn't outplay the man in front of him. So what do? We ship him off to let him try to figure it out for the next couple of years. And it wasn't like he got himself ruined, because you can't say Tom Thibodeau ruined him. You know what I'm saying? We gave him the green light to figure it out.
Dre, in a perfect situation, bro. That day that I'm mentioning, the Obi draft. Yep. You know what the ideal situation to me would have been?
Halliburton.
This will make Dre laugh. Overpay the Houston Rockets in a Phoenix Suns trade. Right? Because just because you want to go somewhere doesn't mean you have to go there.
Right.
Right? Because if you remember, man, the Phoenix Suns gave up Ty Jerome and something else weird to get OKC. I'm sorry. I keep saying that, but they got Ty Jerome and another dude and a first-round pick for Chris Paul, right?
Mm-hmm.
You telling me you couldn't have gave up that to get Chris Paul or more? In a perfect world, you give up absolutely everything you need to get Chris Paul, right? Then you trade the Obi pick to Boston, and you have Tyrese Maxey, Desmond Bain, and Emmanuel Quickly, Zeke Naji. That's your guys, your young guys on the bench, right? Tyrese Maxey probably would have been the sixth man, because once you draft Maxey, Bain, and Quickly, you're not going to sign Alec Burks. Remember, Alec Burks came later.
I think you're trying to attempt to do what OKC did, was where Chris Paul gave them a crash course on how to win.
Yep.
And to help change your culture for the best in a long time.
And you give Julius Randle something that he has never had in his career.
A real point guard.
A pass first point guard.
A real point guard. Not even.
But you know who the winner is of all of this stuff?
The Knicks.
Tom Thibodeau.
No. It's Mitchell Robinson.
Wow, yeah.
And you know why? You know why he the winner? Because the blueprint
Lob City.
Would y'all let me finish my own point, please, Lee?
No.
Lee up here reading my mind. I'm gonna put my damn hat back on. I'm gonna put my hat back on because y'all gonna read my mind, man.
Man, you just blocked his whole alley-oop. You blocked your whole teammate's alley-oop, bro.
Right,
What you doing?
My fault. I ain't block it. I gave it to him. I was Chris Paul.
Right. So the winner in all of this is Mitchell Robinson, because coming out of Texas A&M, they didn't know what DeAndre Jordan was going to be. He was just a leaper, right? And then you get a second-year Mitch, or third year. It was that third year Mitch, right? You get a third-year Mitch, bro. Now all you had to do was just let the Canadian. All you had to do then was let the 6'6" Canadian play alongside of Chris Paul, and then see what happens. I don't know for sure if Chris Paul ever had a 6'6" Canadian playing next to him, just learning every day.
Oh, shy.
But bro, if you put that 6'6" Canadian, you know what I'm saying, next to Chris Paul, and now the developmental path is different.
Yo, I'm telling you right now.
You see, and so I know they say hindsight is 20/20, right? Right? Hindsight is 20/20. But what I'm saying is in the moment, you have to pay sometimes, bro. You have to overpay sometimes in the moment. It's just what it is.
I get it. But what you just said, and I hate to talk about like this, and God bless his soul, because I believe if this man was still alive right now, we wouldn't be talking about. We would not be talking about if this young man could be who he could be if Kobe Bryant was alive, because he was just a Kobe Bryant fan. Because he would have been he'd have went to the Kobe School of Hard Knocks.
Okay.
I was gonna say, part of the reason why he even went to Phoenix is because they went to the bubble, and Phoenix showed signs of life. Remember, Phoenix won 8 in a row in that bubble.
They were red hot, bro.
And Chris Paul saw that, and OKC did him a favor and sent him to a place that needed a point guard, but already just had that #1 draft pick in 80 and a young budding star in Booker, and tertiary pieces around him like Michael Bridges,
Payne,
and that shooter from USC that's on the
Cam
next
Johnson.
Yeah,
Johnson and Payne.
He saw that and was like, okay, send me here. And then they did him a solid. That's why they really didn't get like maximal return.
Right.
Because they did him a solid. Because he helped with their development, but they knew they weren't going to pay him what he wanted. So it was like, okay, just send me here. They're going to pay me. We'll do you a solid and you get you off our books. This, that, and the third. So, yeah, we would have had to overpay for Chris Paul.
I'm telling you, the Knicks, if the Knicks gave them 3 first-round picks,
they would have
all of that stuff that you just said would have been. It was all a dream. Yep. And if I'm the Knicks, I definitely would have considered it.
Picks. Presti about the damn picks.
Right. If I'm the Knicks, think about it. If I'm the Knicks, right? Because think about at the time, and I know this is gonna sound way OD, but at the time, the Knicks had an abundance of picks. We didn't even use the Dallas picks yet.
Wow.
I think we could have offered them one of Dallas picks, our pick and a Dallas pick, and voila, this team is the Phoenix Suns today. That's what I'm thinking. What I'm saying is, and this is for people in real life, right? If you're averse to taking risks, then you absolutely have to double down on guarantees, right? Like for instance,
better have it in hand. Other than that,
right? My homeboy, I got a homeboy, right? I'm like, yo, that new Genesis, that Hyundai Genesis look like it's fire. I ain't buying that. I ain't buying that. That's a Hyundai. I ain't buying no car for no. You know what I'm saying? He used them old school word. Them Orientals, bro. Ain't no such thing as Orientals, bro. They Asian, right?
And them Genesis are actually fire in real life.
Yeah. But you know what he'd rather have? Mercedes.
A used 2004 Mercedes.
Wait a
Now
minute.
he got
What?
he got
Basically,
like a now
with the
he
bubble
got
eyes, with the bubble eyes.
nah, he got nah, he ain't go that far, man. Chauncey.
Okay.
So he got like a 2019
That's still
Mercedes
clean.
versus a brand new Genesis, right?
You get way more bang for your buck though. With that Genesis.
I know, but what I'm saying is if you're risk averse, then you got to double down on guarantees, and that's what he
Yeah.
did.
Yeah, he doubled down on
What do you know?
the what he know, and that Mercedes is known for this, that, and the third. And
Yeah,
you know you're
yeah,
gonna get that, even if you're paying a premium for it.
right. But some things come with yeah. So if you're the Knicks and you're risk averse, like this front office is,
You better push
I
them
don't know
chips
if
to the
somebody
table
will fight me on that one.
you better push them chips to the table for something that is a known commodity
Overpay for it. Just overpay for it and get it then.
instead of paying for the fringes for known commodities that have low ceilings.
Or option 3, doing neither and be stuck in the moment. And
Mm.
that's where we are right now.
I think
Yup.
we I think we I think we
Nah, we're
I think
not
we
there yet.
I think
Yeah.
we paid pretty penny for known commodities that aren't
Freezy.
needle movers. Shout out to Dante.
No, listen, Freezy. I don't think
Dante
we're
not a
sticking
bad
around.
player, but he's just whatever.
You know, considering, you know what I'm saying, considering these contracts that we did sign, you know what I'm saying, and the collective bargaining agreement going up with this year, am I right, Dre? Dre,
Say
Yeah.
it again. Say
Yeah.
it again.
Yeah.
the collective bargaining agreement is going up this year.
The new one kicks in
Oh, you
July
mean the
1st.
cap? You mean the cap?
Yeah.
The
The
cap
cap's
goes
The
going
up
up,
cap.
but the one they signed this year goes into effect next
next year.
July. Yeah, July 1st.
So, like, okay, July 1st. So everybody's all right. So now the cap goes up
Every year.
every year. Now I'm looking right now. If this BS does not work this year, I'm gonna say this: that they're gonna move these pieces. They're gonna move these pieces. I promise you. If this blows up in their face right now, they're gonna move these pieces quick, quick, quick,
Okay.
quick, quick,
But Corey,
quick,
here's the problem.
quick.
Everyone's gonna say, "Well, if we're gonna move them quick now, why didn't we move them when we had Donovan Mitchell? Why didn't we move them when we had Paul Pierce? I mean, Paul George. Excuse me. See what I'm saying?
Listen,
I
no,
think
no,
I think
because
I think y'all missed my point. My point is not that they're not an intelligent front office. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm talking about is the temperament of the decision maker. Is
okay,
what I'm talking
yeah,
about. I'm not
okay.
talking about.
So,
I'm not saying that this front office is dumb. These guys are really smart, surrounded by really smart people. What I'm
mhm.
saying is in that Chris Paul scenario, they did neither. They didn't overpay, right? And they didn't take a risk. They
Mm-hmm.
just they looked at that they had 18 in a hand of blackjack. They had 18 and they folded,
Mm.
right? Because they were like the next card could be a 4 and I'll lose, right? And some people would have rolled that 18 to the wheels.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? You know what
Mm.
I mean? And so my thing is do the Chris Paul trade regardless of what, because ultimately the picks that you used, I think you drafted Quentin Grimes, and then you traded one in the Alec Burks deal and kicked it back to like right now. That Pistons pick has more protections on it than the Secret Service, right? The Pistons pick, right?
Mm.
But you could have used them 2 picks. You would have had Chris Paul for 2 seasons. He would have left. But then what you had left behind is DeAndre Jordan and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
Mm,
Possibly.
right. I
Because
see that.
nobody can tell. Yo, no matter what people tell me, they're like, yo, SGA is good. Bro, SGA was more raw coming into the NBA than RJ Barrett. I don't
Yeah.
care. People can say what they want to say, bro. You're not going to tell me at the beginning of their careers that SGA was better than RJ Barrett.
No,
He
he worked
absolutely
into
was
that.
not.
He worked into that.
He had mentorship. He had
Yeah.
tutors. Because not only did he have Chris Paul, he also had Dennis Schroeder
Mhm.
molding the guy. No, don't
Remember,
take
he
that
had
back.
Lou Williams on the Clippers too.
Yeah,
That's
man.
a bunch of offensive bad
Patrick
at your
Beverly. Remember
expense.
Pat Bev was getting in
Yeah.
his face.
Yeah.
Pat Bev remember in the playoffs, Pat Bev pointing him in the chest. You a player. You a play. Y'all don't remember that when they lost to
Yeah.
Kevin
Yeah.
Durant and them?
Yeah. Yep.
Yup.
And
Fact.
Pat Bev pointing in that man's chest. You belong here. You know what I'm saying? When have you seen a Nick do that to another Nick?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe the Villanova boys.
I'm just saying.
Hartenstein.
That's why I feel like
The only Freezy, the only time I see that is when it's like RJ doing it to Randall and vice versa. That's about it. And it happens like maybe once a year.
once a year.
Once or twice a year.
Right.
where they
Right.
where they give somebody a chest bump when they coming back to the bench or something.
Right. Right. Yeah, ultimately what I'm saying is the fact that you didn't push the Zach LaVine deal. Oh, that's too much. Right? Or you didn't do the Donovan Mitchell deal. Oh, that's too much. Or the Bradley Beal deal. Oh no, we ain't paying that and have him here for that many years.
Freezy, I
No,
got a question. Would you pay someone $82 million that can't create their own shot but they're guard?
no, no, nope. I'm not.
A, a guard, a guard that can't make their own shot in
No,
2023, but they're a guard.
no. And furthermore, to because just hearing that just has me just there's a word I'm trying to uh,
Agitated.
uh no, exasperated, is that a word? Probably, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like when you're emotionally exhausted and all that stuff at the same time. As soon as you hear something, you're like, oh,
He
right,
can't even run a pick and roll for you.
because if we're talking about a Klay Thompson type guy, then absolutely I would double that money. If you're talking about paying a 28-year-old Klay, I would double that money, right? I would give him 164 million if he would take it. If he asked me for more, I would give it to him,
Mhm.
right? But when you're talking about paying role players starter money, high end starter money is what Josh Hart's making,
He's
right?
making Aaron Gordon money,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
he ain't Aaron Gordon.
He's not Aaron Gordon. It doesn't have an Aaron Gordon type impact, even in small, even in stitches of time. He don't have an Aaron Gordon type impact.
It feels like every time we throw Josh Hart on these wings like look at him like he's a mosquito flying past their ears.
No, it's food. It's food. They're looking at it as
Right.
food.
They waving by their ear and just like you just a
Nothing.
temporary distraction. It's
And
just
It's
tonight,
food.
right, right. We agree. And tonight, Lee, I saw Josh Hart push Julius Randle out to the top of the key to contest a three, and he stayed. And he stayed on the box as the weak side rim protector.
a
I
6'4".
actually saw him do it twice. One time I could see it may have been justified because if the wing is coming down, then Josh Hart would have just rushed out to him to cut him off. But the other time, no, there is no justification. Why are you sending the power forward to the wing so that you could play power forward?
Because that's what he thinks he is.
It's not that.
It's
It's
not.
look. It's the mismatch.
Josh Hart is
Hold
like
on.
when Josh Hart plays like in high school ball when someone's 6'3" and they tell him to be a big man. So
Yeah,
he really thinks he a big man because he's 6'3".
It's
But
not
he
that.
used to
It's the
Wawa.
mismatch. Think about it. The mismatch on Hart allows him to be able to reach for the ball and contest the ball as
Which is
opposed to
funny
the
because he
actual
wasn't
player.
that in college.
No, he
Like,
was not that in
Yeah, but
college.
these
He was
guys are
not.
bigger than him, so he's thinking that with his height advantage, he could get to the ball.
he
That's
doesn't
why he's
have a height
doing that.
advantage.
No,
That's
I
the
said
thing.
with his height
He's never
disadvantage.
had a height
Oh,
advantage.
I was about to say,
Disadvantage.
but
No, no.
that's
The
that.
fact
But
that
that's
okay, he's
yeah. I get
shorter
what you're
than them.
saying.
He's
Yeah.
shorter than them, so he thinks that because he's shorter than them, he could get to the ball faster than they can. That's what I'm trying to say. So the
Yeah, I get what
mentality
you're
is
saying.
you push the big guy out there to contest the shot to where when the pass comes in, you're gonna try to either contest the pass or you're gonna try to wrap him up to where he can't get the ball into the spot where he needs to do his move. Like, because if you notice, Hart, the second when he
But
does that,
BT
Hart goes
let
right
me
to the
ask
guy.
BT,
You know what
why
I'm saying? He
wouldn't?
goes right to him with his hands
But
out to where
BT, listen, man,
the
why wouldn't a conventional big do the same thing?
No, I'm not agreeing with. I'm not saying that he's doing it, and I agree with it. I'm just
Okay,
showing you why he's doing it.
because we saw in the playoffs when Jimmy Butler and Bam Adebayo were coming
Yeah.
down,
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
he put Obi on Jimmy Butler and he guarded Bam and got dunked on.
Yeah,
Immediately spin move dunk.
Yep.
exactly. Because he was contesting. If you remember that play, he reached in with his left hand, and then Bam beat him
Try to
and
steal.
spun right past him and got past him. That's what I
Not
mean.
on that play. On that play, Bam caught the ball, backed him straight down,
Oh, okay.
and dunked on
I
top of
thought you
his
were
head.
talking about the one on the fast break. My fault. I
No.
apologize.
On this play, Jimmy Butler laughed and threw the entry pass into
He's like, oh, okay, sure.
yeah, this is what we doing. Jimmy Butler threw the entry pass and he took his defender out of the play and Bam
For me, he
backed him
must have
down.
thought Bam was one of them soft bigs that can't post up.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Man,
He
first of
must have
all,
thought he must have thought Bam was like,
nah, he should know better because first of all, stop it, man. Stop it, man.
He thought
And
Bam
and,
was
I, and, you know, and you know what's killing me, man, is everybody talking about Josh Smart or Josh Hart's basketball IQ,
It's not there.
and
he got
it's
he
not
got
there.
too
It's
much
not
courage, man. He got too much courage.
yeah,
courage. No,
and
no, no, no. It's called something. You know what I'm saying? When your pup's paws is too big, and his little nods is scraping the ground, and he think he's that guy.
right.
You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? His nods are big, his pecker is small, and you need to slow down.
Right. I had the same thing happen with Benny. My neighbor has a retired police dog, right? And you know, retired police dogs, man. They
Mm.
are,
This shit.
bro. They,
That
yeah,
that cantankerous.
yeah. The ones from the canine unit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So they got a retired canine unit dog, right? German Shepherd. Max is about 10 years old, right? Max don't even bark when people like come near my neighbor yard. He don't even bark, bro. Max see him, he like, oh, they trying to come in the yard. I can't. Max is like, I hope they come in the yard.
Because I'm gonna tear their ass up.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Max like, I'm not getting ready to warn you. Max is like, yo, the sign right there is warning you. I don't have to bark.
Mm-mm.
Max is like, I put the beware of the dog sign out there. I ain't got to bark. You know what I'm saying? But Benny rolled up on Max. Our little tennis ball we playing. Benny rolled up on Max and was playing. Him and Max playing. And Benny and Max are about the same size because Benny will be 2 years old in February. Max is 10.
Inshallah. God bless.
Man,
bless.
Benny slapped Max upside the head. I was like, oh crap. Benny, you know what I'm saying? Max tail went straight up in the air, and then Benny tail went straight up in the air.
It was on.
Boy, I was like, oh boy. And then all you heard was hollering.
You know you was loving that. You know you was
Man,
loving your kids playing like
Benny was
that.
like, man, don't you never throw that tennis ball over there no more.
That's
That's like, Benny, you gotta realize, bro. It ain't my fault. It ain't my fault you got your butt beat, bro. You know what I'm saying? You
You picked
gotta,
that fight.
yeah, you out here switching on the Bam Adebayo. What's wrong with you?
Yo, man, exactly. I think right now, this is the problem with Tibbs that I have right now. that Josh Hart has too much. What's the word? Use.
Engine,
Carte blanche.
Yeah,
Thank you.
energy.
he's a. I think he does have a high IQ. I think he's a poor decision maker. Right?
Freezy.
Like,
IQ went from
How
being
do
the
you have
first.
a high IQ and a poor decision maker? That's like
Lee,
oxymoron.
no, Lee. You ever seen? I'll give you an example. I have a lawyer friend that is one of the smartest people I ever met. But when he drink, he acts stupid.
Hold on a second. Stop. See now you added something to the equation. You
But
not understand.
I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. You like, well, when you said you add when some certain thing happens, he changes. Right. That's what I'm telling you, Lee. He don't know when to be, because if you're asking him, if you sit down and talk to Josh Hart about basketball, I think he's a smart dude, high IQ. But when you start bumping people, nudging him and stuff like that, he the chihuahua that take on pit bulls.
It's one of those things where he has way too much confidence in his abilities.
Yes.
Like
Yes.
he's very smart.
I think
But
somebody said he was Scrappy Doo. When somebody said he was Scrappy Doo,
Yo, they did. They did the other night. The other day.
I said that.
Yeah, that was to me. That was the most accurate analogy. He's Scrappy Doo,
Facts.
bro.
Like he'll help you solve the case for sure.
Yeah.
But when he gets
But when we get
poked
to
at
the fight, sit your ass down.
Please.
Cause you finna get washed.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like, bro, today I saw him, or last night, I saw him pick up Giannis in transition. Why you picking up Giannis in transition, bro?
Maybe he's trying to learn. He's trying to learn to pick him up just in case to prepare for the playoffs.
No.
Dude, if you're not taking a charge, get the F out the way.
He slid behind Randall. He slid behind Randall, nudge Randall. He pick up Giannis. Come on, bro. We can't keep making excuses for these dudes, bro.
No, not Josh Hart.
Yeah, if you
Freezy,
6'4",
the thing I noticed,
205.
my bad, Freezy, but the thing I noticed that Tibbs has, it makes no sense to me. When RJ was out of the lineup last year, IQ was the first man off the bench to get into the start lineup.
Yep.
All of a sudden now Hart is the first man off the bench.
Right. Yeah, and I do not like this.
It's
I do not like
contract.
this.
That contract, man, that 18 mil.
Man, no, it's not the contract. It's not the contract, man.
Tibbs trusts him too much.
It's the head of the snake, bro.
I'm gonna tell y'all something. Y'all probably gonna laugh at me, think I'm crazy. I think it's the front office.
I agree with you. That's what I've been saying. The front office is the reason why we do not have better mindset players. They don't train these players to actually think, yo, this is what we want. This is what we got to do.
That's not on the front office, BT. That's not on the front office.
No, I'm talking about drafting. I was talking about drafting. Like
we didn't draft him. We brought him in as a free agent.
I'm not talking about him. I'm talking about draft class. Go ahead. My fault.
I think the front office is trying to mitigate Emmanuel Quickly's value on the open market. At the same time, keep his market high enough where if they can trade him, they can get a reasonable haul in return.
Mm-hmm.
If they're doing that, they're dumb as a box of rocks.
Right. That's
and
why
I'm done with
him in the front office.
Hold on.
But to Dre's point, though, the Knicks last year was a playoff team that won 47 games, and the first guy off the bench was Emmanuel Quickly. This year, the team is 2-4. The first guy off the bench is Josh Hart.
I'm so done with this, man. Already, not even 7 games in the season. 7 games in the season.
6.
We're not consistent in what we did last year in the project that actually worked with having Quickly come off the bench. We're not doing that anymore. We're gonna give it to a new guy. So we already messed up what we were doing last year. We already change.
So let me ask y'all this question: why in the hell are we purging Emmanuel quickly out because we get the most bang for his buck? Please, please expound because I do
because we
not.
got Dante to take that role.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Stop. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. What role? That role. That role of scoring 20,
Small,
20 to
small,
30 to 40
small,
points.
small combo guard.
Score 20 to 30 points off the bench.
Yeah.
Or hold on a second. Or is it because the fact that I honestly believe that quickly Freezie, forgive me for this. He be busting Jalen Brunson's ass in practice.
That wouldn't be a first in Nick history.
No. Right.
And the fact that's their boy. And they're hanging everything, they're putting all their chips in his corner. Because if that's the case, then you know what I'm saying. Listen, as much as I just picked up the front office, will be just as much as I will rip them apart.
Okay.
Because now you're playing politics
That's what we do, bro. It's the
over
league, bro.
playing politics over winning. Winning is more important. Because see, I'll tell you this. At the end of the day, in my mind, I want the best of the best on this team. You understand what I'm saying? I'm trying to do everything I can to get the best. The one thing I learned when I'm watching that docu series with about the Lakers was that, you know what I'm saying, that even if it's not even accurate, Dr. Buss wanted the best of the best on the Lakers. He didn't hold back. He was like, go ahead, go get him. You know what I'm saying? Whatever it took, we're gonna go get the best of the best. And I hear what y'all say, the Shea Gildress, the Ingrams, everything like that. But we're holding back, and we're rocking with these 6'4" guards instead of 6'7" wings. Dre, that's for you. You know what I'm saying? 6'7", 6'8". You know what I'm saying? Combo cat type of cats. You know what I'm saying? And which is not unfeasible. This is getting crazy, yo. If this is the case, then what the hell are we doing?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Man, I'm about to go. I'm about to, you know what I'm saying? I'm about to leave y'all cats and go back getting drunk.
Yeah, man.
I'm about to let me take my
It's
ass
only
to
six
bed, man.
games in, Lee.
Yeah,
You
I'm about
already
to.
like
Yeah.
that?
Yeah.
Nah, I'm just saying. No, I'm not like that. Come on, me. I'm the most. Look, bro. Stop.
Corey,
Pause.
Corey, Corey looks for the positives and everything.
I am the most positive Nick fan. I look at, I'm the one who gets cussed out. I'm labeled amongst everybody outside of this Blorange Tears family. I am labeled the RJ lover. Do you
So
not understand? And which all I am is just a big Nick fan. But I will not allow you to drag a certain player just because it's easy, it's low hanging fruit.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? Not to
No,
say that
I.
he has. No, no, no.
Yeah, I
I
know.
know you know,
Right.
because I've been doing this battle for what 2.5 years. Like, stop it, man. You picking on somebody because you can just pick on them.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Bullying.
Nah,
Bullying.
man,
Yeah.
kick rocks. Being a bully. Get the
Right.
fuck out of here. Excuse me.
Right. Right.
Stop out of it. Stop it, man. Mm-mm.
No, I feel you. I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying there. But to me, it's one of them things where the quickly thing is clearly about asset management. Right.
Mm.
Clearly. It's about asset management, man. You know, you start Josh Hart because he's under contract for the foreseeable future, 5 more years, including this season is 5 years, right?
Four in the option.
Right. I mean,
Team
but
option.
I mean, I'm saying in theory, yeah, in theory,
Yeah.
right, yeah. But what I'm saying is it'll be easier for the Knicks to manage Josh Hart, his play, and his contract than it is with Quickly, who you can send a message to, like, nah, you ain't going nowhere. You're gonna come off our bench. Period. You ain't doing nothing until we say so. I think it's that type of flex on Quickly, and I think it's what's bothering Randall, and I think it's what's bothering Quickly.
And I think that's what's bothering RJ too, to some degree.
I was gonna say because him and RJ are tight, so
right.
And if the Knicks do that, hold on a second. If the Knicks do that, they're gonna shoot themselves in the foot, and we're gonna implode, and we're gonna look like stinking ass Chicago.
And we're gonna give the front office an extension, and Tom Thibodeau's gonna be here for 3 more seasons, a total of 5 total.
And still 10 years of the same BS.
Yeah.
Until he can figure out, until he can hopefully, inshallah, figure out, oh yeah, this is how I'm gonna do it. Right. F out of here, man. F out of here.
It repeats itself, and it's only the front office that's doing it.
Stop it, man.
They doing it and doing it.
Because I promise to stop it with that thing. But I'm gonna say this.
You caught that, Lee?
I caught that quick.
Okay. I've been throwing references all night. That's the one you got? Okay, all right.
I caught that quick. Because you're not doing it well. You're not doing it well. Because, you know what I'm saying? Because, you know what I'm saying? And you know, and maybe, you know what I'm saying? I am not one to hit the panic button. You all know this. At least 3 out of the 4 of y'all. 2 out of the 4 of us know this.
You all know how the story go.
Exactly. Stop it.
What you talking about?
You're killing me. You're killing me.
Oh, now you're catching them. Now you're catching them. Okay.
Oh, come on, man. Stop it. Oh, God.
Well, y'all, let me get out of here, man. We've been rocking for like 5 hours of frustration. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, Jesus.
And you know, we've been in here like a rebel without a pause. You know what I'm saying? And then Lee, you must be catching all of them.
Oh, God. Oh, God.
He just started updating his software.
I mean, my server is about to crash right now.
But my point though is this. I think it's politics involved. It's a lot of stuff. I think
that's some bullshit. That's BS. That's BS, man. I'm sorry,
the
man.
fact that it's happening is BS. The fact that we're pointing it out is truth telling.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? But you know, the fact that how this thing works, there's more to that meets the eye is basically what I'm getting at. But anyway, everybody, y'all have a good night, man. I'm mad frustrated. I don't know what I'm gonna do today, but Sunday, 718 boys, 10 o'clock Sunday morning.
Bang.
Knicks coming your way.
Bang.
Thank y'all for coming and rocking.
Subscribe and like the video, y'all. Go.
Hey, hold on. Don't forget about the Knicks freestyle.